And All the Earth a Grave by C.C. McCapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. And All the Earth a Grave by C.C. McCapp. There's nothing wrong with dying. It just hasn't ever had the proper sales pitch. It all began when the new bookkeeping machine of a large Midwestern coffin manufacturer slipped a cog, or blew a transistor, or something. It was fantastic that the error, one of 2 decimal places, should enjoy a straight run of OKs, human and mechanical, clear down the line. But when the figures clacked out at the last clacking out station, there it was. The figures were now sacred, immutable, and it is doubtful whether the president of the concern or the chairman of the board would have dared question them, even if either of those 2 gentlemen had been in town. As for the advertising manager, the last thing he wanted to do was question them. He carried them, they were the budget for the coming fiscal year, into his office, staggering a little on the way, and dropped dazedly into his chair. They showed the budget for his own department as exactly 100 times what he'd been expecting. That is to say, 50 times what he'd put in for. When the initial shock began to wear off, his face assumed an expression of intense thought. In about 5 minutes he leaped from his chair, dashed out of the office with a shouted syllable or 2 for his secretary, and got his car out of the parking lot. At home, he tossed clothes into a traveling bag and barged towards the door, giving his wife a quick kiss and an equally quick explanation. He didn't bother to call the airport. He meant to be on the next plane east and no nonsense about it. With one thing and another, the economy hadn't been exactly in overdrive that year, and predictions for the Christmas season were gloomy. Early retail figures bore them out. Gift-buying dribbled along feebly until Thanksgiving, despite brave speeches by the administration. The holiday passed more in self-pity than in thankfulness among owners of gift-oriented businesses. Then, on Friday following Thanksgiving, the coffin ads struck. Struck may be too mild a word. People on the streets saw feverishly working crews, at holiday rates, slapping up posters on billboards. The first poster was a dilly. A toothy and toothsome young woman leaned over a coffin she'd been unwrapping. She smiled as if she'd just received overtures of matrimony from an 80-year-old billionaire. There was a Christmas tree in the background, and the coffin was appropriately wrapped. So was she. She looked as if she'd just gotten out of bed, or were ready to get into it. For amorous young men, and some not so young, the message was plain. The motto, "The gift that will last more than a lifetime," seemed hardly to the point. Those at home were assailed on TV with a variety of bright and clever skits of the same import. Some of them hinted that, if the young lady's gratitude were really precipitous, and the bedroom too far away, the coffin might be comfy. Of course, the more settled elements of the population were not neglected. For the older married man, there was a blow directly between the eyes. "Do you want your widow to be half safe?" And for the spinster without immediate hopes, "I dreamt I was caught dead without my virgin form casket." Newspapers, magazines, and every other medium added to the assault, never letting it cool. It was the most horrendous campaign, for sheer concentration, that had ever battered at the public mind. The public reeled, blinked, shook its head to clear it, gawked, and rushed out to buy. Christmas was not going to be a failure after all. Department store managers who had grudgingly and under strong sales pressure made space for a single coffin somewhere at the rear of the store now rushed to the telephones like toots with a direct pronouncement from a horse. Everyone who possibly could got into the act. Grocery supermarkets put in casket departments. The Association of Pharmaceutical Retailers, who felt they had some claim to priority, tried to get court injunctions to keep caskets out of service stations, but were unsuccessful because the judges were all out buying caskets. Beauty parlors showed real ingenuity in merchandising. roads and streets clogged with delivery trucks, rented trailers, and whatever else could haul a coffin. The stock market went completely mad. Strikes were declared and settled within hours. Congress was called into session early. The President got authority to ration lumber and other materials suddenly in starvation short supply. State laws were passed against cremation, under heavy lobby pressure. A new racket called boxjacking blossomed overnight. The advertising manager who had put the thing over had been fighting with all the formidable weapons of his breed to make his plant managers build up a stockpile. They had, but it went like a toupee in a wind tunnel. Competitive coffin manufacturers were caught napping, but by Wednesday after Thanksgiving, they, along with the original one, were on 24-hour, 7-day basis. Still only a fraction of the demand could be met. Jet passenger planes were stripped of their seats, supplied with Yankee gold, and sent to plunder the world of its coffins. It might be supposed that Christmas goods other than caskets would take a bad dumping. That was not so. Such was the upsurge of prosperity, and such was the shortage of coffins, that nearly everything, with a few exceptions, enjoyed the biggest season on record. On Christmas Eve the frenzy slumped to a crawl, though on Christmas morning there were still optimists out prowling the empty stores. The nation sat down to breathe. Mostly it sat on coffins, because there wasn't space in the living rooms for any other furniture. There was hardly an individual in the United States who didn't have, in case of sudden sharp pains in the chest, several boxes to choose from. As for the rest of the world, it had better not die just now, or it will be literally a case of dust to dust. Of course, everyone expected a doozy of a slump after Christmas. But our advertising manager, who by now was of course sales manager and first vice president also, wasn't settling for any boom and bust. He'd been a frustrated victim of his choice of industries for so many years that now, with his teeth in something, he was going to give it the old bite. He gave people a short breathing spell to arrange their coffin payments, and move the presents out of the front rooms. Then, late in January, his new campaign came down like 100 megatonner. Within a week everyone saw quite clearly that his Christmas models were now obsolete. The coffin became the new status symbol. The auto industry was, of course, demolished. Even people who had enough money to buy a new car weren't going to trade in the old one and let the new one stand out in the rain. The garages were full of coffins. Petroleum went along with autos, though there were those who whispered knowingly that the same people merely moved over into the new industry. It was noticeable that the center of it became Detroit. A few trucks and buses were still being built, but that was all. Some of the new caskets were true works of art. Others, well, there was variety. Compact models appeared, in which the occupant's feet were to be doubled up alongside his ears. One manufacturer pushed a circular model, claiming that by all the laws of nature the fetal position was the only right one. At the other extreme were virtual houses, ornate and lavishly equipped. Possibly the largest of all was the togetherness model, triangular, with graduated recesses for father, mother, 8 children plus 2 playmates, and in the far corner beyond the baby, the cat. The slump was over. Still, economists swore that the new boom couldn't last either. They reckoned without the advertising manager, whose eyes gleamed brighter all the time. People already had coffins, which they polished and kept on display, sometimes in the new coffin ports being added to their houses. The advertising manager's reasoning was direct and to the point. He must get people to use the coffins, and now he had all the money to work with that he could use. The new note was woven in so gradually that it was not easy to put a finger on any one ad and say, "It began here." One of the first was surely the widely printed one, showing a tattooed, smiling young man with his chin thrust out manfully, lying in a coffin. He was rugged-looking and likable, not too rugged for the spindly-limbed to identify with, and he oozed, even though obviously dead, virility at every pore. He was probably the finest-looking corpse since Richard the Lionhearted. Neither must one overlook the singing commercials. Possibly the catchiest of these, a really cute little thing, was achieved by jazzing up the Funeral March. It started gradually, and it was all so unviolent that few saw it as suicide. Teenagers began having popping-off parties. Some of their elders protested a little, but adults were taking it up too. The tired, the unappreciated, the ill and the heavy-laden lay down in growing numbers and expired. A black market in poisons operated for a little while, but soon pinched out. Such was the pressure of persuasion that few needed artificial aids. The boxes were very comfortable. People just closed their eyes and exited smiling. The beatniks, who had their own models of coffin, mouldy, scroungy, and without lids, since the beatniks insisted on being seen, placed their boxes on the Grant Avenue in San Francisco. They died with highly intellectual expressions, and eventually were washed by the gentle rain. Of course, there were many voices shouting "Calamity!" When aren't there? But in the long run, and not a very long one at that, they availed naught. It isn't hard to imagine the reactions of the rest of the world, so let us imagine a few. The Communist bloc immediately gave its stamp of disapproval, denouncing the movement as a filthy capitalist imperialist pig plot. Red China, who had been squabbling with Russia for some time about a matter of method, screamed for immediate war. Russia exposed this as patent stupidity, saying that if the capitalists wanted to die, warring upon them would only help them. China surreptitiously tried out the thing as an answer to excess population, and found it good. It also appealed to the well-known melancholy facet of Russian nature. Besides, after pondering for several days, the Red Bloc decided it could not afford to fall behind in anything, so it started its own program, explaining with much logic how it differed. An elderly British philosopher endorsed the movement, on the grounds that a temporary setback in evolution was preferable to facing up to anything. The Free Bloc, the Red Bloc, the Neutral Bloc, and such scraps as had been too obtuse to find themselves a bloc, were drawn into the whirlpool in an amazingly short time, if in a variety of ways. In less than 2 years the world was rid of most of what had been bedeviling it. Oddly enough, the country where the movement began was the last to succumb completely. Or perhaps it is not so odd. Coffin maker to the world, the American casket industry had by now almost completely automated box-making and grave-digging. With some interesting assembly lines and packaging arrangements, there still remained the jobs of management and distribution. The president of General Mortuary, an ebullient fellow affectionately called Sarcophagus Sam, put it well. "As long as I have a single prospective customer and a single stockholder," he said, mangling a stogie and beetling his brows at the one reporter who showed up for the press conference, "I'll try to put him in a coffin so I can pay him a dividend." Finally, though, a man who thought he must be the last living human wandered contentedly about the city of Denver looking for the coffin he liked best. He settled at last upon a rich mahogany number with platinum trimmings, an automatic self-adjusting cadaver contour inner-spring wherever plastic-covered mattress with a built-in bar. He climbed in, drew himself a generous slug of fine Scotch, giggled as the mattress prodded him exploringly, closed his eyes, and sighed in solid comfort. Soft music played as the lid closed itself. From a building nearby a turkey buzzard swooped down, cawing in raucous anger because it had let its attention wander for a moment. It was too late. It clawed screaming at the solid cover, hissed in frustration, and finally gave up. It flapped into the air again, still grumbling. It was tired of living on dead small rodents and coyotes. It thought it would take a swing over to Los Angeles where the pickings were pretty good. As it moved westward over parched hills, it espied 2 black dots a few miles to its left. It circled over for a closer look, then grunted and went on its way. It had seen them before. The old prospector and his burro had been in the mountains for so long the buzzard had concluded they didn't know how to die. The prospector, whose name was Adams, trudged behind his burro towards the buildings that shimmered in the heat, humming to himself now and then, or addressing some remark to the beast. When he reached the outskirts of Denver, he realized something was amiss. He stood and gazed at the quiet scene. Nothing moved, except some skinny pack rats and a few sparrows foraging for grain among the unburied coffins. "Tarnation!" he said to the burro. "Martians?" A half-buried piece of newspaper fluttered in the breeze. He walked forward slowly and picked it up. It told him enough so that he understood. "They're gone, Evie," he said to the burro. "All gone." He put his arm affectionately around her neck. "I reckon it's up to me and you again. We got to start all over." He stood back and gazed at her with a mild reproach. "I sure hope they don't favor your side of the house so much this time." End of story. This recording is in the public domain.
The Big Bounce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerome Lawson. December 2007. The Big Bounce by Walter S. Tevis. Seeing it in action, anybody would quaver in alarm. What hath Farnsworth overwrought?
"Let me show you something,"
Farnsworth said. He set his near-empty drink, a Bacardi martini, on the mantel and waddled out of the room toward the basement. I sat in my big leather chair, feeling very peaceful with the world, watching the fire. Whatever Farnsworth would have to show tonight would be far more entertaining than watching TV, my custom on other evenings. Farnsworth, with his 4 labs in the house and his very tricky mind, never failed to provide my best night of the week. When he returned, after a moment, he had with him a small box, about 3 inches square. He held this carefully in one hand and stood by the fireplace dramatically, or as dramatically as a very small, very fat man with pink cheeks can stand by a fireplace of the sort that seems to demand a big man with tweeds, pipe, and perhaps a saber wound. Anyway, he held the box dramatically and he said,
"Last week I was playing around in the chem lab, trying to make a new kind of rubber eraser. Did quite well with the other drafting equipment, you know, especially the dimensional curve and the photosensitive ink. Well, I approached the job by trying for a material that would absorb graphite without abrading paper."
I was a little disappointed with this. It sounded pretty tame, but I said, "How did it come out?" He screwed his pudgy face up thoughtfully.
"Synthesized the material, all right, and it seems to work. But the interesting thing is that it has a certain, secondary property that would make it quite awkward to use. Interesting property, though. Unique, I'm inclined to believe."
This began to sound more like it. "And what property is that?" I poured myself a shot of straight rum from the bottle sitting on the table beside me. I did not like straight rum, but I preferred it to Farnsworth's rather imaginative cocktails.
"I'll show you, John," he said.
He opened the box and I could see that it was packed with some kind of batting. He fished in this and withdrew a gray ball about the size of a golf ball and set the box on the mantel. "And that's the eraser?" I asked.
"Yes," he said.
Then he squatted down, held the ball about a half-inch from the floor, dropped it. It bounced naturally enough. Then it bounced again. And again. Only this was not natural, for on the second bounce the ball went higher in the air than on the first, and on the third bounce higher still. After a half-minute my eyes were bugging out and the little ball was bouncing 4 feet in the air and going higher each time. I grabbed my glass. "What in the world?" I said. Farnsworth caught the ball in a pudgy hand and held it. He was smiling a little sheepishly.
"Interesting effect, isn't it?"
"Now wait a minute," I said, beginning to think about it. "What's the gimmick? What kind of motor do you have in that thing?" His eyes were wide and a little hurt.
"No gimmick, John. None at all. Just a very peculiar molecular structure."
"Structure?" I said. "Bouncing balls just don't pick up energy out of nowhere. I don't care how the molecules are put together. And you don't get energy out without putting energy in.
Oh, he said. That's the really interesting thing. Of course you're right. Energy does go into the ball. Here, I'll show you.
He let the ball drop again and it began bouncing, higher and higher, until it was hitting the ceiling. Farnsworth reached out to catch it, but he fumbled and the thing glanced off his hand, hit the mantelpiece, and zipped across the room. It banged into the far wall, ricocheted, banked off 3 other walls, picking up speed all the time. When it whizzed by me like a rifle bullet, I began to get worried. But it hit against one of the heavy draperies by the window, and this damped its motion enough so that it fell to the floor. It started bouncing again immediately, but Farnsworth stumbled across the room and grabbed it. He was perspiring a little, and he began instantly to transfer the ball from one hand to another and back again, as if it were hot.
Here,
he said, and handed it to me. I almost dropped it. That's like a ball of ice, I said. Have you been keeping it in the refrigerator?
No. As a matter of fact, it was at room temperature a few minutes ago.
Now wait a minute, I said. I only teach physics in high school, but I know better than that. Moving around in warm air doesn't make anything cold except by evaporation.
Well, there's your input and output, John, he said. The ball lost heat and took on motion. Simple conversion.
My jaw must have dropped to my waist. Do you mean that little thing is converting heat to kinetic energy?
Apparently.
But that's impossible. He was beginning to smile thoughtfully. The ball was not as cold now as it had been, and I was holding it in my lap.
A steam engine does it, he said, and a steam turbine. Of course, they're not very efficient.
They work mechanically, too, and only because water expands when it turns into steam.
This seems to do it differently, he said,
sipping thoughtfully at his dark brown martini.
I don't know exactly how. Maybe something piezoelectric about the way its molecules slide about. I ran some tests, measured its impact energy in foot-pounds, and compared that with the heat loss in BTUs. It seemed to be about 98% efficient, as close as I could tell. Apparently it converts heat into bounce very well. Interesting, isn't it?
Interesting? I almost came flying out of my chair. My mind was beginning to spin like crazy. If you're not filling my leg with this thing, Farnsworth, you've got something by the tail there that's just a little bit bigger than the discovery of fire. He blushed modestly.
I'd rather thought that myself, he admitted.
Good grief, look at the heat that's available, I said, getting really excited now. Farnsworth was still smiling, very pleased with himself.
I suppose you could put this thing in a box with convection fins and let it bounce around inside.
I'm way ahead of you, I said, but that wouldn't work. All your kinetic energy would go right back to heat on impact, and eventually that little ball would build up enough speed to blast its way through any box you could build.
Then how would you work it?
Well, I said, choking down the rest of my rum, you'd seal the ball in a big steel cylinder, attach the cylinder to a crankshaft and flywheel, give the thing a shake to start the ball bouncing back and forth, and let it run like a gasoline engine or something. It would get all the heat it needed from the air in a normal room. Mount the apparatus in your house and it would pump your water, operate a generator, and keep you cool at the same time. I sat down again, shakily, and began pouring myself another drink. Farnsworth had taken the ball from me and was carefully putting it back in its padded box. He was visibly showing excitement, too. I could see that his cheeks were ruddier and his eyes even brighter than normal.
But what if you want the cooling and don't have any work to be done?
Simple, I said. You just let the machine turn a flywheel, or lift weights and drop them, or something like that outside your house. You have an air intake inside, and if in the winter you don't want to lose heat, you just mount the thing in an outside building, attach it to your generator, and use the power to do whatever you want. Heat your house, say. There's plenty of heat in the outside air, even in December.
John, said Farnsworth, you're very ingenious. It might work.
Of course it'll work. Pictures were beginning to light up in my head. And don't you realize that this is the answer to the solar power problem? Why, mirrors and selenium are, at best, 10% efficient. Think of big pumping stations on the Sahara. All that heat, all that need for power, for irrigation. I paused a moment for effect. Farnsworth, this can change the very shape of the Earth. Farnsworth seemed to be lost in thought. Finally, he looked at me strangely and said,
Perhaps we'd better try to build a model.
I was so excited by the thing that I couldn't sleep that night. I kept dreaming of power stations, ocean liners, even automobiles, being operated by balls bouncing back and forth in cylinders. I even worked out a spaceship in my mind. A bullet-shaped affair with a huge rubber ball on its end, gyroscopes to keep it oriented properly, the ball serving as solution to that biggest of missile engineering problems, excess heat. You'd build a huge concrete launching field, supported all the way down to bedrock, hop in the ship and start bouncing. Of course, it would be kind of a rough ride. In the morning, I called my superintendent and told him to get a substitute for the rest of the week. I was going to be busy. Then I started working in the machine shop in Farnsworth's basement, trying to turn out a working model of a device that, by means of a crankshaft, oleo dampers, and a reciprocating cylinder, would pick up some of the random kinetic energy from the bouncing ball and do something useful with it, like turning a drive shaft. I was just working out a convection and air pump system for circulating hot air around the ball when Farnsworth came in. He had tucked carefully under his arm a sphere of about the size of a basketball, and if he had made it to my specifications, weighing 35 pounds. He had a worried frown on his forehead. "It looks good," I said. "What's the trouble?"
"There seems to be a slight hitch," he said. "I've been testing for conductivity. It seems to be quite low."
"That's what I'm working on now. It's just a mechanical problem of pumping enough warm air back to the ball. We can do it with no more than 20% efficiency loss. In an engine, that's nothing."
"Maybe you're right. But this material conducts heat even less than rubber does."
"The little ball yesterday didn't seem to have any trouble," I said.
"Naturally not. It had plenty of time to warm up before I started it. And its mass-surface area relationship was pretty low. The larger you make a sphere, of course, the more mass inside in proportion to the outside area."
"You're right, but I think we can whip it. We may have to honeycomb the ball and have part of the work the machine does operate a big air pump, but we can work it out." All that day I worked with lathe, milling machine, and hacksaw. After clamping the new big ball securely to a workbench, Farnsworth pitched in to help me. But we weren't able to finish by nightfall, and Farnsworth turned his spare bedroom over to me for the night. I was too tired to go home. And too tired to sleep soundly, too. Farnsworth lived on the edge of San Francisco, by a big truck bypass, and almost all night I wrestled with the pillow and sheets, listening half-consciously to those heavy trucks rumbling by, and in my mind, always, that little gray ball, bouncing and bouncing and bouncing. At daybreak, I came abruptly fully awake with the sound of crashing echoing in my ears, a battering sound that seemed to come from the basement. I grabbed my coat and pants, rushed out of the room, almost knocked over Farnsworth, who was struggling to get his shoes on out in the hall, and we scrambled down the 2 flights of stairs together. The place was a chaos. Battered and bashed equipment everywhere, and on the floor, overturned against the far wall, the table that the ball had been clamped to. The ball itself was gone. I had not been fully asleep all night, and the sight of that mess and what it meant jolted me immediately awake. Something, probably a heavy truck, had started a tiny oscillation in that ball, and the ball had been heavy enough to start the table bouncing with it until, by dancing that table around the room, it had literally torn the clamp off and shaken itself free. What had happened afterwards was obvious, with the ball building up velocity with every successive bounce. But where was the ball now? Suddenly Farnsworth cried out hoarsely, "Look!" And I followed his outstretched pudgy finger to where, at one side of the basement, a window had been broken open. A small window, but plenty big enough for something the size of a basketball to crash through. There was a little weak light coming from outdoors, and then I saw the ball. It was in Farnsworth's backyard, bouncing a little sluggishly on the grass. The grass would damp it, hold it back, until we could get to it, unless... I took off up the basement steps like a streak. Just beyond the backyard, I had caught a glimpse of something that frightened me. A few yards from where I had seen the ball was the edge of the big 6-lane highway, a broad ribbon of smooth, hard concrete. I got through the house to the back porch, rushed out, and was in the backyard just in time to see the ball take its first bounce onto the concrete. I watched it, fascinated, when it hit. After the soft, energy-absorbing turf, the concrete was like a springboard. Immediately, the ball flew high in the air. I was running across the yard toward it, praying under my breath, "Fall on that grass next time." It hit before I got to it, and right on the concrete again, and this time I saw it go straight up at least 50 feet. My mind was suddenly full of thoughts of dragging mattresses from the house, or making a net or something to stop that hurtling 35 pounds, but I stood where I was, unable to move, and saw it come down again on the highway. It went up 100 feet, and down again on the concrete about 15 feet further down the road, in the direction of the city. That time it was 200 feet, and when it hit again it made a thud that you could have heard for a quarter of a mile. I could practically see it flatten out on the road before it took off upward again, at twice the speed it had hit at. Suddenly generating an idea, I whirled and ran back to Farnsworth's house. He was standing in the yard now, shivering from the morning air, looking at me like a little lost and badly scared child. "Where are your car keys?" I almost shouted at him.
"In my pocket."
"Come on." I took him by the arm and half dragged him to the carport. I got the keys from him, started the car, and by mangling about 7 traffic laws and 3 prize rose bushes, managed to get on the highway, facing in the direction that the ball was heading. "Look," I said, trying to drive down the road and search for the ball at the same time. "It's risky, but if we can get the car under it and we can hop out in time, it should crash through the roof. That ought to slow it down enough for us to nab it."
"But what about my car?" Farnsworth pleaded.
"What about the first building, or first person, it hits in San Francisco?"
"Oh," he said. "Hadn't thought of that."
I slowed the car and stuck my head out the window. It was lighter now, but no sign of the ball. If it happens to get to town, any town for that matter, it'll be falling from about 10 or 20 miles, or 40.
"Maybe it'll go high enough first so that it'll burn, like a meteor."
"No chance," I said. "Built-in cooling system, remember?" Farnsworth formed his mouth into an O, and exactly at that moment there was a resounding thump, and I saw the ball hit in a field, maybe 20 yards from the edge of the road, and take off again. This time it didn't seem to double its velocity, and I figured the ground was soft enough to hold it back, but it wasn't slowing down either, not with a bounce factor of better than 2 to 1. Without watching for it to go up, I drove as quickly as I could off the road and over, carrying part of a wire fence with me to where it had hit. There was no mistaking it. There was a depression about 3 feet deep, like a small crater. I jumped out of the car and stared up. It took me a few seconds to spot it, over my head. One side caught by the pale and slanting morning sunlight, it was only a bright diminishing speck. The car motor was running, and I waited until the ball disappeared for a moment and then reappeared. I watched for another couple of seconds until I felt I could make a decent guess on its direction, hollered at Farnsworth to get out of the car. It had just occurred to me that there was no use risking his life, too. Dove in and drove 100 yards or so to the spot I had anticipated. I stuck my head out the window and up. The ball was the size of an egg now. I adjusted the car's position, jumped out, and ran for my life. It hit instantly after, about 60 feet away from the car. And at the same time it occurred to me that what I was trying to do was completely impossible. Better to hope that the ball hit a pond, or bounced out to sea, or landed in a sand dune. All we could do would be to follow, and if it ever was damped down enough, grab it. It had hit soft ground and didn't double its height that time, but it had still gone higher. It was out of sight for almost a lifelong minute. And then, incredibly rotten luck, it came down, with an ear-shattering thwack, on the concrete highway again. I had seen it hit, and instantly afterward I saw a crack as wide as a finger open along the entire width of the road, and the ball had flown back up like a rocket. My word, I was thinking, now it means business, and on that next bounce. It seemed like an incredibly long time that we craned our necks, Farnsworth and I, watching for it to reappear in the sky. And when it finally did, we could hardly follow it. It whistled like a bomb, and we saw the gray streak come plummeting to earth almost a quarter of a mile from where we were standing. But we didn't see it go back up again. For a moment we stared at each other silently. Then Farnsworth almost whispered,
"Perhaps it's landed in a pond."
"Or in the world's biggest cow pile," I said. "Come on." We could have met our deaths by rock salt and buckshot that night, if the farmer who owned that field had been home. We tore up everything we came to getting across it, including cabbages and rhubarb. But we had to search for 10 minutes, and even then we didn't find the ball. What we found was a hole in the ground that could have been a small-scale meteor crater. It was a good 20 feet deep, but at the bottom, no ball. I stared widely at it for a full minute before I focused my eyes enough to see, at the bottom, 1,000 little gray fragments. Immediately it came to both of us at the same time. A poor conductor, the ball had used up all its available heat on that final impact. Like a golf ball that has been dipped in liquid air and dropped, it had smashed into thin splinters. The hole had sloping sides, and I scrambled down in it and picked up one of the pieces, using my handkerchief, folded. There was no telling just how cold it would be. It was the stuff all right, and colder than an icicle. I climbed out. "Let's go home," I said. Farnsworth looked at me thoughtfully. Then he sort of cocked his head to one side and asked, "What do you suppose will happen when those pieces thaw?" I stared at him. I began to think of 1,000 tiny slivers whizzing around erratically, ricocheting off buildings and downtown San Francisco and in 20 countries, and no matter what they hit, moving and accelerating as long as there was any heat in the air to give them energy. And then I saw a tool shed on the other side of the pasture from us. But Farnsworth was ahead of me, waddling along, puffing. He got the shovels out and handed one to me. We didn't say a word, neither of us, for hours. It takes a long time to fill a hole 20 feet deep, especially when you're shoveling very, very carefully and packing down the dirt very, very hard. End of The Big Bounce by Walter S. Tevis. Recording by Jerome Lawson, December 2007.
The Dark Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Bell Myers. The Dark Door by Alan Edward Norse. 1. It was almost dark when he awoke and lay on the bed, motionless and trembling, his heart sinking in the knowledge that he should never have slept. For almost half a minute, eyes wide with fear, he lay in the silence of the gloomy room, straining to hear some sound, some indication of their presence. But the only sound was the barely audible hum of his wristwatch and the dismal splatter of raindrops on the cobbled street outside. There was no sound to feed his fear, yet he knew then, without a flicker of doubt, that they were going to kill him. He shook his head, trying to clear the sleep from his brain as he turned the idea over and over in his mind. He wondered why he hadn't realized it before, long before, back when they had first started this horrible, nerve-wracking cat-and-mouse game. The idea just hadn't occurred to him, but he knew the game playing was over. They wanted to kill him now, and he knew that ultimately they would kill him. There was no way for him to escape. He sat up on the edge of the bed, painfully, perspiration standing out on his bare back. And he waited, listening. How could he have slept, exposing himself so helplessly? Every ounce of his energy, all the skill and wit and shrewdness at his command, were necessary in this cruel hunt. Yet he had taken the incredible, terrible chance of sleeping, of losing consciousness, leaving himself wide open and helpless against the attack which he knew was inevitable. How much had he lost? How close had they come while he slept? Fearfully, he walked to the window, peered out, and felt his muscles relax a little. The gray, foggy streets were still light. He still had a little time before the terrible night began. He stumbled across the small, old-fashioned room, sensing that action of some sort was desperately needed. The bathroom was tiny. He stared in the battered, stained reflector unit, shocked at the red-eyed, stubble-faced apparition that stared back at him. This is Harry Scott, he thought, 32 years old, in the prime of life, but not the same Harry Scott who started out on a ridiculous quest so many months ago. This Harry Scott was being hunted like an animal, driven by fear, helpless and sure to die, unless he could find an escape somehow. But there were too many of them for him to escape, and they were too clever, and they knew he knew too much. He stepped into the shower-shave unit, trying to relax, to collect his racing thoughts. Above all, he wanted to stay the fear that burned through his mind, driving him to panic and desperation. The memory of the last hellish night was too stark to allow relaxation. The growing fear, the silent, desperate hunt through the night, the realization that their numbers were increasing, his frantic search for a hiding place in the new city, and finally his panic-stricken, pell-mell flight down into the alleys and cobbled streets and crumbling frame buildings of the old city. Even more horrible, the friends who had turned on him, who turned out to be like them. Back in the bedroom, he lay down again, his body still tense. There were sounds in the building, footsteps moving around on the floor overhead, a door banging somewhere. With every sound, every breath of noise, his muscles tightened still further, freezing him in fear. His own breath was shallow and rapid in his ears as he lay, listening, waiting. If only something would happen. He wanted to scream, to bang his head against the wall, to run around the room, smashing his fist into the doors, breaking every piece of furniture. It was the waiting, the eternal waiting, the running and waiting for more, feeling the net drawing tighter and tighter as he waited, feeling the measured, unhurried tread behind him always following, coming closer and closer, as though he were a mouse on a string, twisting and jerking helplessly. If only they would move, do something he could counter. But he wasn't even sure anymore that he could detect them, and they were so careful never to move into the open. He jumped up feverishly, moved to the window, and peered between the slats of the dusty old-fashioned blind at the street below. An empty street at first, wet, gloomy. He saw no one. And then he caught the flicker of light in an entry several doors down and across the street, as a dark figure sparked a cigarette to life. Harry felt the chill run down his back again. Still there, then. Still waiting. A hidden figure, always present, always waiting. Harry's eyes scanned the rest of the street rapidly. 2 three-wheelers rumbled by, their rubber hissing on the wet pavement. One of them carried the blue and white of the old city police, but the car didn't slow up or hesitate as it passed the dark figure in the doorway. They would never help me anyway, Harry thought, bitterly. He had tried that before and met with ridicule and threats. There would be no help from the police in the old city. Another figure came around a corner. There was something vaguely familiar about the tall body and broad shoulders as the man walked across the wet street. Something Harry faintly recognized from somewhere during the spinning madness of the past few weeks. The man's eyes turned up toward the window for the briefest instant, and then turned steadfastly to the street. Oh, they were sly. You could never spot them looking at you. Never for sure. But they were always there, always nearby. And there was no one he could trust any longer, no one to whom he could turn. Not even George Webber. Swiftly his mind reconsidered that possibility as he watched the figure move down the street. True, Dr. Webber had started him out on this search in the first place, but even Webber would never believe what he had found. Webber was a scientist, a researcher. What could he do? Go to Webber and tell him that there were men alive in the world who were not men, who were somehow men and something more? Could he walk into Dr. Webber's office in the Hoffman Medical Center, walk through the gleaming bright corridors, past the shining metallic doors, tell Dr. Webber that he had found people alive in the world who could actually see in 4 dimensions, live in 4 dimensions, think in 4 dimensions? Could he explain to Dr. Webber that he knew this simply because in some way he had sensed them, and traced them and discovered them, and that he had not one iota of proof except that he was being followed by them, hunted by them even now, in a room in the old city waiting for them to strike him down? He shook his head, almost sobbing. That was what was so horrible. He couldn't tell Webber, because Webber would be certain that he had gone mad, just like the rest. He couldn't tell anyone. He couldn't do anything. He could just wait and run and wait. It was almost dark now, and the creaking of the old board house intensified the fear that tore at Harry Scott's mind. Tonight was the night. He was sure of it. Maybe he had been foolish in coming here to the slum area where the buildings were relatively unguarded, where anybody could come and go as he pleased. But the new city had hardly been safer, even in the swankiest private chamber in the highest building. They had had agents there, too, hunting him, driving home the bitter lesson of fear that they had to teach him. Now he was afraid enough. Now they were ready to kill him. Down below he heard a door bang, and he froze, his back against the wall. There were footsteps, quiet voices, barely audible. His whole body shook and his eyes slid round to the window. The figure in the doorway still waited, but the other figure was not visible. He heard the steps on the stair, ascending slowly, steadily, a tread that paced itself with the powerful throbbing of his own pulse. Then the telephone screamed out. Harry gasped. The footsteps were on the floor below, moving steadily upward. The telephone rang again and again. The shrill jangling filled the room insistently. He waited until he couldn't wait any longer. His hand fumbled in a pocket and leveled a tiny, dull-gray metal object at the door. With the other hand he took the receiver from the hook. "Harry, is that you?" His throat was like sandpaper, and the words came out in a rasp. "What is it?" "Harry, this is George Webber." His eyes were glued to the door. "All right. What do you want?" "You've got to come talk to us, Harry. We've been waiting for weeks now. You promised us. We've got to talk to you." Harry still watched the door, but his breath came easier. The footsteps moved with ridiculous slowness up the stairs, down the hall towards the room. "What do you want me to do? They've come to kill me." There was a long pause. "Harry, are you sure?" "Dead sure." Can you make a break for it? Harry blinked. I could try. Well, it won't do any good. Well, at least try, Harry. Get here to the Hoffman Center. We'll help you all we can. I'll try. Harry's words were hardly audible as he set the receiver down with a trembling hand. The room was silent. The footsteps had stopped. A wave of panic passed up Harry's spine. He crossed the room, threw open the door, and stared up and down the hall, unbelieving. The hall was empty. He started down towards the stairs at a dead run, and then, too late, saw the faint golden glow of a Parkinson field across the dingy corridor. He gasped in fear and screamed out once as he struck it. And then, for seconds stretching into hours, he heard his scream echoing and re-echoing down long, bitter miles of hollow corridor. 2. George Webber leaned back in the soft chair, turning a quizzical glance towards the younger man across the room. He lit a long black cigar. Well? His heavy voice boomed out in the small room. Now that we've got him here, what do you think? The younger man glanced uncomfortably through the glass wall panel into the small dark room beyond. In the dimness he could barely make out the still form on the bed, grotesque, with the electrode vernier apparatus already in place at its temples. Dr. Manelli looked away sharply, and leafed through the thick sheaf of chart papers in his hand. I don't know, he said dully. I just don't know what to think. The other man's laugh seemed to rise from the depths of his huge chest. His heavy face creased into 1,000 wrinkles. Dr. Webber was a large man, his broad shoulders carrying a suggestion of immense power that matched the intensity of his dark, wide-set eyes. He watched Dr. Manelli's discomfort grow, saw the younger doctor's ears grow red, and the almost cruel lines in his face were masked as he laughed still louder. Trouble with you, Frank. You just don't have the courage of your convictions. Well, I just don't see anything so funny about it. Manelli's eyes were angry. The man has a suspicious syndrome, so you followed him, spied on him for weeks on end, which isn't exactly the highest ethical practice in collecting a history. I still can't see how you're justified. Dr. Webber snorted, tossing his cigar down on the desk with disgust. The man is insane. That's my justification. He's out of touch with reality. He's wandered into a wild, impossible, fantastic dream world. We've got to get him out of it, because what he knows, what he's trying to hide from us, is so incredibly dangerous that we don't dare let him go. The big man stared at Manelli, his dark eyes flashing. Can't you see that? Or would you rather sit back and let Harry Scott go the way that Paulus and Weinberg and the others went? But if he used the Parkinson field on him, Dr. Manelli shook his head hopelessly. He'd offered to come over, George. We didn't need to use it. Sure, he offered to come. Fine. Fine, but supposing he changed his mind on the way. For all we know, he had us figured into his paranoia too, and we never would have come near the Hoffman Center. Dr. Webber shook his head. We're not playing a game anymore, Frank. Get that straight. I thought it was a game a couple of years ago, when we first started, but it ceased to be a game when men like Paulus and Weinberg walked in, sane, healthy men, and came out blubbering idiots. It's no game anymore. We're on to something big, and if Harry Scott can lead us to the core of it, well, I can't care too much what happens to Harry Scott. Dr. Manelli stood up sharply, walked to the window, and looked down over the bright, clean buildings of the Hoffman Medical Center. Out across the terraced park that surrounded the glass towers and shining metal of the center rose the new city, tier upon tier of smooth, functional architecture, a city of dreams built up painfully out of the rubble of the older, ruined city. You could kill him, the young man said finally. The psycho-integrator isn't any standard interrogative technique. It's dangerous and treacherous. You never know for sure just what you're doing when you dig down into a man's brain tissue with those little electrode probes. But we can learn the truth about Harry Scott, Dr. Webber said. 6 months ago, Harry Scott was working with us, a quiet, affable, pleasant young fellow. Extremely intelligent, intensely cooperative. He was just the man we needed to work with us, an engineer who could take our data and case studies, study them, and subject them to a completely non-medical analysis. Oh, we had to have it done. The problem's been with us for 100 years now, growing ever since the 1950s and 60s. Insanity in the population, growing, spreading without rhyme or reason, insinuating itself into every nook and cranny of our civilized life. The big man blinked at Manelli. Harry Scott was a new approach. We were too close to the problem. We needed a non-medical outsider to take a look, to tell us what we were missing. So Harry Scott walked into the problem and then abruptly lost contact with us. We finally track him down, find him gone, out of touch with reality, on the same wretched road that all the others went. With Harry, it's paranoia. He's being persecuted. He has the whole world against him. But most important, the factor we don't dare overlook, he's no longer working on the problem. Manelli shifted uneasily. I suppose that's right. Of course it's right, Dr. Webber's eyes flashed. Harry found something in those statistics. Something about the data, or the case histories, or something Harry Scott himself dug up, opened a door for him to go through, a door that none of us ever dreamed existed. We don't know what he found on the other side of that door. All we know what he thinks he found, all this garbage about people that look normal but walk through walls and nobody's looking, who think around corners instead of a straight-line logic. But what he really found there, we don't have any way of telling. We just know that whatever he really found is something new, something unsuspected, something so dangerous it can drive an intelligent man into the wildest delusions of paranoid persecution. A new light appeared in Dr. Manelli's eyes as he faced the other doctor. "Wait a minute," he said softly. "The integrator is an experimental instrument, too." Dr. Webber smiled slyly. "Now you're beginning to think," he said. "But you'll see only what Scott himself believes, and he thinks his story is true." "Then we'll have to break his story." "Break it?" "Certainly. For some reason, this delusion of persecution is far safer for Harry Scott than facing what he really found out. What we've got to do is make this delusion less safe than the truth." The room was silent for a long moment. Manelli looked up, his fingers trembling. "Let's hear it." "It's very simple. Up to now, Harry Scott has had delusions of persecution. But now we're really going to persecute Harry Scott, as he's never been persecuted before." 3. At first he thought he was at the bottom of a deep well, and he lay quite still, his eyes clamped shut, wondering where he was and how he could possibly have gotten there. He could feel the dampness and chill of the stone floor under him, and nearby heard the damp, insistent drip of water splashing against stone. He felt his muscles tighten as the dripping sound forced itself against his senses, and then he opened his eyes. His first impulse was to scream out wildly in unreasoning, suffocating fear. He fought it down. Struggling to sit up in the blackness, his whole mind turned in bitter, hopeless hatred at the ones who had hunted him for so long, and now had trapped him. Why? Why did they torture him? Why not kill him outright and have done with it? He shuddered and struggled to his feet, staring about him in horror. It was not a well, but a small room, circular, with little rivulets of stale water running down the granite walls. The ceiling closed low over his head, and the only source of light came from the single doorway opening into a long, low stone passageway. Wave after wave of panic rose in Harry's throat, each time he fought down the urge to scream, to lie down on the ground and cover his face with his hands and scream in helpless fear. How could they have known the horror that lay in his own mind, the horror of darkness, of damp, slimy walls and scurrying rodents, of the clinging, stale humidity of dungeon passageways? He himself had seldom recalled it except in his most hideous dreams, yet he had known such a fear as a boy, so many years ago, and now it was all around him. He had known somehow and used it against him. Why? He sank down on the floor, his head in his hands, trying to think straight, to find some clue in the turmoil bubbling through his mind that would tell him what had happened. He had started down the hallway from his room to find Dr. Webber and tell him about the other people. He stopped short, looked up wide-eyed. Had he been going to Dr. Webber? Had he actually decided to go? Perhaps. Yes, perhaps he had, though Webber would only laugh at such a ridiculous story, but the knot-men who had hunted him would not laugh. To them, it would not be funny. They knew that it was true, and they knew he knew it was true. But why not kill him? Why this torture? Why this horrible persecution that dug into the depths of his own nightmares to haunt him? His breath came fast, and a chilly sweat broke out on his forehead. Where was he? Was this some long-forgotten vault in the depths of the old city? Or was this another place, another world, perhaps, that the knot-men with their impossible powers had created to torture him? His eyes sought the end of the hall, saw the turn at the end, saw the light which seemed to come from the end, and then, in an instant, he was running down the damp passageway, his pulse pounding at his temples, until he could hardly gasp enough breath as he ran. Finally, he reached the turn in the corridor where the light was brighter, and he swung round to stare at the source of the light, a huge, burning, smoky torch which hung from the wall. Even as he looked at it, the torch went out, shutting him into inky darkness. The only sound at first was the desperation of his own breath. Then he heard little scurrying sounds around his feet, and screamed involuntarily as something sleek and four-footed jumped at his chest with snapping jaws. Shuddering, he fought the thing off, his fingers closing on wiry fur as he caught and squeezed. The thing went limp, and suddenly melted in his hands. He heard it splash as it struck the damp ground at his feet. What were they doing to his mind? He screamed out in horror and followed the echoes of his own scream as he ran down the stone corridor, blindly, slipping on the wet stone floor, falling on his knees into inches of brackish water, scraping back to his feet with an uncontrollable convulsion of fear and loathing, only to run more. The corridor suddenly broke into two and he stopped short. He didn't know how far or how long he had run, but it suddenly occurred to him that he was still alive, still safe. Only his mind was under attack. Only his mind was afraid, teetering on the edge of control, and this maze of dungeon tunnels. Where could such a thing exist? So perfectly outfitted to horrify him, so neatly fitting into his own pattern of childhood fears and terrors. From where could such a very individual attack on his sanity have sprung? From nowhere except from his own mind. For an instant he saw a flicker of light, thought he grasped the edge of a concept previously obscure to him. He stared around him, at the mist swirling down the damp, dark corridor, and thought of the rat that had melted in his hand. Suddenly his mind was afire, searching through his experience with the strange not-men he had learned to detect, trying to remember everything he had learned and deduced about them before they began their brutal persecution. They were men, and they looked like men, but they were different. They had other properties of mind, other capabilities that men did not have. They were not men. They could exist and coexist. Two people in one frame, one person known, realized by all who saw, the other one concealed, except from those who learned how to look. They could use their minds, they could rationalize correctly, they could use their curious, four-dimensional knowledge to bring them to answers no three-dimensional man could reach. But they couldn't project into men's minds. Carefully, Harry peered down the misty tunnels. They were clever, these creatures, and powerful, and since they had discovered that he knew them, they had done their work of fear and terror on his mind skillfully, but they were limited, too. They couldn't make things happen that were not true. Fantasies, illusions. Yes, this dungeon was an illusion. It had to be. He cursed and started down the right-hand corridor, his heart sinking. There was no such place, and he knew it. He was walking in a dream, a fantasy that had no substance, yet that could do no more than frighten him, drive him insane, and yet he must have already lost his mind to be accepting such an illusion. Why had he delayed? Why hadn't he gone to the Hoffman Center, laid the whole story before Dr. Webber and Dr. Manelli at the very first, told them what he had found? Well, true, they might have thought him insane, but they wouldn't have put him to torture. They might even have believed him enough to investigate what he told them. And then the cat would have been out of the bag. The tale would have been incredible, but at least his mind would have been safe. He turned down another corridor and walked suddenly into waist-deep water, so cold it numbed his legs. He stopped again to force back the tendrils of unreasoning horror that brushed his mind. Nothing could really harm him. He would merely wait until his mind finally reached a balance again. There might be no end. It might be a ghastly trap, but he would wait. Strangely, the mist was becoming greenish in color as it swirled toward him in the damp, vaulted passageway. His eyes began watering a little, and the lining of his nose started to burn. He stopped short, newly alarmed, and stared at the walls, rubbing the tears away to clear his vision. The greenish-yellow haze grew thicker, catching his eyes and burning like 1,000 furies, ripping into his throat until he was choking and coughing, as though great knives sliced through his lungs. He tried to scream and started running blindly. Each gasping breath was an agony as the blistering gas dug deeper and deeper into his lungs. Reason departed from him. He was screaming incoherently as he stumbled up a stony ramp, crashed into a wall, spun round, and smashed blindly into another, and then something caught at his shirt. He felt the heavy planks and pounded iron scrollwork of a huge door, and threw himself upon it, wrenching at the old latch until the door swung open with a screech of rusty hinges. He fell forward on his face, and the door swung shut behind him. He lay face down, panting and sobbing in the stillness. Coarse hands grasped his collar, jerking him rudely to his feet, and he opened his eyes. Across the dim, vaulted room he could see the shadowy form of a man. A big man, with a broad chest and powerful shoulders, a man whose rich voice Harry almost recognized, but whose face was deep in shadow. As Harry wiped the tears from his tortured eyes, he heard the man's voice rumble out at him. "Perhaps you've had enough now to change your mind about telling us the truth." Harry stared, not quite comprehending. The truth?" The man's voice was harsh, cutting across the room impatiently. "The truth, I said. A problem, you fool. What you saw, what you learned. You know perfectly well what I'm referring to, but we'll swallow no more of this silly four-dimensional Superman tale, so don't bother to start it." "I don't understand you. It's true." Again he tried to peer across the room. "Why are you hunting me like this? What are you trying to do to me?"
"We want the truth. We want to know what you saw."
But you're what I saw. You know what I found out. I mean..." He stopped, his face going white. His hand went to his mouth. He stared still harder. "Who are you?" he whispered.
"The truth!" the man roared. "You'd better be quick or you'll be back in the corridor."
"Weber!"
"Your last chance, Harry."
Without warning, Harry was across the room, flying across the desk, crashing into the big man's chest. With a scream of fury, he fought, driving his fists into the powerful chest, wrenching at the thick, flailing arms of the startled man. "It's you!" he screamed. "It's you that's been torturing me! It's you that's been hunting me down all this time! Not the other people! You and your crowd of ghouls have been at my throat!" He threw the big man off balance, dropped heavily on him as he fell back to the ground, glared down into the other's angry brown eyes. And then, as though he had never been there at all, the big man vanished, and Harry sat back on the floor, his whole body shaking with frustrated sobs as his mind twisted in anguish. He had been wrong, completely wrong, ever since he had discovered the Knot Men, because he had thought they had been the ones who hunted and tortured him for so long, and now he knew how far he had been wrong, for the face of the shadowy man, the man behind the nightmare he was living, was the face of Dr. George Weber. "You're a fool," said Dr. Manelli sharply as he turned away from the sleeping figure on the bed to face the older man. "Of all the ridiculous things to let him connect you with this." The young doctor turned abruptly and sat down in a chair, glowering at Dr. Weber. "You haven't gotten to first base yet, but you've just given Scott enough evidence to free himself from integrator control altogether if he gives it any thought. I suppose you realize that?"
"Nonsense," Dr. Weber retorted. "He had enough information to do that when we first started. I'm no more worried now than I was then.
I'm sure he doesn't know enough about the psycho-integrator to be able to voluntarily control the patient-operator relationship to any degree.
Oh, no, he's safe enough. But you've missed the whole point of that little interview."
Dr. Weber grinned at Manelli. "I'm afraid I have. It looked to me like useless bravado."
"The persecution, man! The persecution! He's shifted his sights. Before that interview, the Knot Men were torturing him, remember? Because they were afraid he would report his findings to me, of course. But now it's I that's against him." His grin widened. "You see where that leads?" "Well, you're talking almost as though you believe the story about a different sort of people among us." Dr. Weber shrugged. "Perhaps I do."
"Oh, come now, George." Dr. Weber's eyebrows went up, and the grin disappeared from his face.
"Harry Scott believes it, Frank. We mustn't forget that, or miss its significance. Before Harry started this investigation of his, he wouldn't have paid any attention to such nonsense. But he believes it now."
"But Harry Scott is insane. You said it yourself."
"Ah, yes," said Dr. Weber. "Insane. Just like the others who started to get somewhere along these lines of investigation. Try to analyze the growing incidence of insanity in the population, and you yourself go insane. You've got to be crazy to be a psychiatrist. It's an old joke, but it isn't very funny anymore. It's too much for coincidence. And then consider the nature of the insanity. A full-blown paranoia. Oh, it's amazing. A cunning organization of men, or not men, a regular fairy story, all straight from Harry Scott's agile young mind. But now it's we who are persecuting him, and he still believes his fairy tale." "So?" Dr. Weber's eyes flashed angrily. "It's too neat, Frank. It's clever, and it's powerful, whatever we're up against. But I think we've got an ace in the hole. We have Scary Scott." "And you really think he'll lead us somewhere?" Dr. Weber laughed. "That door I spoke of, that Harry peeked through. I think he'll go back to it again. I think he started to open that door already. This time, I'm going to follow him through."
4. It seemed incredible. Yet Harry Scott knew that he had not been mistaken. It had been Dr. Weber's face that he had seen, A face no one could forget, an unmistakable face. And that meant that it had been Dr. Weber who had been persecuting him. But why? He had been going to report to Weber when he had run into that golden field in the rooming house hallway, and suddenly things had changed. Harry felt a chill reaching to his fingers and toes. Yes, something had changed all right. The attack on him had suddenly become butcherous, cruel, sneaking into his mind somehow to use his most dreaded nightmares against him. There was no telling what new horrors might be waiting for him. But he knew that he would lose his mind unless he could find an escape. He was on his feet, his heart pounding. He had to get out of here, wherever he was. He had to get back to town, back to the city, back to where people were. If he could find a place to hide, a place where he could rest, he could try to think his way out of this ridiculous maze, or at least try to understand it. He wrenched at the door in the passageway, started through, and smashed face up against a solid brick wall. He cried out and jumped back from the wall. Blood trickled from his nose. The door was walled up, the mortar dry and hard. Frantically, he glanced around the room. There were no other doors, only the row of tiny windows around the ceiling of the room, pale, ghostly squares of light. He pulled the chair over to the windows, peered out through the cobwebbed openings to the corridor beyond. It was not the same hallway as before, but an old dirty building corridor, incredibly aged, with bricks sagging away from the walls. At the end he could see stairs, and even the faintest hint of sunlight coming from above. Wildly he tore at the masonry of the window, chipping away at the soggy mortar with his fingers until he could squeeze through the opening. He fell to the floor of the corridor outside. It was much colder, and the silence was no longer so intense. He seemed to feel, rather than hear, the surging power, the rumble of many machines, the little, almost palpable vibrations from far above him. He started in a dead run down the musty corridor to the stairs and began to climb them, almost stumbling over himself in his eagerness. After several flights, the brick walls gave way to cleaner plastic, and suddenly a brightly lighted corridor stretched before him. Panting from the climb, Harry ran down the corridor to the end, wrenched open a door, and looked out anxiously. He was almost stunned by the bright light. At first he couldn't orient himself as he stared down at the metal ramp, the moving strips of glowing metal, carrying the throngs of people, sliding along the thoroughfare before him, unaware of him, watching, unaware of any change from the usual. The towering buildings before him rose to unbelievable heights, bathed in ever-changing rainbow colors, and he felt his pulse thumping in his temples as he gaped. He was in the new city. Of that there was no doubt. This was the part of the great metropolis which had been built again since the devastating war that had nearly wiped the city from the earth a decade before. These were the moving streets, the beautiful residential apartments, following the modern neo-functional patterns and the participational design which had completely altered the pattern of city living. The old city still remained, of course, the slums, the tenements, the skid rows of the metropolis, but this was the teeming heart of the city, a new home for men to live in. And this was the stronghold where the not-men could be found, too. The thought cut through Harry's mind, sending a tremor up his spine. He had found them here. He had uncovered his first clues here, and discovered them, and even now his mind was filled with the horrible, paralyzing fear he had felt that first night when he had made the discovery. Yet he knew now that he dared not go back where he had come from. At last he could understand why the not-men might have feared and persecuted him, but he could not understand the horrible assault that Dr. Weber had unleashed, and somehow he found Dr. Weber's attack infinitely more frightening. He seemed to be safe here, though, at least for the moment. Quickly he moved down onto the nearest moving sidewalk, heading towards the living section of the new city. He knew where he would go there, where he would lock himself in, a place where he could think, possibly find a way to fight off Dr. Weber's attack of nightmares. He settled back on a bench in the moving sidewalk, watching the city slide past him for several minutes before he noticed the curious shadow form which seemed to whisk out of his field of vision every time he looked. They were following him again. He looked around wildly as the sidewalk moved swiftly through the cool evening air. Far above, he could see the shimmering iridescent screen that still stood to protect the new city from the devastating virus attacks which might again strike down from the skies without warning. Far ahead, he could see the magnificent bridge formed by the sidewalk crossing over to the apartment area,
where the thousands who worked in the new city were returning to their homes. Someone was still following him. Presently he heard the sound. So close to his ear he jumped, yet so small he could hardly identify it as a human voice. "What was it you found, Harry? What did you discover? Better tell, better tell." He saw the rift in the moving sidewalk coming, far ahead, a great, gaping rent in the metal fabric of the swiftly moving escalator, as if a huge blade were slicing it down the middle. Harry's hand went to his mouth, choking back a scream as the hole moved with incredible rapidity down the center of the strip, swallowing up whole rows of the seats, moving straight towards his own. He glanced in front. He glanced in fright right over the side just as the sidewalk moved out onto the bridge, and he gasped as he saw the towering canyons of buildings fall far below, saw the seats tumble end over end, heard the sounds of screaming blend into the roar of air by his ears. And then the rift screamed by him with a demonic whine, and he sank back onto his bench, gaping, as the two cloven halves of the strip clanged back together again. He stared at the people around him on the strip, and they stared back at him, mildly, unperturbed, and returned to their evening papers as the strip passed through the first local station on the other side of the bridge. Harry Scott sprang to his feet, moving swiftly across the slower strips for the exit channels. He noted the station stop vaguely, but his only thought now was speed, desperate speed, fear-driven speed, to put into action the plan that had suddenly burst into his mind. He knew that he had reached his limit. He had come to a point beyond which he couldn't fight alone. Somehow, Weber had burrowed into his brain, laid his mind open to attacks of nightmare and madness that he could never hope to fight. Facing this alone, he would lose his mind. His only hope was to go for help to the ones he feared only slightly less, the ones who had minds capable of fighting back for him. He crossed under the movable sidewalks and boarded the one going back into the heart of the city. Somewhere there, he hoped, he would find the help he needed, somewhere back in that city where men he had discovered who were men, and something more. Frank Manelli carefully took the blood pressure of the sleeping figure on the bed, then turned to the other man. "He'll be dead soon," he snapped. "Another few minutes now. That's all it'll take. Just a few more." "Absurd. There's nothing in these stimuli that can kill him." George Weber sat tense, his eyes fixed on the pale, fluctuating screen near the head of the bed. "His own mind can kill him. He's on the run now. You've broken him loose from his nice, safe paranoia. His mind is retreating, running back from some other delusions. It's escaping to the safety his fantasy people can afford him, these not men he thinks about." Yes, yes, agreed Dr. Weber, his eyes eager. "Oh, he's on the run now." "But what will he do when he finds there aren't any not men to save him? What will he do then?" Weber looked up, frowning and grim. "Well, then we'll know what he found behind the dark door that he opened, that's what." "No, you're wrong. He'll die. He'll find nothing, and the shock will kill him. My God, Weber, you can't tamper with a man's mind like this and hope to save his life. You're obsessed. You've always been obsessed by this impossible search for something in our society, some undiscovered factor to account for the mental illness, the divergent minds. But you can't kill a man to trace it down." "It's too neat," said Weber. "He comes back to tell us the truth, and we call him insane. We say he's paranoid, throw him in restraint, place him in an asylum, and we never know what he found. The truth is too incredible. When we hear it, it must be insanity we're hearing." The big doctor laughed, jabbing his thumb at the screen. "This isn't insanity we're seeing. Oh, no, this is the answer we're following. I won't stop now. I've waited too long for this show." "Well, I say stop it while he's still alive." Dr. Weber's eyes were deadly. "Get out, Frank," he said softly. "I'm not stopping now." His eyes returned to the screen, to the bobbing figure that the psycho-integrator placed on the fluorescent background. 20 years of search had led him here, and now he knew the end was at hand. 5. It was a wild, nightmarish journey. At every step Harry's senses betrayed him. His wristwatch turned into a brilliant blue-green snake that snapped at his wrist. The air was full of snarling creatures that threatened him at every step, but he fought them off, knowing that they would harm him far less than panic would. He had no idea where to hunt, nor whom to try to reach,
but he knew that they were in the new city, and somehow he knew they would help him if only he could find them. He got off the moving strip as soon as the lights of the center of the city were clear below, and stepped into the self-operated lift that sped down to ground level. From the elevator, he moved on to one of the long honeycombed concourses filled with passing shoppers who stared at the colorful, enticing three-dimensional displays. At one of the intersections ahead, he spotted a visiphone station and dropped into the little seat before the screen. There had been a number, if only he could recall it. But as he started to dial, the silvery screen shattered into 1,000 sparkling glass chips, showering the floor with crystalline sparks. Harry cursed, grabbed the hand instrument, and jangled frantically for the operator. Before she could answer, the instrument grew warm in his hand, then hot and soft like wax. Slowly, it melted and ran down his arm. He bolted out into the stream of people, trying desperately to draw some comfort from the crowd around him. He felt utterly alone. He had to contact the Not Men who were in the city, warn them before they spotted him of the attack he carried with him. If he were leading his pursuer, he could expect no mercy from the ones whose help he sought. He knew the lengths to which they would go to remain undetected in the society around them. Yet he had to find them. In the distance he saw a figure waiting, back against one of the show windows. Harry stopped short, ducked into a doorway, and peered out fearfully. Their eyes locked for an instant. Then the figure moved on. Harry felt a jolt of horror surge through him. Dr. Weber hunting him in person. He ducked out of the doorway, turned and ran madly in the opposite direction, searching for an up escalator he could catch. Behind him he heard shots, heard the angry whine of bullets past his ear. He breathed in great gasping sobs as he found an almost empty escalator and bounded up it 4 steps at a time. Below he could see Weber coming too, his broad shoulders forcing their way relentlessly through the mill of people. Panting, Harry reached the top, checked his location against a wall map, and started down the long ramp which led toward the building he had tried to call. Another shot broke out behind him. The wall alongside powdered away, leaving a gaping hole. On impulse, he leaped into the hole, running through to the rear of the building, as the weakened wall swayed and crumbled into a heap of rubble just as Weber reached the place Harry had entered. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and raced up the stairs of the building to reach a ramp on another level. He turned his eyes towards the tall building at the end of the concourse. There he could hide and relax and try somehow to make a contact. Someone fell into step beside him and took his arm gently, but firmly. Harry jerked away, turning terrified eyes to the one who had joined him. "Quiet," said the man, steering him around towards the edge of the concourse. "Not a sound. You'll be all right." Harry felt a tremor pass through his mind, the barest touching of mental fingertips, a recognition that sent a surge of eager blood through his heart. He stopped short, facing the man. "I'm being followed," he gasped. "You can't take me anywhere. You don't want Weber to follow, or you'll be in terrible danger." The stranger shrugged and smiled briefly. "You're not here. You're in a psycho-integrator. It can hurt you if you let it, but it can't hurt me." He stepped up his pace slightly, and in a moment they turned abruptly into a darkened cul-de-sac. Suddenly they were moving through the wall of the building, into the brilliantly lit lobby of the tall building. Harry gasped, but the stranger led him without a sound towards the elevator, stepped aboard with him, and sped upward, the silence broken only by the whish-whish-whish of the passing floors. Finally they stepped out into a quiet corridor and down through a small office door. A man sat behind the desk in the office, his face quiet, his eyes very wide and dark. He hardly glanced at Harry, but turned his eyes to the other man. "Set?" he asked. "Couldn't miss now." The man nodded and looked at last at Harry. "You're upset," he murmured. "What's bothering you?" "Weber," said Harry hoarsely. "He's following me here. He'll spot you. I tried to warn you before I came, but I couldn't." The man at the desk smiled. Weber again, huh? Our old friend Weber. That's all right. Weber's at the end of his tether. There's nothing he can do to stop us. He's trying to attack with force, and he fails to realize that time and thought are on our side. The time when force would have succeeded against us is long past. But now there are many of us, almost as many as not. Harry stared shrewdly at the man behind the desk. "Then why are you so afraid of Weber?" he asked.
Afraid? Well, you know you are. Long ago you threatened me if I reported to him. You watched me, played with me. Why are you afraid of him? The man sighed. Weber's premature. We are stalling for time. That's all. We wait. We've grown from so very few back in the 1940s and 50s, but the time for quiet usurpation of power has not quite arrived. But men like Weber force our hand, discover us, try to expose us. Harry Scott's face was white, his hands shaking. And what do you do to them? We, deal with them. And those like me? The man smiled lopsidedly. Those like Paulus and Weinberg and the rest. They're happy, really, like little children, but one like you is so much more useful. He pointed almost apologetically to the small screen on his desk. Harry looked at it, realization dawning. He watched the huge, broad-shouldered figure moving down the hallway towards the door. Weber was dangerous to you. Unbelievably dangerous. So dangerous we would use any means to trap him. Suddenly the door burst open, and there stood Weber. A triumphant Weber, face flushed, eyes wide, as he stared at the man behind the desk. The man smiled back and said, "Come on in, George. We've been waiting for you." Weber stepped through the door. "Manelli, you fool!" There was a blinding flash as he crossed the threshold. A faint crackle of sound reached Harry's ears. Then the world blacked out. It might have been minutes or hours or days. The man who had been behind the desk was leaning over Harry, smiling down at him, gently bandaging the trephined wounds at his temples. "Gently," he said, as Harry tried to sit up. "Don't try to move. You've been through a rough time." Harry peered up at him. You're not Dr. Weber." "No, I'm Dr. Manelli. Dr. Weber's been called away. An accident. He'll be some time recovering. I'll be taking care of you." Vaguely, Harry was aware that something was peculiar, something not quite as it should be. The answer slowly dawned on him. "The statistical analysis," he exclaimed. "I was supposed to get some data for Dr. Weber about an analysis, something about rising insanity rates." Dr. Manelli looked blank. "Insanity rates? You must be mistaken. You were brought here for an immunity examination, nothing more, but you can check with Dr. Weber when he gets back." 6. George Weber sat in the little room, trembling, listening, his eyes wide in the thick, misty darkness. He knew it would be a matter of time now. He couldn't run much further. He hadn't seen them, true. Oh, they'd been very clever, but they thought they were dealing with a fool, and they weren't. He knew they'd been following him. He'd known it for a long time now. It was just as he had been telling the man downstairs the night before. They were everywhere. Your neighbor upstairs, the butcher on the corner, your own son or daughter, maybe even the man you were talking to. Everywhere. And of course he had to warn as many people as he possibly could before they caught him, throttled him off as they had threatened to if he talked to anyone. If only the people would listen to him when he told them how cleverly it was all planned, how it would only be a matter of months, maybe only weeks or days before the change would happen, and the world would be quietly, silently taken over by the other people, the different people who could walk through the walls and think in impossibly complex channels, and no one would know the difference, because business would go on as usual. He shivered, sinking down lower on the bed. If only people would listen to him. It wouldn't be long now. He had heard the stealthy footsteps on the landing below his room some time ago. This was the night they had chosen to make good their threats, to choke off his dangerous voice once and for all. There were footsteps on the stairs now, growing louder. Wildly he glanced around the room as the steps moved down the hall toward his door. He rushed to the window, threw up the sash, and screamed hoarsely to the silent street below, "Look out! They're here, all around us! They're planning to take over! Look out! Look out!" The door burst open, and there were two men moving toward him, grim-faced, dressed in white. Tall, strong men, with sad faces and strong arms. One was saying, "Better come quietly, mister. No need to wake up the whole town." End of The Dark Door by Alan Edward Norse.
Recording by Bruce Bellmeyers.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Gambler's World by Keith Laumer. Retief paused before a tall mirror to check the overlap of the 4 sets of lapels that ornamented the vermilion cutaway of a first secretary and consul. "Come along, Retief," Magnan said. "The ambassador has a word to say to the staff before we go in." "I hope he isn't going to change the spontaneous speech he plans to make when the potentate impulsively suggests a trade agreement along the lines they've been discussing for the last 2 months." "Your derisive attitude is uncalled for, Retief," Magnan said sharply. "I think you realize it's delayed your promotion in the Corps." Retief took a last glance in the mirror. "I'm not sure I want a promotion," he said. "It would mean more lapels." Ambassador Crodfoller pursed his lips, waiting until Retief and Magnan took places in the ring of terrestrial diplomats around him. "A word of caution only, gentlemen," he said. "Keep always foremost in your minds the necessity for our identification with the Nenni caste. Even a hint of familiarity with lower echelons could mean the failure of the mission. Let us remember that the Nenni represent authority here on Patriac. Their traditions must be observed, whatever our personal preferences. Let's go along now. The potentate will be making his entrance any moment." Magnan came to Retief's side as they moved toward the salon. "The ambassador's remarks were addressed chiefly to you, Retief," he said. "Your laxness in these matters is notorious. Naturally, I believe firmly in democratic principles myself. Have you a feeling, Mr. Magnan, that there's a lot going on here that we don't know about?" Magnan nodded. "Quite so. Ambassador Crodfoller's point exactly. Matters which are not of concern to the Nenni are of no concern to us." "Another feeling I get is that the Nenni aren't very bright. Now suppose—" "I'm not given to suppositions, Retief. We're here to implement the policies of the Chief of Mission, and I should dislike to be in the shoes of a member of the staff whose conduct jeopardized the agreement that will be concluded here tonight." A bearer with a tray of drinks rounded a fluted column, shied as he confronted the diplomats, fumbled the tray, grabbed and sent a glass crashing to the floor. Magnan leaped back, slapping at the purple cloth of his pants leg. Retief's hand shot out to steady the tray. The servant rolled terrified eyes. "I'll take one of these, now that you're here," Retief said. He took a glass from the tray, winking at the servant. "No harm done," he said. "Mr. Magnan's just warming up for the big dance." A Nenni major domo bustled up, rubbing his hands politely. "Some trouble here?" he said. "What happened, honorables? What... "The blundering idiot!" Magnan spluttered. "How dare—" "You're quite an actor, Mr. Magnan," Retief said. "If I didn't know about your democratic principles, I'd think you were really mad." The servant ducked his head and scuttled away. "Has this fellow—" The major domo eyed the retreating bearer. "I dropped my glass," Retief said. "Mr. Magnan's upset because he hates to see liquor wasted." Retief turned to find himself face to face with Ambassador Crodfoller. "I witnessed that," the ambassador hissed. "By the goodness of Providence, the potentate and his retinue haven't appeared yet. But I can assure you the servants saw it. A more un-Nenni-like display I would find it difficult to imagine." Retief arranged his features in an expression of deep interest. More unnenny-like, sir? He said. I'm not sure I... Bah! The ambassador glared at Retief. Your reputation has preceded you, sir. Your name is associated with a number of the most bizarre incidents in Corps history. I'm warning you, I'll tolerate nothing. He turned and stalked away. Ambassador baiting is a dangerous sport, Retief, Magnan said. Retief took a swallow of his drink. Still, he said, it's better than no sport at all. Your time would be better spent observing the Nenni mannerisms. Frankly, Retief, you're not fitting into the group at all well. I'll be candid with you, Mr. Magnan. The group gives me the willies. Oh, the Nenni are a trifle frivolous, I'll concede, Magnan said. But it's with them that we must deal, and you'd be making a contribution to the overall mission if you merely abandoned that rather arrogant manner of yours. Magnan looked at Retief critically. You can't help your height, of course, but couldn't you curve your back just a bit, and possibly assume a more placating expression? Just act a little more... girlish? Exactly. Magnan nodded, then looked sharply at Retief. Retief drained his glass and put it on a passing tray. I'm better at acting girlish when I'm well juiced, he said, but I can't face another sorghum and soda. I suppose it would be unnenny-like to slip the bearer a credit and ask for a scotch and water? Decidedly. Magnan glanced toward a sound across the room. Ah, here's the potentate now. He hurried off. Retief watched the bearers coming and going, bringing trays laden with drinks, carrying off empties. There was a lull in the drinking now, as the diplomats gathered around the periwigged chief of state and his courtiers. Bearers loitered near the service door, eyeing the notables. Retief strolled over to the service door, pushed through it into a narrow, white-tiled hall filled with the odors of the kitchen. Silent servants gaped as he passed, watching as he moved along to the kitchen door and stepped inside. Part 2. A dozen or more low-caste Petriacans, gathered around a long table in the center of the room, looked up, startled. A heap of long-bladed bread knives, French knives, carving knives and cleavers lay in the center of the table. Other knives were thrust into belts or held in the hands of the men. A fat man in the yellow sarong of a cook stood frozen in the act of handing a knife to a tall, one-eyed sweeper. Retief took one glance, then let his eyes wander to a far corner of the room. Humming a careless little tune, he sauntered across to the open liquor shelves, selected a garish green bottle, and turned unhurriedly back toward the door. The group of servants watched him, transfixed. As Retief reached the door, it swung inward. Magnan, lips pursed, stood in the doorway. I had a premonition, he said. I'll bet it was a dandy, Retief said. You must tell me all about it in the salon. We'll have this out right here, Magnan snapped. I've warned you. Magnan's voice trailed off as he took in the scene around the table. After you, Retief said, nudging Magnan toward the door. What's going on here? Magnan barked. He stared at the men, started around Retief. A hand stopped him. Let's be going, Retief said, propelling Magnan toward the hall. Those knives! Magnan yelped. Take your hands off me, Retief! What are you men? Retief glanced back. The fat cook gestured suddenly, and the men faded back. The cook stood, arm cocked, a knife across his palm. Close the door and make no sound, he said softly. Magnan pressed back against Retief. Let's run, he faltered. Retief turned slowly, put his hands up. I don't run very well with a knife in my back, he said. Stand very still, Magnan, and do just what he tells you. Take them out through the back, the cook said. What does he mean? Magnan spluttered. Here, you... Silence, the cook said, almost casually. Magnan gaped at him, closed his mouth. Two of the men with knives came to Retief's side and gestured, grinning broadly. "Let's go, peacocks," one said. Retief and Magnan silently crossed the kitchen, went out the back door, stopped on command and stood waiting. The sky was brilliant with stars. A gentle breeze stirred the tree tops beyond the garden. Behind them the servants talked in low voices. "You go too, Illy," the cook was saying. "Do it here," another said. "And carry their damn dead bodies down?" "Pitch 'em behind the hedge." "I said the river. 3 of you is plenty for a couple of Nenni. We don't know if they want to—" "They're foreigners, not Nenni. We don't know—" "So they're foreign Nenni. Makes no difference. I've seen them. I need every man here. Now get going." "What about the big guy? He looks tough." "Him? He waltzed into the room and didn't notice a thing. But watch the other one." At a prod from a knife point, Retief moved off down the walk, 2 of the escort behind him and Magnan, another going ahead to scout the way. Magnan moved closer to Retief. "Say," he said in a whisper, "that fellow in the lead, isn't he the one who spilled the drink? The one you took the blame for?" "That's him all right. He doesn't seem nervous any more, I notice." "You saved him from serious punishment," Magnan said. "He'll be grateful. He'll let us go." "Better check with the fellows with the knives before you act on that." "Say something to him," Magnan hissed. "Remind him." The lead man fell back in line with Retief and Magnan. "These 2 are scared of you," he said, grinning and jerking a thumb toward the knife handlers. "They haven't worked around the Nenni like me. They don't know you." "Don't you recognize this gentleman?" Magnan said. "He did me a favor," the man said. "I remember." "What's it all about?" Retief asked. "The revolution. We're taking over now." "Who's we?" "The People's Anti-Fascist Freedom League." "What are all the knives for?" "For the Nenni, and for all you foreigners." "What do you mean?" Magnan gasped. "We'll slit all the throats at one time. Saves a lot of running around." "What time will that be?" "Just at dawn, and dawn comes early this time of year. By full daylight the Poffel will be in charge." "You'll never succeed," Magnan said. "A few servants with knives, you'll all be caught and killed." "By who, the Nenni?" The man laughed. "You Nenni are a caution." "But we're not Nenni." "We've watched you. You're the same. You're part of the same blood-sucking class." "There are better ways to adjust differences," Magnan said. "This killing won't help you. I'll personally see to it that your grievances are heard in the Corps courts. I can assure you that the plight of the downtrodden workers will be alleviated. Equal rights for all." "These threats won't work," the man said. "You don't scare me." "Threats? I'm promising relief to the exploited classes of Petreac." "You must be nuts," the man said. "You trying to upset the system, or something?" "Isn't that the purpose of your revolution?" "Look, Nenni, we're tired of you Nenni getting all the graft. We want our turn. What good would it do us to run Petreac if there's no loot?" "You mean you intend to oppress the people? But they're your own group." "Group, schmoop. We're taking all the chances. We're doing the work. We deserve the payoff. You think we're throwing up good jobs for the fun of it?" "You're basing a revolt on these cynical premises?" "Wise up, Nenni. There never has been a revolution for any other reason." "Who's in charge of this?" Retief said. "Shoke, the head chef." "I mean the big boss. Who tells Shoke what all to do?" "Oh, that's Zorn. Look out, here's where we start down the slope. It's slippery." "Look," Magnan said. "You." My name's Illy. Mr. Illy, this man showed you mercy when he could have had you beaten. Keep moving. Yeah, I said I was grateful. Yes, Magnan said, swallowing hard. A noble emotion, gratitude. You won't regret it. I always try to pay back a good turn, Illy said. Watch your step now on this sea-wall. You'll never regret it, Magnan said. This is far enough. Illy motioned to one of the knife men. Give me your knife, Vug. The man passed the knife to Illy. There was an odor of sea mud and kelp. Small waves slapped against the stones of the sea-wall. The wind was stronger here. I know a neat stroke, Illy said. Practically painless. Who's first? What do you mean? Magnan quavered. I said I was grateful. I'll do it myself. Give you a nice, clean job. You know these amateurs. Botch it up and have a guy flopping around, yelling and spattering everybody up. I'm first, Retief said. He pushed past Magnan, stopped suddenly, drove a straight punch at Illy's mouth. The long blade flickered harmlessly over Retief's shoulder as Illy fell. Retief whirled, leaped past Magnan, took the unarmed servant by the throat and belt, lifted him and slammed him against the third man. Both scrambled, yelped, and fell from the sea-wall into the water. Retief turned back to Illy. He pulled off the man's belt and strapped his hands together. Magnan found his voice. They... I know, Retief said. We've got to get back, Magnan said. Warn them. We'd never get through the rebel cordon around the palace, and if we did, trying to give an alarm would only set the assassinations off early. We can't just... We've got to go to the source, this fellow Zorn. Get him to call it off. We'd be killed. At least we're safe here. Illy groaned and opened his eyes. He sat up. On your feet, Illy, Retief said. Illy looked around. I'm sick, he said. The damp air is bad for you. Let's be going. Retief pulled the man to his feet. Where does Zorn stay when he's in town? He demanded. What happened? Where's Vug and... They had an accident. Fell in the pond. Illy gazed down at the restless black water. I guess I had you Nenni figured wrong. Us Nenni have hidden qualities. Let's get moving before Vug and Slug make it to shore and start it all over again. No hurry, Illy said. They can't swim. He spat into the water. So long, Vug. So long, Toscan. Take a pull at the hell horn for me. He started off along the sea-wall toward the sound of the surf. You want to see Zorn? I'll take you to see Zorn, he said. I can't swim either. Part 3. I take it, Retief said, that the casino is a front for his political activities. He makes plenty off it. This Paffle is a new kick. I never heard about it until maybe a couple months ago. Retief motioned toward a dark shed with an open door. We'll stop here, he said, long enough to strip the gadgets off these uniforms. Illy, hands strapped behind his back, stood by and watched as Retief and Magnan removed medals, ribbons, orders, and insignia from the formal diplomatic garments. This may help some, Retief said, if the word is out that 2 diplomats are loose. It's a breeze, Illy said. We see cats in purple and orange tailcoats all the time. I hope you're right, Retief said. But if we're called, you'll be the first to go, Illy. You're a funny kind of Nenni, Illy said, eyeing Retief. Toscan and Vug must be wondering what happened to 'em. If you think I'm good at drowning people, you ought to see me with a knife. Let's get going. It's only a little way now, Illy said. But you better untie me. Somebody's liable to stick their nose in and get me killed. I'll take the chance. How do we get to the casino?" "We follow this street. It twists around and goes under a couple tunnels. When we get to the drunkard's stairs we go up, and it's right in front of us. A pink front with a sign like a big luck wheel." "Give me your belt, Magnan," Retief said. Magnan handed it over. "Lie down, Illy," Retief said. The servant looked at Retief. "Vug and Tossin will be glad to see me," he said, "but they'll never believe me." He lay down. Retief strapped his feet together and stuffed a handkerchief in his mouth. "Why are you doing that?" Magnan asked. "We need him." "We know the way, and we don't need anyone to announce our arrival. It's only on 3D that you can march a man through a gang of his pals with a finger in his back." Magnan looked at the man. "Maybe you'd better, cut his throat," he said. Illy rolled his eyes. "That's a very un-Nenni-like suggestion, Mr. Magnan," Retief said. "If we have any trouble finding the casino, I'll give it serious thought." There were few people in the narrow street. Shops were shuttered, windows dark. "Maybe they heard about the coup," Magnan said. "They're lying low." "More likely they're at the palace picking up their knives." They rounded a corner, stepped over a man curled in the gutter snoring heavily, and found themselves at the foot of a long flight of littered stone steps. "The drunkard's stairs are plainly marked." Magnan sniffed. "I hear sounds up there," Retief said. "Sounds of merrymaking." "Maybe we'd better go back." "Merrymaking doesn't scare me," Retief said. "Come to think of it, I don't know what the word means." He started up, Magnan behind him. At the top of the long stair a dense throng milled in the alley-like street. A giant illuminated roulette wheel revolved slowly above them. A loudspeaker blared the chant of the croupiers from the tables inside. Magnan and Retief moved through the crowd toward the wide-open doors. Magnan plucked at Retief's sleeve. "Are you sure we ought to push right in like this? Maybe we ought to wait a bit, look around." "When you're where you have no business being," Retief said, "always stride along purposefully. If you loiter, people begin to get curious." Inside, a mob packed the wide, low-ceilinged room, clustered about gambling devices in the form of towers, tables, and basins. "What do we do now?" Magnan asked. "We gamble. How much money do you have in your pockets?" "Why, a few credits." Magnan handed the money to Retief. "But what about the man Zorn?" "A purple cutaway is conspicuous enough, without ignoring the tables," Retief said. "We've got 100 credits between us. We'll get to Zorn in due course, I hope." "Your pleasure, gents," a bullet-headed man said, eyeing the colorful evening clothes of the diplomats. "You'll be wanting to try your luck at the Zoop Tower, I guess. A game for real sporting gents." "Why, Magnan said. "What's a Zoop Tower?" Retief asked. "Out-of-towners, eh?" The bullet-headed man shifted his dope stick to the other corner of his mouth. "Zoop is a great little game. 2 teams of players buy into the pot. Each player takes a lever. The object is to make the ball drop from the top of the tower into your net. Okay?" "What's the ante?" "I've got 100 credit pot working now, gents." Retief nodded. "We'll try it." The shill led the way to an 8-foot tower mounted on gimbals. 2 perspiring men in trade-class pullovers gripped 2 of the levers that controlled the tilt of the tower. A white ball lay in a hollow in the thick glass platform at the top. From the center, an intricate pattern of grooves led out to the edge of the glass. Retief and Magnan took chairs before the 2 free levers. "When the light goes on, gents, work the lever to jack the tower. You got 3 gears. Takes a good arm to work top gear. That's this button here. The little knob controls what way you're going. May the best team win. I'll take the 100 credits now." Retief handed over the money. A red light flashed on, and Retief tried the lever. It moved easily, with a ratcheting sound. The tower trembled, slowly tilted toward the two perspiring workmen pumping frantically at their levers. Magnan started slowly, accelerated as he saw the direction the tower was taking. "Faster, Retief," he said. "They're winning." "This is against the clock, gents," the bullet-headed man said. "If nobody wins when the light goes off, the house takes all." "Crank it over to the left," Retief said. "I'm getting tired." "Shift to a lower gear." The tower leaned. The ball stirred, rolled into a concentric channel. Retief shifted to middle gear, worked the lever. The tower creaked to a stop, started back upright. "There isn't any lower gear," Magnan gasped. One of the two on the other side of the tower shifted to middle gear. The other followed suit. They worked harder now, heaving against the stiff levers. The tower quivered, moved slowly toward their side. "I'm exhausted," Magnan gasped. He dropped the lever, lolled back in the chair, gulping air. Retief shifted position, took Magnan's lever with his left hand. "Shift it to middle gear," Retief said. Magnan gulped, punched the button, and slumped back, panting. "My arm," he said. "I've injured myself." The two men in pullovers conferred hurriedly as they cranked their levers. Then one punched a button and the other reached across, using his left arm to help. "They've shifted to high," Magnan said. "Give up, it's hopeless." "Shift me to high," Retief said. "Both buttons." Magnan complied. Retief's shoulders bulged. He brought one lever down, then the other, alternately, slowly at first, then faster. The tower jerked, tilted toward him, farther. The ball rolled in the channel, found an outlet. Abruptly, both Retief's levers froze. The tower trembled, wavered, and moved back. Retief heaved. One lever folded at the base, bent down and snapped off short. Retief braced his feet, took the other lever with both hands, and pulled. There was a rasp of metal friction and a loud twang. The lever came free, a length of broken cable flopping into view. The tower fell over as the two on the other side scrambled aside. "Hey!" Bullethead yelled. "You wrecked my equipment!" Retief got up and faced him. "Does Zorn know you've got your tower rigged for suckers? You trying to call me a cheat or something?" The crowd had fallen back, ringing the two men. Bullethead glanced around. With a lightning motion he plucked a knife from somewhere. "That'll be 500 credits for the equipment," he said. "Nobody calls Kippy a cheat." Retief picked up the broken lever. "Don't make me hit you with this, you cheap chiseler." Kippy looked at the bar. "Comin' in here," he said indignantly, looking to the crowd for support. "Bustin' up my rig, callin' names." "I want 100 credits," Retief said. "Now." "Highway robbery!" Kippy yelled. "Better pay up," somebody called. "Hit him, mister," someone else said. A broad-shouldered man with graying hair pushed through the crowd and looked around. "You heard him, Kippy. Give," he said. The shill growled but tucked his knife away. Reluctantly he peeled a bill from a fat roll and handed it over. The newcomer looked from Retief to Magnan. "Pick another game, strangers," he said. "Kippy made a little mistake." "This is small-time stuff," Retief said. "I'm interested in something big." The broad-shouldered man lit a perfumed dope stick. "What would you call big?" he said softly. "What's the biggest you've got?" The man narrowed his eyes, smiling. "Maybe you'd like to try slam." "Tell me about it." "Over here." The crowd opened up, made a path. Retief and Magnan followed across the room to a brightly lit, glass-walled box. There was an arm-sized opening at waist height. Inside was a hand grip. A 2-foot plastic globe a quarter full of chips hung in the center. Apparatus was mounted at the top of the box. "Slam pays good odds," the man said. You can go as high as you like. Chips cost you 100 credits. You start it up by dropping a chip in here." He indicated a slot. "You take the hand grip. When you squeeze, it unlocks. The globe starts to turn. You can see it's full of chips. There's a hole at the top. As long as you hold the grip, the bowl turns. The harder you squeeze, the faster it turns. Eventually it'll turn over to where the hole is down, and the chips fall out. On the other hand, there's contact plates spotted around the bowl. When one of them lines up with a live contact, you get quite a little jolt, guaranteed non-lethal. All you've got to do is hold on long enough, and you'll get the payoff." "How often does this random pattern put the hole down?" "Anywhere from 3 minutes to 15, with the average run of players. Oh, by the way, one more thing. That lead block up there—" The man motioned with his head toward a 1-foot cube suspended by a thick cable. "It's rigged to drop every now and again. Averages 5 minutes. A warning light flashes first. You can take a chance. Sometimes the light's a bluff. You can set the clock back on it by dropping another chip. Or you can let go the grip." Retief looked at the massive block of metal. "That would mess up a man's dealing hand, wouldn't it?" "The last 2 jokers who were too cheap to feed the machine had to have 'em off. Their arms, I mean. That lead's heavy stuff." "I don't suppose your machine has a habit of getting stuck, like Kippy's?" The broad-shouldered man frowned. "You're a stranger," he said. "You don't know any better." "It's a fair game, mister," someone called. "Where do I buy the chips?" The man smiled. "I'll fix you up. How many?" "1." "A big spender, eh?" The man snickered, but handed over a large plastic chip. Part 4. Retief stepped to the machine, dropped the coin. "If you want to change your mind," the man said, "you can back out now. All it'll cost you is the chip you dropped." Retief reached through the hole, took the grip. It was leather-padded, hand-filling. He squeezed it. There was a click, and bright lights sprang up. The crowd ahed. The globe began to twirl lazily. The 4-inch hole at its top was plainly visible. "If ever the hole gets in position, it will empty very quickly," Magnan said, hopefully. Suddenly a brilliant white light flooded the glass cage. A sound went up from the spectators. "Quick, drop a chip," someone called. "You've only got 10 seconds." "Let go!" Magnan yelped. Retief sat silent, holding the grip, frowning up at the weight. The globe twirled faster now. Then the bright white light winked off. "A bluff!" Magnan gasped. "That's risky, stranger," the gray-templed man said. The globe was turning rapidly now, oscillating from side to side. The hole seemed to travel in a wavering loop, dipping lower, swinging up high, then down again. "It has to move to the bottom soon," Magnan said. "Slow it down." "The slower it goes, the longer it takes to get to the bottom," someone said. There was a crackle, and Retief stiffened. Magnan heard a sharp intake of breath. The globe slowed, and Retief shook his head, blinking. The broad-shouldered man glanced at a meter. "You took pretty near a full jolt that time," he said. The hole in the globe was tracing an oblique course now, swinging to the center, then below. "A little longer," Magnan said. "That's the best speed I ever seen on the slam ball," someone said. "How much longer can he hold it?" Magnan looked at Retief's knuckles. They showed white against the grip. The globe tilted farther, swung around, then down. 2 chips fell out, clattered down a chute, and into a box. "We're ahead," Magnan said. "Let's quit." Retief shook his head. The globe rotated, dipped again. 3 chips fell. "She's ready," someone called. "It's bound to hit soon," another voice added excitedly. "Come on, mister." "Slow down," Magnan said, "so it won't move past too quickly." "Speed it up before that lead block gets you," someone called. The hole swung wide, over the top, then down the side. Chips rained out of the hole. 6, 8... "Next pass!" a voice called. The white light flooded the cage. The globe whirled. The hole slid over the top. Down. Down. A chip fell. 2 more. Retief half rose, clamped his jaw, and crushed the grip. Sparks flew. The globe slowed, chips spewing. It stopped, swung back, weighted by the mass of chips at the bottom, and stopped again with the hole centered. Chips cascaded down the chute, filled the box before Retief, spilled on the floor. The crowd yelled. Retief released the grip and withdrew his arm at the same instant that the lead block slammed down. "Good Lord!" Magnan said. "I felt that through the floor." Retief turned to the broad-shouldered man. "This game's all right for beginners," he said. "But I'd like to talk a really big gamble. Why don't we go to your office, Mr. Zorn?" "Your proposition interests me," Zorn said, grinding out the stump of his dope stick in a brass ashtray. "But there's some angles to this I haven't mentioned yet." "You're a gambler, Zorn, not a suicide," Retief said. "Take what I've offered. The other idea was fancier, I agree, but it won't work." "How do I know you birds aren't lying?" Zorn snarled. He stood up, strode up and down the room. "You walk in here and tell me I'll have a task force on my neck, that the Corps won't recognize my regime. Maybe you're right, but I've got other contacts. They say different." He whirled, stared at Retief. "I have pretty good assurance that once I put it over, the Corps will have to recognize me as the legal government of Petreac. They won't meddle in internal affairs." "Nonsense," Magnan spoke up. "The Corps will never deal with a pack of criminals calling themselves—" "Watch your language, you!" Zorn rasped. "I admit Mr. Magnan's point is a little weak," Retief said. "But you're overlooking something. You plan to murder a dozen or so officers of the Corps Diplomatique Terrestrienne, along with the local wheels. The Corps won't overlook that. It can't." "They're tough luck they're in the middle," Zorn muttered. "Our offer is extremely generous, Mr. Zorn," Magnan said. "The post you'll get will pay you very well indeed. As against the certain failure of your planned coup, the choice should be simple." Zorn eyed Magnan. "Offering me a job. It sounds phony as hell. I thought you birds were goody-goody diplomats." "It's time you knew," Retief said. "There's no phonier business in the galaxy than diplomacy." "You'd better take it, Mr. Zorn," Magnan said. "Don't push me, Junior," Zorn said. "You two walk into my headquarters empty-handed and big-mouthed. I don't know what I'm talking to you for. The answer is no. N-I-X. No." "Who are you afraid of?" Retief said softly. Zorn glared at him. "Where do you get that afraid routine? I'm top man here." "Don't kid around, Zorn. Somebody's got you under their thumb. I can see you squirming from here." "What if I let your boys alone?" Zorn said suddenly. "The Corps won't have anything to say then, huh?" "The Corps has plans for Petreac, Zorn. You aren't part of them. A revolution right now isn't part of them. Having the Potentate and the whole Nenni caste slaughtered isn't part of them. Do I make myself clear?" "Listen," Zorn said urgently, pulling a chair around. "I'll tell you guys a few things. You ever heard of a world they call Rotune?" "Certainly," Magnan said. "It's a near neighbor of yours. Another backward, that is, emergent—" "Okay," Zorn said. "You guys think I'm a piker, do you? Well, let me wise you up. The Federal Junta on Rotune is backing my play. I'll be recognized by Rotune, and the Rotune fleet will stand by in case I need any help. I'll present the CDT with what you call a fait accompli." What does Rotune get out of this? I thought they were your traditional enemies. Don't get me wrong, I've got no use for Rotune, but our interests happen to coincide right now. Do they? Retief smiled grimly. You can spot a sucker as soon as he comes through that door out there, but you go for a deal like this. What do you mean? Zorn looked angrily at Retief. It's foolproof. After you get in power, you'll be fast friends with Rotune, is that it? Friends, hell. Just give me time to get set, and I'll square a few things with that. Exactly. And what do you suppose they have in mind for you? What are you getting at? Why is Rotune interested in your takeover? Zorn studied Retief's face. I'll tell you why, he said. It's you birds, you and your trade agreement. You're here to tie Petreac into some kind of trade combine. That cuts Rotune out. Well, we're doing all right out here. We don't need any commitments to a lot of fancy pants on the other side of the galaxy. That's what Rotune has sold you, eh? Retief said, smiling. Sold nothing. Zorn ground out his dope stick, lit another. He snorted angrily. Okay, what's your idea? He asked after a moment. You know what Petreac is getting in the way of imports as a result of the agreement? Sure, a lot of junk. To be specific, Retief said, there will be 50,000 Tatone B3 dry washers, 100,000 glow float motile lamps, 100,000 earthworm miner garden cultivators, 25,000 Vaco space heaters, and 75,000 replacement elements for 4 monomeg drives. Like I said, a lot of junk. Retief leaned back, looking sardonically at Zorn. Here's the gimmick, Zorn, he said. The Corps is getting a little tired of Petreac and Rotune carrying on their twopenny war out here. Your privateers have a nasty habit of picking on innocent bystanders. After studying both sides, the Corps has decided Petreac would be a little easier to do business with. So this trade agreement was worked out. The Corps can't openly sponsor an arms shipment to a belligerent, but personal appliances are another story. So what do we do? Plow 'em under with backyard cultivators? Zorn looked at Retief, puzzled. What's the point? You take the sealed monitor unit from the washer, the repeller field generator from the lamp, the converter control from the cultivator, etc., etc. You fit these together according to some very simple instructions. Presto, you have 100,000 standard class Y hand blasters. Just the thing to turn the tide in a stalemated war fought with obsolete arms. Good Lord, Magnan said. Retief, are you... I have to tell him, Retief said. He has to know what he's putting his neck into. Weapons, hey? Zorn said. And Rotune knows about it? Sure they know about it. It's not too hard to figure out. And there's more. They want the CDT delegation included in the massacre for a reason. It will put Petreac out of the picture. The trade agreement will go to Rotune, and you and your new regime will find yourselves looking down the muzzles of your own blasters. Zorn threw his dope stick to the floor with a snarl. I should have smelled something when that Rotune smoothie made his pitch. Zorn looked at his watch. I've got 200 armed men in the palace. We've got about 40 minutes to get over there before the rocket goes up. Part 5. You'd better stay here on this terrace out of the way until I've spread the word, Zorn said, just in case. Let me caution you against any, slip-ups, Mr. Zorn, Magnan said. The Nenni are not to be molested. Zorn looked at Retief. Your friend talks too much, he said. I'll keep my end of it. He'd better keep his. Nothing's happened yet, you're sure? Magnan said. I'm sure, Zorn said. 10 minutes to go. Plenty of time. I'll just step into the salon to assure myself that all is well, Magnan said. Suit yourself, Zorn said. Just stay clear of the kitchen or you'll get your throat cut. He sniffed at his dope stick. What's keeping Shoke? He muttered. Magnan stepped to a tall glass door, eased it open, and poked his head through the heavy draperies. As he moved to draw back, a voice was faintly audible. Magnan paused, head still through the drapes. What's going on there? Zorn rasped. He and Retief stepped up behind Magnan. Breath of air, ha-ha, Magnan was saying. Well, come along, Magnan, Ambassador Crodfoller's voice snapped. Magnan shifted from one foot to the other, then pushed through the drapes. Where have you been, Mr. Magnan? The ambassador's voice was sharp. Oh, a slight accident, Mr. Ambassador. What's happened to your shoes? Where are your insignia and decorations? I, spilled a drink on them. Sir, listen. The sound of an orchestra came up suddenly, blaring a fanfare. Zorn shifted restlessly, ear against the glass. What's your friend pulling? He rasped. I don't like this. Keep cool, Zorn, Retief said. Mr. Magnan is doing a little emergency salvage on his career. The music died away with a clatter. My God! Ambassador Crodfoller's voice was faint. Magnan, you'll be knighted for this. Thank God you reached me. Thank God it's not too late. I'll find some excuse. I'll get a gram off at once. But you... It's all right, Magnan. You were in time. Another 10 minutes and the agreement would have been signed and transmitted. The wheels would have been put in motion. My career ruined. Retief felt a prod at his back. He turned. Double-crossed, Zorn said softly. So much for the word of a diplomat. Retief looked at the short-barreled needler in Zorn's hand. I see you hedge your bets, Zorn, he said. We'll wait here, Zorn said, until the excitement's over inside. I wouldn't want to attract any attention right now. Your politics are still lousy, Zorn. The picture hasn't changed. Your coup hasn't got a chance. Skip it. I'll take up one problem at a time. Magnan's mouth has a habit of falling open at the wrong time. That's my good luck that I heard it. So there'll be no agreement, no guns, no fat job for Tammany Zorn, hey? Well, I can still play it the other way. What have I got to lose? With a movement too quick to follow, Retief's hand chopped down across Zorn's wrist. The needler clattered as Zorn reeled, and then Retief's hand clamped Zorn's arm and whirled him around. In answer to your last question, Retief said, your neck. You haven't got a chance, double-crosser, Zorn gasped. Shoke will be here in a minute, Retief said. Tell him it's all off. Twist harder, mister, Zorn said. Break it off at the shoulder. I'm telling him nothing. The kidding's over, Zorn, Retief said. Call it off, or I'll kill you. I believe you, Zorn said. But you won't have long to remember it. All the killing will be for nothing, Retief said. You'll be dead, and the Rotuns will step into the power vacuum. So what? When I die, the world ends. Suppose I make you another offer, Zorn? Why would it be any better than the last one, Chiseler? Retief released Zorn's arm, pushed him away, stooped and picked up the needler. I could kill you, Zorn, you know that. Go ahead. Retief reversed the needler, held it out. I'm a gambler too, Zorn. I'm gambling you'll listen to what I have to say. Zorn snatched the gun, stepped back. He looked at Retief. That wasn't the smartest bet you ever made, mister, but go ahead. You've got maybe 10 seconds. Nobody double-crossed you, Zorn. Magnan put his foot in it. Too bad. Is that a reason to kill yourself and a lot of other people who've bet their lives on you? They gambled and lost. Tough. Maybe you haven't lost yet. If you don't quit... Get to the point. Retief spoke earnestly for a minute and a half. Zorn stood, gun aimed, listening. Then both men turned as footsteps approached along the terrace. A fat man in a yellow sarong padded up to Zorn. Zorn tucked the needler in his waistband. "Hold everything, Shoke," he said. "Tell the boys to put the knives away. Spread the word fast. It's all off." "I want to commend you, Retief," Ambassador Crodfoller said expansively. "You mixed very well at last night's affair. Actually, I was hardly aware of your presence." "I've been studying Mr. Magnan's work," Retief said. "A good man, Magnan. In a crowd he's virtually invisible." "He knows when to disappear, all right." "This has been in many ways a model operation, Retief." The ambassador patted his paunch contentedly. "By observing local social customs and blending harmoniously with the court, I've succeeded in establishing a fine, friendly, working relationship with the potentate." "I understand the agreement has been postponed." The ambassador chuckled. "The potentate's a crafty one. Through, a special study I have been conducting, I learned last night that he had hoped to, shall I say, put one over on the Corps." "Great heavens," Retief said. "Naturally, this placed me in a difficult position. It was my task to quash this gambit without giving any indication that I was aware of its existence." "A hairy position indeed," Retief said. "Quite casually, I informed the potentate that certain items which had been included in the terms of the agreement had been deleted and others substituted. I admired him at that moment, Retief. He took it coolly, appearing completely indifferent, perfectly dissembling his very serious disappointment. I noticed him dancing with 3 girls wearing a bunch of grapes apiece. He's very agile for a man of his bulk." "You mustn't discount the potentate. Remember, beneath that mask of frivolity he had absorbed a bitter blow." "He had me fooled," Retief said. "Don't feel badly. I confess at first I failed to sense his shrewdness." The ambassador nodded and moved off along the corridor. Retief turned and went into an office. Magnan looked up from his desk. "Ah," he said. "Retief, I've been meaning to ask you about the blasters. Are you—" Retief leaned on Magnan's desk, looked at him. "I thought that was to be our little secret." "Well, naturally Magnan closed his mouth, swallowed. "How is it, Retief," he said sharply, "that you were aware of this blaster business when the ambassador himself wasn't?" "Easy," Retief said. "I made it up." "You what?" Magnan looked wild. "But the agreement, it's been revised. Ambassador Crodfoller has gone on record." "Too bad. Glad I didn't tell him about it." Magnan leaned back and closed his eyes. "It was big of you to take all the blame," Retief said, "when the ambassador was talking about knighting people." Magnan opened his eyes. "What about that gambler Zorn? Won't he be upset?" "It's all right," Retief said. "I made another arrangement. The business about making blasters out of common components wasn't completely imaginary. You can actually do it, using parts from an old-fashioned disposal unit." "What good will that do him?" Magnan whispered, looking nervous. "We're not shipping in any old-fashioned disposal units." "We don't need to," Retief said. "They're already installed in the palace kitchen, and in a few thousand other places, Zorn tells me." "If this ever leaks—" Magnan put a hand to his forehead. "I have his word on it that the Nenni slaughter is out. This place is ripe for a change. Maybe Zorn is what it needs." "But how can we know?" Magnan yelped. "How can we be sure?" "We can't," Retief said. "But it's not up to the Corps to meddle in Petreacs' internal affairs." He leaned over, picked up Magnan's desk lighter and lit a cigar. He blew a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling. "Right?" Magnan looked at him and nodded weakly. Right. I'd better be getting along to my desk, Retief said, now that the ambassador feels that I'm settling down at last. Retief, Magnan said, tonight, I implore you, stay out of the kitchen, no matter what. Retief raised his eyebrows. I know, Magnan said. If you hadn't interfered, we'd all have had our throats cut. But at least, he added, we'd have died in accordance with regulations. End of story.
On Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Craig S. Werner of Tidewater, Virginia. An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. He was already a thief, prepared to steal again. He didn't know that he himself was only booty. Phil Garfield was 30 miles south of the little town of Redmond on Route 12 when he was startled by a series of sharp, clanking noises. They came from under the Packard's hood. The car immediately began to lose speed. Garfield jammed down the accelerator, had a sense of sick helplessness at the complete lack of response from the motor. The Packard rolled on, getting rid of its momentum, and came to a stop. Phil Garfield swore shakily. He checked his watch, switched off the headlights, and climbed out into the dark road. A delay of even half an hour here might be disastrous. It was past midnight, and he had another 110 miles to cover to reach the small private airfield where Madge waited for him, and the $30,000 in the suitcase on the Packard's front seat. If he didn't make it before daylight. He thought of the bank guard. The man had made a clumsy play at being a hero, and that had set off the fool woman who'd run screaming into their line of fire. One dead, perhaps two. Garfield hadn't stopped to look at an evening paper, but he knew they were hunting for him. He glanced up and down the road. No other headlights in sight at the moment, no light from a building showing on the forested hills. He reached back into the car and brought out the suitcase, his gun, a big flashlight, and the box of shells which had been standing beside the suitcase. He broke the box open, shoved a handful of shells and the .38 into his coat pocket, then took the suitcase and flashlight over to the shoulder of the road and set them down. There was no point in groping about under the Packard's hood. When it came to mechanics, Phil Garfield was a moron and well aware of it. The car was useless to him now, except as bait. But as bait, it might be very useful. Should he leave it standing where it was? No, Garfield decided. To anybody driving past, it would merely suggest a necking party or a drunk sleeping off his load before continuing home. He might have to wait an hour or more before someone decided to stop. He didn't have the time. He reached in through the window, hauled the top of the steering wheel towards him, and put his weight against the rear window frame. The Packard began to move slowly backwards at a slant across the road. In a minute or two he had it in position, not blocking the road entirely, which would arouse immediate suspicion, but angled across it, empty, both front doors open and inviting a passer-by's investigation. Garfield carried the suitcase and flashlight across the right-hand shoulder of the road and moved up among the trees and undergrowth of the slope above the shoulder. Placing the suitcase between the bushes, he brought out the .38, clicked the safety off, and stood waiting. Some 10 minutes later, a set of headlights appeared speeding up Route 12 from the direction of Redmond. Phil Garfield went down on one knee before he came within range of the lights. Now he was completely concealed by the vegetation. The car slowed as it approached, braking nearly to a stop 60 feet from the stalled Packard. There were several people inside it. Garfield heard voices, then a woman's loud laugh. The driver tapped his horn inquiringly twice, moved the car slowly forward. As the headlights went past him, Garfield got to his feet among the bushes, took a step down towards the road, raising the gun. Then he caught the distant gleam of a second set of headlights approaching from Redmond. He swore under his breath and dropped back out of sight. The car below him reached the Packard, edged cautiously around it, rolled on with a sudden roar of acceleration. The second car stopped when still 100 yards away. The Packard caught in the motionless glare of its lights. Garfield heard the steady purring of a powerful motor. For almost a minute, nothing else happened. Then the car came gliding smoothly on, stopped again, no more than 30 feet to Garfield's left. He could see it now through the screening bushes. A big job, a long, low, four-door sedan. The motor continued to purr. After a moment, a door on the far side of the car opened and slammed shut. A man walked quickly out into the beam of the headlights and started toward the Packard. Phil Garfield rose from his crouching position, the .38 in his right hand, flashlight in his left. If the driver was alone, the thing was now cinched. But if there was somebody else in the car, somebody capable of fast, decisive action, a slip in the next 10 seconds might cost him the sedan, and quite probably his freedom and life. Garfield lined up the .38 sights steadily on the center of the approaching man's head. He let his breath out slowly as the fellow came level with him in the road and squeezed off one shot. Instantly he went bounding down the slope to the road. The bullet had flung the man sideways to the pavement. Garfield darted past him to the left, crossed the beam of the headlights, and was in darkness again on the far side of the road, snapping on his flashlight as he sprinted up to the car. The motor hummed quietly on. The flashlight showed the seats empty. Garfield dropped the light, jerked both doors open in turn, gun pointing into the car's interior. Then he stood still for a moment, weak and almost dizzy with relief. There was no one inside. The sedan was his. The man he had shot through the head lay face down on the road, his hat flung a dozen feet away from him. Route 12 still stretched out in dark silence to east and west. There should be time enough to clean up the job before anyone else came along. Garfield brought the suitcase down and put it on the front seat of the sedan, then started back to get his victim off the road and out of sight. He scaled the man's hat into the bushes, bent down, grasped the ankles, and started to haul him towards the left side of the road where the ground dropped off sharply beyond the shoulder. The body made a high, squealing sound and began to writhe violently. Shocked, Garfield dropped the legs and hurriedly took the gun from his pocket, moving back a step. The squealing noise rose in intensity as the wounded man quickly flopped over twice like a struggling fish, arms and legs sawing about with startling energy. Garfield clicked off the safety, pumped 3 shots into his victim's back. The grisly squeals ended abruptly. The body continued to jerk for another second or two, then lay still. Garfield shoved the gun back into his pocket. The unexpected interruption had unnerved him. His hand shook as he reached down again for the stranger's ankles. Then he jerked his hands back and straightened up, staring. From the side of the man's chest, a few inches below the right arm, something like a thick black stick, 3 feet long, protruded now through the material of the coat. It shone, gleaming wetly in the light from the car. Even in that first uncomprehending instant, something in its appearance brought a surge of sick disgust to Garfield's throat. Then the stick bent slowly, halfway down its length, forming a sharp angle, and its tip opened into what could have been 3 blunt, black claws, which scrabbled clumsily against the pavement. Very faintly, the squealing began again, and the body's back arched up as if another stick-like arm were pushing desperately against the ground beneath it. Garfield acted in a blur of horror. He emptied the .38 into the thing at his feet almost without realizing he was doing it. Then, dropping the gun, he seized one of the ankles, ran backwards to the shoulder of the road, dragging the body behind him. In the darkness, at the edge of the shoulder, he let go of it, stepped around to the other side, and with 2 frantically savage kicks sent the body plunging over the shoulder and down the steep slope beyond. He heard it crash through the brushes for some seconds, then stop. He turned and ran back to the sedan, scooping up his gun as he went past. He scrambled into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut behind him. His hands shook violently on the steering wheel as he pressed down the accelerator. The motor roared into life, and the big car surged forward. He edged it past the Packard, cursing aloud in horrified shock, jammed down the accelerator, and went flashing up Route 12, darkness racing beside and behind him. What had it been? Something that wore what seemed to be a man's body like a suit of clothes, moving the body as a man moves, driving a man's car. Roach-armed, roach-legged itself. Garfield drew a long, shuddering breath. Then, as he slowed for a curve, there was a spark of reddish light in the rear-view mirror. He stared at the spark for an instant, braking the car to a stop, rolled down the window and looked back. Far behind him along Route 12 a fire burned, approximately at the point where the Packard had stalled out, where something had gone rolling off the road into the bushes. Something, Garfield added mentally, that found fiery automatic destruction when death came to it, so that its secrets would remain unrevealed. But for him, the fire meant the end of a nightmare. He rolled the window up, took out a cigarette, lit it, and pressed the accelerator. In incredulous fright, he felt the nose of the car tilt upwards, headlights sweeping up from the road into the trees. Then the headlights winked out. Beyond the windshield, dark tree branches floated down towards him, the night sky beyond. He reached frantically for the door handle. A steel wrench clamped silently about each of his arms, drawing them in against his sides, immobilizing them there. Garfield gasped, looked up at the mirror, and saw a pair of faintly gleaming red eyes watching him from the rear of the car. Two of the things. The second one stood behind him out of sight, holding him. They'd been in what had seemed to be the trunk compartment, and they had come out. The eyes in the mirror vanished. A moist, black roach arm reached over the back of the seat beside Garfield, picked up the cigarette he had dropped, extinguished it with rather horribly human motions, and took up Garfield's gun and drew back out of sight. He expected a shot, but none came. One doesn't fire a bullet through the suit one intends to wear. It wasn't until that thought occurred to him that tough Phil Garfield began to scream. He was still screaming minutes later when, beyond the windshield, the spaceship floated into view among the stars. End of An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. A recording by Craig S. Werner of Tidewater, Virginia.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Taras Schuper. The Repairman by Harry Harrison. Being an interstellar troubleshooter wouldn't be so bad if I could shoot the trouble. The old man had that look of intense glee on his face that meant someone was in for a very rough time. Since we were alone, it took no great feat of intelligence to figure out it would be me. I talked first, bold attack being the best defense and so forth. I quit. Don't bother telling me what dirty job you have cooked up, because I have already quit and you do not want to reveal company secrets to me. The grin was even wider now, and he actually chortled as he thumbed a button on his console. A thick legal document slid out of the delivery slot onto his desk. "This is your contract," he said. "It tells how and when you'll work. A steel and vanadium-bound contract that you couldn't crack with a molecular disruptor." I leaned out quickly, grabbed it, and threw it in the air with a single motion. Before it could fall, I had my solar out. With a wide-angle shot, burned the contract to ashes. The old man pressed the button again, and another contract slid out on his desk. If possible, the smile was still wider. "I should have said a duplicate of your contract, like this one here." He made a quick note on his secretary plate. "I have deducted 13 credits from your salary, for the cost of the duplicate, as well as a 100 credit fine for firing a solar inside a building." I slumped, defeated, waited for the blow to land. The old man fondled my contract. "According to this document, you can't quit. Ever. Therefore, I have a little job I know you'll enjoy. Repair job. The Centauri beacon has shut down. It's a Mark III beacon." "What kind of beacon?" I asked him. I've repaired hyperspace beacons from one arm of the galaxy to the other, and was sure I had worked on all types and models. But I had never heard of this kind. Mark III, the old man repeated, practically chortling. I had never heard of it either until Records dug up the specs. They found them buried in the back of their oldest warehouse. This was the earliest type of beacon ever built, by Earth no less. Considering its location on one of the Proxima Centauri planets, it might very well be the first beacon. I looked at the blueprints he handed me, and felt my eyes glaze with horror. It's a monstrosity. It looks more like a distillery than a beacon. Must be at least a few hundred meters high. I'm a repairman, not an archaeologist. This pile of junk is over 2,000 years old. Just forget about it and build a new one. The old man leaned over his desk and breathed into my face. It would take a year to install a new beacon, besides being too expensive. And this relic is on one of the main routes. We have ships making 15 light-year detours now. He leaned back, wiped his hands on his handkerchief, and gave me Lecture 44 on company duty and my troubles. This department is officially called Maintenance and Repair, when it really should be called Troubleshooting. Hyperspace beacons are to last forever, or damn close to it. When one of them breaks down, it's never an accident, and repairing the thing is never just a matter of plugging in a new part. He was telling me, the guy who did the job while he sat back on his fat paycheck in an air-conditioned office. He rambled on. How I wish that were all it took. I would have a fleet of parts ships and junior mechanics to install them. But it's not like that at all. I have a fleet of expensive ships that are equipped to do almost anything, manned by a bunch of irresponsibles like you. I nodded moodily at his pointing finger. How I wish I could fire you all. Combination space jockeys, mechanics, engineers, soldiers, con men, and anything else it takes to do the repairs. I have to browbeat, bribe, blackmail, and bulldoze you thugs into doing a simple job. If you think you're fed up, just think how I feel. But the ships must go through. The beacons must operate. I recognized his deathless line as the curtain speech and crawled to my feet. He threw the Mark III file at me and went back to scratching in his papers. Just as I reached the door, he looked up and impaled me on his finger again. And don't get any fancy ideas about jumping your contract. We can attach that bank account of yours on Algol 2 long before you could draw the money out. I smiled a little weakly, I'm afraid, as if I had never meant to keep that account a secret. His spies were getting more efficient every day. Walking down the hall, I tried to figure out a way to transfer the money without his catching on, and knew at the same time he was figuring a way to outfigure me. It was all very depressing, so I stopped for a drink, then went to the spaceport. By the time the ship was serviced, I had a course charted. The nearest beacon to the broken-down Proxima Centauri beacon was on one of the planets of Beta Circinus, and I headed there first, a short trip of only 9 days in hyperspace. To understand the importance of the beacons, you have to understand hyperspace. Not that many people do, but it is easy enough to understand that in this non-space, the regular rules don't apply. Speed and measurements are a matter of relationship, and not constant facts like the fixed universe. The first ships to enter hyperspace had no place to go, and no way to even know if they had moved. The beacon solved that problem and opened the entire universe. They are built on planets and generate tremendous amounts of power. This power is turned into radiation that is punched through into hyperspace. Every beacon has a code signal as part of its radiation and represents a measurable point in hyperspace. Triangulation and quadrature of the beacons works for navigation, only it follows its own rules. The rules are complex and variable, but they are still rules that a navigator can follow. For a hyperspace jump, you need at least 4 beacons for an accurate fix. For long jumps, navigators use as many as 7 or 8, so every beacon is important, and everyone has to keep operating. That is where I and the other troubleshooters come in. We travel in well-stocked ships that carry a little bit of everything. Only 1 man to a ship, because that is all it takes to operate the overly efficient repair machinery. Due to the very nature of our job, we spend most of our time just rocketing through normal space. After all, when a beacon breaks down, how do you find it? Not through hyperspace. All you can do is approach as close as you can, by using other beacons, then finish the trip in normal space. This can take months, and often does. This job didn't turn out to be quite that bad. I zeroed in on the Beta Circinus beacon and ran a complicated 8-point problem through the navigator, using every beacon I could get an accurate fix on. The computer gave me a course with an estimated point of arrival, as well as a built-in safety factor I never could eliminate from the machine. I would much rather take a chance of breaking through near some star than spend time just barreling through normal space. But apparently, tech knows this too. They have a safety factor built into the computer, so you can't just end up inside a star no matter how hard you tried. I'm sure there was no humaneness in this decision. They just didn't want to lose their ship. It was a 20-hour jump, ship's time, and I came through in the middle of nowhere. The robot analyzer chuckled to itself and scanned all the stars, comparing them to the spectra of Proxima Centauri. It finally rang a bell and blinked a light. I peeped through the eyepiece. A fast reading with the photocell gave me the apparent magnitude, and a comparison with its absolute magnitude showed its distance. Not as bad as I had thought. A 6-week run, give or take a few days. After feeding a course tape into the robot pilot, I strapped into the acceleration tank and went to sleep. The time went fast. I rebuilt my camera for about the 20th time and just about finished a correspondence course in nucleonics. Most repairmen take these courses. Besides, they're always coming in handy. The company grades your pay by the number of specialties you handle. All this, with some oil painting and free-fall workouts in the gym, passed the time. I was asleep when the alarm went off that announced the planetary distance. Planet 2, where the beacon was situated according to the old charts, was a mushy-looking, wet kind of globe. I tried to make sense of the old ancient directions and finally located the right area. Staying outside of the atmosphere, I sent a flying eye down to look things over. In this business, you learn early when and where to risk your own skin. The eye would be good enough for the preliminary survey. The old boys had enough brains to choose a traceable site for the beacon, equidistant on a line between the two of the most prominent mountain peaks. I located the peaks easily enough and started the eye out from the first peak and kept it on a course directly towards the second. There was a nose and tail radar in the eye, and I fed the signal into a scope as an amplitude curve. When the peaks conjoined, I spun the eye controls and dived the thing down. I cut out the radar and cut in the nose orthicon, and sat back to watch the beacon appear on the screen. The image blinked, focused, and a great damn pyramid swam into view. I cursed and wheeled the eye in circles, scanning the surrounding country. It was flat, marshy bottom land, without a bump. The only thing in a 10-mile circle was this pyramid, and that definitely wasn't my beacon. Or was it? I dived the eye lower. The pyramid was a crude-looking thing of undressed stone, without carvings or decorations. There was a shimmer of light at the top, and I took a closer look at it. On the peak of the pyramid was a hollow basin filled with water. When I saw that, something clicked in my mind. Locking the eye in a circular course, I dug through the Mark III plans, and there it was. The beacon had a precipitating field and a basin on top of it for water. This was used to cool the reactor that powered the monstrosity. If the water was still there, the beacon was still there, inside the pyramid. The natives, who of course weren't even mentioned by the idiots who constructed the thing, had built a nice heavy thick stone pyramid around the beacon. I took another look at the screen and realized that I had locked the eye into a circular orbit about 20 feet above the pyramid. The summit of the stone pile was now covered with lizards of some type, apparently the local life form. They had what looked like throwing sticks and arbalasts and were trying to shoot down the eye, a cloud of arrows and rocks flying in every direction. I pulled the eye straight up and away and threw in the control circuit that would return it automatically to the ship. Then I went to the galley for a long, strong drink. My beacon was not only locked inside a mountain of handmade stone, but I had managed to irritate the things who built the pyramid. A great beginning for a job, and one clearly designed to drive a stronger man than me to the bottle. Normally, a repairman stays away from native cultures. They are poison. Anthropologists may not mind being dissected for their science, but a repairman wants to make no sacrifice of any kind for his job. For this reason, most beacons are built on uninhabited planets. If a beacon has to be on a planet with a culture, it is usually built in some inaccessible place. Why this beacon had been built within reach of the local claws, I had yet to find out, but that would come in time. The first thing to do was to make contact. To make contact, you have to know the local language. And for that, I had long before worked out a system that was foolproof. I had a pry-eye of my own construction. It looked like a piece of rock about a foot long. Once on the ground, it would never be noticed, though it was a little disconcerting to see it float by. I located a lizard town about 1,000 kilometers from the pyramid and dropped the eye. It swished down and landed at night in the bank of the local mud wallow. This was a favorite spot that drew a good crowd during the day. In the morning, when the first wallowers arrived, I flipped on the recorder. After about 5 of the local days, I had a sea of native conversation in the memory bank of the machine translator, and tagged a few expressions. This is fairly easy to do when you have a machine memory to work with. One of the lizards gargled at another one, and the second one turned around. I tagged this expression with the phrase, "Hey George," and waited for my chance to use it. Later the same day, I caught one of them alone and shouted, "Hey George" at him. It gurgled out through the speaker in the local tongue, and he turned around. When you get enough reference phrases like this in the memory bank, the MT brain takes over and starts filling in the missing pieces. As soon as the MT could give a running translation of any conversation it heard, I figured it was time to make a contact. I found him easily enough. He was a Centaurian version of a goat boy. He herded a particularly loathsome form of local life in the swamps outside the town. I had one of the working eyes dig a cave in an outcropping of rock and wait for him. When he passed by the next day, I whispered into the mic, "Welcome, O goat boy grandson. This is your grandfather's spirit speaking from paradise." This fitted in with what I could make out of the local religion. Goat boy stopped as if he'd been shot. Before he could move, I pushed a switch and a handful of local currency, wampum-type shells, rolled out of the cave and landed at his feet. "Here is some money from paradise, because you've been a good boy." Not really from paradise. I lifted it from the treasury the night before. "Come back tomorrow and we will talk some more," I called after the fleeing figure. I was pleased to notice that he took the cash before taking off. After that, Grandpa in Paradise had many heart-to-heart talks with Grandson, who found the heavenly loot more than he could resist. Grandpa had been out of touch with things since his death, and Goat Boy happily filled him in. I learned all I needed to know of the history, past and recent, and it wasn't nice. In addition to the pyramid being around the beacon, there was a nice little religious war going on around the pyramid. It all began with the land bridge. Apparently, the local lizards had been living in the swamps when the beacon was built, but the builders didn't think much of them. They were a low type and confined to a distant continent. The idea that the race would develop and might reach this continent never occurred to the beacon mechanics, which is of course what happened. A little geological turnover, a swampy land bridge forming in the right spot, and the lizards began to wander up the beacon valley, and found religion. A shiny metal temple, out of which poured a constant stream of magic water. The reactor cooling water pumped down from the atmosphere condenser on the roof. The radioactivity in the water didn't hurt the natives. It caused mutations that bred true. A city was built around the temple, and through the centuries, the pyramid was put up around the beacon. A special branch of the priesthood served the temple. All went well until one of the priests violated the temple and destroyed the holy waters. There had been revolt, strife, murder, and destruction since then. But still the holy waters would not flow. Now armed mobs fought around the temple each day, and a new band of priests guarded the sacred fount. And I had to walk into the middle of that mess and repair the thing. It would have been easy enough if we were allowed a little mayhem. I could have a lizard fry, fix the beacon, and taken off. Only native life forms were quite well protected. There were spy cells on my ship, all of which I hadn't found, and would cheerfully rat me out when I got back. Diplomacy was called for. I sighed and dragged out the plastiflesh equipment. Working from 3D snaps of Grandson, I modeled a passable reptile head over my own features. It was a little short in the jaw, me not having one of their toothy mandibles, but that was all right. I didn't have to look exactly like them, just something close to soothe the native mind. It's logical. If I were an ignorant aborigine of Earth and I ran into a spycan who looks like a 2-foot gob of dried shellac, I would immediately leave the scene. However, if the Spycan was wearing a suit of plastiflesh that looked remotely humanoid, I would at least stay and talk to him. This was what I was aiming to do with the Centaurians. I peeled it off and attached it to an attractive suit of green plastic, complete with tail. I was really glad they had tails. The lizards didn't wear clothes, and I wanted to take along a lot of electronic equipment. I built the tail over a metal frame that anchored around my waist. I filled the frame with all the equipment I would need and began to wire the suit. When it was done, I tried it in front of a full-length mirror. It was horrible, but effective. The tail dragged me down in the rear and gave me a duck waddle, but that only helped the resemblance. That night I took the ship down into the hills nearest the pyramid, an out-of-the-way dry spot where the amphibious natives would never go. A little before dawn, the eye hooked onto my shoulders and we sailed straight up. We hovered above the temple at about 2,000 meters, until it was light, then dropped straight down. It must have been a grand sight. The eye was camouflaged to look like a flying lizard, sort of a cardboard pterodactyl, and the slowly flapping wings obviously had nothing to do with our flight, but it was impressive enough for the natives. The first one that spotted me screamed and dropped onto his back. The others came running. They milled and mobbed and piled on top of one another, and by that time I had landed in the plaza fronting the temple. The priesthood arrived. I folded my arms in a regal stance. "Greetings, O noble servers of the great god," I said. Of course I didn't say it out loud. I just whispered loud enough for the throat mic to catch. This was radioed back to the MT, and the translation shot back to a speaker in my jaws. The natives chomped and rattled, and the translation rolled out almost instantly. I had the volume turned up, and the whole square echoed. Some of the more credulous natives prostrated themselves, and others fled screaming. One doubtful type raised a spear, but no one else tried that after the pterodactyl eye picked him up and dropped him in the swamp. The priests were a hard-headed lot, and weren't buying any lizards in a poke. They just stood and muttered. I had to take the offensive again. "Begone, O faithful steed," I said to the eye, and pressed the control in my palm at the same time. It took off straight up, a bit faster than I wanted. Little pieces of wind-torn plastic rained down. While the crowd was ogling its ascent, I walked through the temple doors. "I would talk with you, O noble priests," I said. Before they could think up a good answer, I was inside. The temple was a small one, built against the base of the pyramid. I hoped I wasn't breaking too many taboos by going in. I wasn't stopped, so it looked all right. The temple was a single room with a murky-looking pool at one end. Sloshing in the pool was an ancient reptile, who clearly was one of the leaders. I waddled toward him, and he gave me a cold and fishy eye, then growled something. The MT whispered into my ear, "Just what in the name of the 13th sin are you, and what are you doing here?" I drew up my scaly figure in a noble gesture, and pointed towards the ceiling. "I have come from your ancestors to help you. I'm here to restore the holy waters." This raised a buzz of conversation behind me, but got no rise out of the chief. He sank slowly into the water, until only his eyes were showing. I could almost hear the wheels turning behind that moss-covered forehead. Then he lunged up and pointed a dripping finger at me. "You are a liar. You are no ancestor of ours. We will—" "Stop!" I thundered before he got so far in that he couldn't back out. "I said your ancestors sent me as an emissary. I am not one of your ancestors. Do not try and harm me, or the wrath of those who have passed on will turn against you." When I said this, I turned and jabbed a claw at the other priests, using the motion to cover my flicking a coin grenade towards them. It blew a nice hole in the floor, with a great show of noise and smoke. The first lizard knew I was talking sense, and then immediately called a meeting of the shaman. It of course took place in the public bathtub, and I had joined them there. We jawed and gurgled for about an hour, and settled all the major points. I found out that they were new priests. The previous ones had been boiled for letting the holy waters cease. They found out I was there only to help them restore the flow of the waters. They bought this, tentatively, and we all heaved out of the tub and trickled muddy paths across the floor. There was a bolted and guarded door that led into the pyramid proper. While it was being opened, the first lizard turned to me. "Undoubtedly you know the rule," he said. Because the old priest did pry and peer, it was ruled henceforth that only the blind could enter the Holy of Holies. I'd swear he was smiling. if 30 teeth peeking out of what looked like a crack in an old suitcase can be called smiling. He was also signaling to an underpriest who carried a brazier of charcoal complete with red-hot irons. All I could do was stand and watch as he stirred up the coals, pulled out the ruddiest iron, and turned towards me. He was just drawing a bead on my right eye when my brain got back into gear. "Of course," I said, "blinding is only right, but in my case you'll have to blind me before I leave the Holy of Holies, not now. I need my eyes to see and mend the fount of holy waters. Once the waters flow again, I will laugh as I hurl myself on the burning iron." He took a good 30 seconds to think it over and had to agree with me. The local torturer sniffled a bit and threw a bit more charcoal on the fire. The gate crashed open and I stalked through. Then it banged to behind me and I was alone in the dark. But not for long. There was a shuffling nearby, and I took a chance and turned on my flash. 3 priests were groping towards me, their eye sockets red pits of burned flesh. They knew what I wanted, and led the way without a word. A crumbling and cracked stone stairway brought us up to a solid metal doorway labeled, in archaic script, Mark III Beacon, authorized personnel only. The trusty builders counted on the sign to do the whole job, for there wasn't a trace of a lock on the door. One lizard merely turned the handle, and we were inside the beacon. I unzipped the front of my camouflage suit and pulled out the blueprints. With the faithful priest stumbling after me, I located the control room and turned on the lights. There was a residue of charge in the emergency batteries, just enough to give a dim light. The meters and indicators looked to be in good shape, if anything, unexpectedly bright from constant polishing. I checked the readings carefully, and found just what I had suspected. One of the eager lizards had managed to open a circuit box and had polished the switches inside. While doing this, he had thrown one of the switches that had caused the trouble. Rather, he had started the trouble. It wasn't going to be ended by just reversing the water valve switch. This valve was supposed to be used only for repairs, after the pile was damped. When the water was cut off while the pile was in operation, it had started to overheat and the automatic safeties had dumped the charge down the pit. I could start the water again easily enough, but there was no fuel left in the reactor. I wasn't going to play with the fuel problem at all. It would be far easier to install a new power plant. I had one in the ship that was about 1/10 of the size of the ancient bucket of bolts and produced at least 4 times the power. Before I sent for it, I checked over the rest of the beacon. In 2,000 years, there should be some sign of wear. The old boys had built it well. I'll give them credit for that. 90% of the machinery had no moving parts and had suffered no wear whatsoever. Other parts they had beefed up, figuring they would wear, but slowly. The water feed pipe from the roof, for example. The pipe walls were at least 3 meters thick, and the pipe opening itself no bigger than my head. There were some things I could do, though, and I made a list of parts. The parts, the new power plant, and a few other odds and ends were chooted into a neat pile on the ship. I checked all the parts by screen before they were loaded into a metal crate. In the darkest hour before dawn, the heavy-duty eye dropped off the crate outside of the temple and darted away without being seen. I watched the priests through the pry eye while they tried to open it. When they had given up, I boomed orders at them through the speaker in the crate. They spent most of the day sweating the heavy box up through the narrow temple stairs, and I enjoyed a good sleep. It was resting inside the beacon door when I woke up. The repairs didn't take long, though there were plenty of groans from the blind lizards when they heard me ripping the wall open to get at the power leads. I even hooked the gadget to the water pipe, so their holy waters would have the usual refreshing radioactivity when they started flowing again. The moment this was all finished, I did the job they were waiting for. I threw the switch and started the water flowing again. There were a few minutes while the water began to gurgle down through the pipe. Then a roar came from outside the pyramid that must have shaken its stone walls. Shaking my hands once over my head, I went down for the eye-burning ceremony. The blind lizards were waiting for me by the door and looked even unhappier than usual. When I tried the door, I found out why. It was bolted and barred from the other side. "It has been decided," a lizard said, "that you shall remain here forever and tend the holy waters. We will stay with you and serve your every need." A delightful prospect, eternity spent in a locked beacon with 3 blind lizards. In spite of their hospitality, I couldn't accept. "What? You dare interfere with the messenger of your ancestors? I had the speaker on full volume and the vibrations almost shook my head off. The lizards cringed, and I set my solar for a narrow beam and ran it around the door jamb. There was a great crunching and banging from the junk piled against it, and then the door swung free. I threw it open. Before they could protest, I had pushed the priests through it. The rest of their clan showed up at the foot of the steps and made a great ruckus while I finished welding the door shut. Running through the crowd, I faced up to the first lizard in his tub. He sank slowly beneath the surface. "What lack of courtesy!" I shouted. He made little bubbles in the water. "The ancestors are annoyed, and I have decided to forbid entrance to the inner temple forever. Though out of kindness, they will let the waters flow. Now I must return. On with the ceremony." The torture master was too frightened to move, so I grabbed out his hot iron. A touch on the side of my face dropped a steel plate over my eyes, under the plastiskin. Then I jammed the iron hard into my phony eye sockets, and the plastic gave off an authentic odor. A cry went up from the crowd as I dropped the iron and staggered in blind circles. I must admit it went off pretty well. Before they could get any more bright ideas, I threw the switch and my plastic pterodactyl sailed in through the door. I couldn't see it, of course, but I knew it had arrived when the grapples in the claws latched into the steel plates on my shoulders. I had got turned around after the eye burning, and my flying beast hooked into me backwards. I was meant to sail out bravely, blind eyes facing into the sunset. Instead, I faced the crowd as I soared away, so I made the most of a bad situation and threw them a snappy military salute. Then I was out in the fresh air and away. When I lifted the plate and poked holes in the seared plastic, I could see the pyramid growing smaller behind me, water gushing out of the base, and a happy crowd of reptiles sporting in its radioactive rush. I counted off on my talons to see if I had forgotten anything. 1. The beacon was repaired. 2. The door was sealed so there was no more sabotage, accidental or deliberate. 3. The priest should be satisfied. The water was running again, my eyes had been duly burned out, and they were back in business. Which added up to 4. The fact that they would probably let another repairman in under the same conditions if the beacon conked out again. At least I had done nothing like butchering a few of them that would make them antagonistic towards future ancestral messengers. I stripped off my tattered lizard suit back in the ship, very glad it would be some other repairman who'd get the job. End of The Repairman by Harry Harrison.
Tight Squeeze. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerome Lawson, January 2008. Tight Squeeze by Dean Charles Ing. Quote, "He knew the theory of repairing the gizmo all right. He had that nicely taped. But there was the little matter of threading a wire through a too small hole while under 0G and working in a spacesuit." End quote. McNamara ambled across the loading ramp, savoring the dry, dusty air that smelled unmistakable of spaceship. He half-consciously separated the odors. The sweet, volatile scent of fuel, the sharp aroma of lingering exhaust gases from early morning test firing, the delicate odor of silicon plastic which was being stored as payload. He shielded his eyes against the sun, watching as men struggled with the last plastic girders to be strapped down high above the dazzling ground of white sands. The slender cargo doors stood open around Vallier's girth, awaiting his own personal okay. This flight would be the 4th for Major Edward McNamara. As he neared the great, squatting shock absorbers, he could feel the tension begin to knot his stomach. He had, of course, been overwhelmed by the opportunity to participate in Operation Donut. The fact that he had been one of the best mechanical engineers in the Air Force never occurred to him at the time. He was a pilot, and a good one, but he had languished as CO of a maintenance squadron for nearly 2 years before he was given another crack at glory. Now he wasn't at all sure he was happy with the transition. They needed master mechanics for Operation Donut, but he felt they should be left on the ground when the towering supply rockets lifted. He stopped, leaning against scaffolding as he saw a familiar figure turn toward him. He cupped his hands before his face. "Hey, douse that butt, can't you—" "Oh, Mac." The commanding voice trailed off in a chuckle. Better to clown his way through the inspection, McNamara thought, than to let Ruiz notice his nervousness. The co-pilot, Ruiz, walked toward him, still smiling. "One of these days, boy, you're going to go too far. Thought you were a real 18-karat saboteur." He clapped McNamara on the shoulder and gazed aloft. "Good day for it. No weather, no hangover, no nothing." "Yeah. You know, Johnny, I've been thinking about a modification for our breathing oxy." He sniffed appreciatively. "What's that?" "Put a little dust in it. A few smells. The stuff we breathe is just too sanitary." "I know what you mean. I sure begin to crave this filthy, germ-filled air after a few hours up there." They both smiled at the thought, then turned to the business at hand. "By the way, Johnny, what are you doing out so early? Didn't expect to see you cabbies before 10. "I don't know," the bronzed Ruiz replied. "Went to bed early, woke up at 6 and couldn't drop off again. Here I am. Carl had to be along around 9:30. Thought I'd help you pre-flight if you want me to." "Sure." He wanted nothing of the sort, but he had the tact not to say so. Edward McNamara was as familiar with the Valier as he was with the tip of his nose. He had been on the scene when Dan Burke test-hopped the third stage, had made improvements and rerouting jobs, and had memorized every serial number of every bearing that went into Valier. As flight engineer, he was supposed to. With Johnny Ruiz helping a little and hindering a little, he finished his tour of the cargo sections and grinned his approval to a muscular loading technician. "I can button her up, Sergeant. Couldn't do a better job myself." It was a compliment of the highest order, and they both knew it. Riding the tiny lift down to ground level, McNamara stopped them every 10 feet or so to circle the catwalks. He noticed Ruiz's impatience about halfway down. "No hurry, Johnny. I don't want another Wild on our hands." He knew he shouldn't have said it, but it slipped out anyway. Everyone tried to forget the Wild disaster, particularly the flight personnel. The Wild, one of the first ships to be built, had made only 2 orbits before being destroyed. Observers stated that a cargo hatch had somehow swung open when the Wild was only 1,000 feet in the air. At any rate, the pilot reported damage to one second-stage fin, and had tried to break his way down. The Wild settled beautifully, tilted, then fell headlong. The resultant explosion caused such destruction that, had there not been a number of men in orbit and waiting for supplies, the project might have been halted. Temporarily. It was generally conceded that a more thorough pre-flight could have prevented the Wild's immolation. Ruiz was noticeably quieter during the remainder of the inspection. The external check completed, McNamara strapped a small flashlight to his wrist and began the internal inspection, jokingly called the autopsy. An hour and over 150 feet later, McNamara wheezed as he swung over the bulkhead at the base of Valier's third and top stage. His aching limbs persuaded him to take a breather. After all, his complete inspection of the day before really made a final pre-flight unnecessary, and passing near the frigid oxygen tanks was a day's work in itself. He listened to the innumerable noises around and below him. The clicks and hums near him meant that Ruiz, having given up following him, was checking out the flight controls, with power on only in the top stage. From below came a vibrational rushing noise, nearly subsonic, which told him of the fueling operation. He thought of the electrical relays governing the fuel input and shuddered. He violently disliked the idea of having hot wires near fuel of any kind, and rocket fuel in particular. McNamara swept his light over his wristwatch. 15 after. Logan should be along soon, he thought, and hastened to finish checking the conduits, servos, pumps, and hydraulic actuators below the cabin level. This done, he crawled up the final ladder to the cabin, or dome. "Well," cried a cheerful voice, "if it isn't our grimy Irishman." McNamara shook the sweat from his brow and muttered, "Irishman, is it? How about Logan? That's a good Scandinavian name." "How about Logan? He's great as usual. Just look at me, Mac. What a specimen." Logan, the inevitable optimist, bounced out of his acceleration couch and spread his arms wide, as if to show the world what a Superman he, Carl Logan, was. The gesture and its intimations made McNamara smile. Logan wasn't much over 5 feet tall, and his flight suit made him look like a bald pussycat. His small physique covered a fantastic set of reflexes, however, and Logan's sense of humor was a quality of utmost importance. He hadn't an enemy in the world. His enemy was out of this world by definition. Logan wanted to conquer space, and so far was doing just that. Okay, laugh. Just remember this, Gargantua. I may not be tall, but I sure am skinny." McNamara smiled again, nodding in agreement.
Well, don't everybody talk at once. How is she, Mac?
With luck, answered McNamara,
We might get 10 feet off the turf.
he paused for effect. Seriously, Carl, she never looked better. You could take her up right now. Say, where's Johnny? I thought you'd just be checking into the medics. Looks like everybody's early today.
He's probably over in some corner making out his will. He was down below a while ago with the fakes a mile long.
Probably, thought Mac. He's still thinking about the wild. Why did I have to bring that up? Aloud, he said. I ought to check the ground crew. Did you bring the forms?
Nope. Just my magnificent self. If anything had gone astray, they'd have told you.
All the same, I think I'll go down and question the troops. Don't leave without me. He clambered out onto the catwalk, leaving the airlock open. The sun was riding higher every minute. In a little over an hour, he'd be 1,000 miles away, vertically. The knot in his stomach began to form again. He wasn't scared exactly. He kept telling himself excited was a nicer word. The inspection forms signed, Mac held a short interrogation with the crew chief. The grizzled lieutenant, commissioned because of his long experience and responsibilities, gave Valier a clean bill of health. Each engine of the booster stage had been fired separately before dawn. A cubic foot of mercury seemed to roll from Mac's shoulders as he saw Logan and Ruiz lounging at the bottom of the lift. There wasn't anything to worry about. He recalled feeling the tension before the other 3 flights, then chided himself. You scaredy cat? Well, why not? It's a risk every time you make a shot, in spite of all the propaganda. Oh, if you didn't know everything's okay, you wouldn't be getting ready to make the shot. Yeah, but you never can tell. He stopped his inward battle and forced some spring into his step as he moved toward Logan and Ruiz. I've tried my best to abort this big bug, but I can't find anything amiss.
That's Granny McNamara for you, jibed Logan. Always trying to find fault.
He winked at Ruiz and rubbed his hands together.
Well, tennis anyone?
Mac knew without asking that Logan, for all his apparent indifference, had painstakingly gone over every phase of the flight, checking distribution, radar, final instructions from operations, weather, etc. Ruiz, as usual, watched and took notes as Logan gathered data. At minus 15 minutes, the trio was in the dome, checking personal equipment, while outside, the scaffolding ponderously slid away, section by section. There was little time for soliloquies of to go or not to go. Within the quarter hour, Captain Ruiz and Majors McNamara and Logan would be in readiness for the final countdown. With the emergency bailout equipment checked, the men busied themselves on another continuity test of the myriad circuits spread like a human neural system throughout the ship. All relays, servo systems, and instrument leads were in perfect condition as expected, and the trio was settled comfortably in acceleration couches with minutes to spare. Logan contacted ground control a few seconds after the minus 3-minute signal, informing all and sundry that Gridley could fire when ready. McNamara sighed, thinking that if Logan's humor wasn't exactly original, it was surely tenacious. The ship was brought to dim half-life at minus 1 minute by Logan's agile fingers, and as the final countdown rasped in his headset, Mac felt his innards wrestle among themselves. Valier bellowed her enthusiasm suddenly, lifting her 8,000-odd tons from the ground almost instantly. Inside, her occupants grimaced helplessly as they watched various instruments guide tiny pointers across calibrated faces. Mac's throat mic threatened to crush his Adam's apple, weighing 5 times its usual few ounces. Of his senses, sound was the one that dominated him. An intolerable, continuous explosion from the motors racked his mind like tidal waves of formic acid. He forced himself to overcome the numbness which his brain cast up to defend itself. Then, as quickly as it had begun, Valier fell deafeningly silent. That meant Mach 1 was past. It was an eternity before Stage 1 separated. The loss of the empty hulk was hardly felt as Valier streaked high over the Texas border. Ruiz, watching the radar scope, saw Lubbock slide into focus miles below. Next stop, Fort Worth, he thought. I used to drive that in 5 hours. The jagged line of the caprock told him they were well on their way to Fort Worth already. The altimeter showed slightly over 42 miles when Stage 2 detached itself. Logan, in constant contact with White Sands, was informed that they were tracking perfectly as Valier arrowed over central Texas toward rendezvous at the Donut. The exhausted lower stages were forgotten now. Only the second stage was of any concern anyway. The radar boys tracked it all the way down, ready to detonate it high in the air if its huge chutes wafted it near any inhabited community. The motors of Stage 3 blasted for a carefully calculated few seconds, then cut out automatically. With the destitution of his weight, Mac felt his spirits soar also. They were almost in orbit now, climbing at a slight angle with a velocity sufficient to carry them around Earth forever, a streamlined, tiny satellite. After the first few moments of disorientation, rocket crews found that a weightless condition gave them, ambiguously, a buoyant feeling. Only the Donut crew had really adapted to this condition, living as they did without the effects of gravity for hours at a time every day. The temporary housing was rotated for comfort of the crews during rest periods, but while moving the plates and girders of the giant donut into place, they had no such luxury. For these men, weightlessness became an integral part of their activities, but the rocket crews were subjected to this phenomenon only during the few hours needed to rendezvous, unload the cargo, and coast back after another initial period of acceleration. Hence, Mac felt a strange elation when he tapped his fingers on the arm of his couch and saw his arm float upward due to reaction from the tap. Against all regulations, Logan unstrapped himself and motioned his comrades to do the same. This unorthodox seventh-inning stretch was prohibited because it left the pilot's armrest controls without an operator, hence could prove disastrous if, through some malfunction, the ship should veer off course. The autopilot functioned perfectly, however, and Logan trusted it to the point of insouciance. The three men lounged in midair, grinning foolishly as they swam about the tiny cabin. No more satisfying stretch was ever enjoyed. A few minutes of this was enough. Ruiz was the first to gingerly pull himself into his couch, and his companions followed. Not a word had passed between them, since they were at all times in contact with monitor stations spaced across the world below. The first time they had enjoyed this irregular horseplay, on the second trip, Logan had made the mistake of saying, "Race you to the airlock," and was hard put to explain those words. Nor could Logan switch to intercom only, since a sudden radio silence would create anxiety below. Only their heavy breathing would indicate unusual activity to Earthside. They were nearing the intercept point, 1,000 miles above the Atlantic, when they realized their predicament. "I'm in it fixed, Carl," said Ruiz, meaning that he had tentatively fixed a position of intercept. "Correct out elevation. We're 0.9 degrees high." "Righto. Correction in 5 seconds from my mark." "Mark." For slight corrections in the flight path, small steering motors were utilized. These motors were located near the rear lip of Valier's conical cargo sections on retractable booms. Extension of the motors with no resultant air friction gave a longer pivot arm and consequently better efficiency. Mac pressed the auxiliary steer stud, and immediately 3 amber lights winked on in their respective instrument consoles. Carl Logan fired the 12 o'clock motor briefly, only it didn't fire. The change in momentum wouldn't be much in any case, but it was always perceptible by feel and by instrument. There was no change. Logan tried the firing circuit again, and again. Still Valier streaked along, now miles above the intended point of intercept. By this time, the embryo space station was quite near, sailing along in the scope beneath them. It slowly moved toward the top of the scope, passing Valier in its slightly higher relative velocity. "We've got troubles, Mac. Find him." Logan had finally lost the devil-may-care attitude, but that fact was small consolation to McNamara. "Keep your mitts off those firing studs, Carl," he growled, unstrapping himself quickly. The malfunction was definitely in the auxiliary motor setup, he thought. A common trouble? It wouldn't pay to find out. If the other motors fired, it would only throw them further off course. If worst came to worst, they could roll Valier over and use the 6 o'clock auxiliary. There was a small arc through which the motors could turn on their mounts, but the trouble was unknown, and they might end up rifling or pinwheeling if they didn't let bad enough alone. During his mental troubleshooting, Mac was busily worming his bulk into a balloonish-looking suit identical to those worn by the Donut's construction crew. Ruiz gave him some aid, helping him thrust his arms past the spring-folded elbow joints. For some reason, the legs gave less trouble. Within a fumbling few moments, he was ready for work. He glanced at Logan through his visor, feeling a precious pleasure over the beads of sweat on Logan's forehead. Time he sweated a little, thought the mechanic. A final check of his headset followed, after which Mac oozed into the Lilliputian airlock at the bottom, now rear, wall of the cabin. He nodded to Ruiz, who secured the airlock, then adjusted his suit control to force a little pressure into his suit. Gradually the suit became livable. Then he cracked the other airlock valve and allowed pressure to leak out around him. His suit puffed out with soft popping noises, and Mac heard the last vestige of air hiss out of the chambers. He found the hatchway too tight for comfort, and had a moment of fear when his tool pack caught in the orifice, wedging him neatly. He could hear Logan and Ruiz through his earphones, explaining their plight to ground control. They wanted to know why in blue blazes Valier hadn't contacted the donut when it came within range, and Logan had no defense save preoccupation with his own plight. Belatedly, Ruiz made radio contact with the donut, which was still well within range. All this time, Mac busied himself with his inspection light, tracing the electrical leads to the small, turbine-operated auxiliary motor fuel pumps. "Mac?" Logan's voice startled him. "Can you brace yourself? I'm going to try to match velocities with the donut. Won't take over 1G for a few seconds." "Wait a minute." He looked wildly around him. Valier hadn't been built with a view towards stowaways, and every cubic inch of space was crammed with something, except for the passageway with its ladder, leading up from the main motor section. Well, if it wasn't over a G, he could hang on to the ladder. Suit weighs another 50 pounds, though. My weight plus 50, he thought. "Give me a chance to get set," he said aloud. He hooked one bulbous leg over a ladder rung and braced the other against a lower rung, hugging the ladder with both arms. "Anytime you say, but kill it if you hear me holler." "Then 5 seconds from my mark. Mark!" Mac tightened his grip, and then sagged backward as the main motors fired. The vibration shook him slightly but deeply, and he fought to keep his hold. He felt his back creak and pop with the sudden surge of weight. Then the motor shut off, and Max skidded several feet up the ladder. No matter how fast a man's reactions were, they couldn't be applied quickly enough to keep him from starting an involuntary leap after bracing against a suddenly removed gravity load. "All over, Mac? You okay?" "Guess so, but I feel like a ping-pong ball. How are we sitting?" "Just fine," Ruiz cut in. "Find anything?" "Not yet." Max started his search anew. Everything seemed in perfect order up to the turbine pumps. Then, he feared, the trouble was near the little motors. That was tough. Really tough. With the motors retracted, it was next to impossible to get to them, past their hydraulically operated booms and actuators. Extended, he'd have to go outside. He cringed from the thought, although he knew that there was little to fear if he linked himself to the ship. He peered along the beam of light, searching for some telltale discoloration in wiring, or a gleaming icy patch, which would indicate a fuel leak. "Might be the firing plugs," he muttered. "Let's hope not. Where are you, Mac? Maybe you better give us a blow-by-blow." Logan sounded worried. "Good idea. Right now I'm at the 9 o'clock actuator. Nothing so far." He looked around himself, forgetting for the moment how he was supposed to get past the equipment to the other auxiliary motor stations. "Johnny," he said slowly, "I think you best break out the tapes. Auxiliary motor system. You'll find them under power plant." Months before, McNamara had made a complete set of tape recordings of his own voice, recorded as he made a thorough-going rundown of every system and its components. This was a personal innovation which his fellow flight engineers considered folly. Extra weight, they scoffed. Undue complication. Mac nodded and went on with his impromptu speech-making. A professional psychiatrist might have said, correctly, that Mac felt an unconscious need for supervision, a forgivable deficiency dating back to his cadet days. Mac simply claimed that the best of men could forget or omit when alone with a few $1 million worth of Uncle Sam's equipment. This way he could remind himself of each step to be taken ahead of time, in his own way. The co-pilot rushed to comply. Mac, waiting, suddenly remembered how to get past his obstacle. Internal braces which helped keep the tanks rigidly in place on Earth were of little use while in freeloading or gravity-less state. The braces were removable, and Mac had loosed a single wing nut to let the brace swing loose when he heard Johnny Ruiz's answer. "Ready with your tape, Mac? Where should I start it?" "Run through it till you get to a blank spot, then another, then stop it." He was certain he didn't really need the tape, but it was a maintenance aid and he was determined to use it. He heard a click, then a hum, as the recorder was jacked into his headset circuit. Immediately, a familiar voice began a slow dissertation on power leads from the dome, speeded up in the space of a second or two to a high-pitched alien gibberish, then to a faint scream. He began squirming around the turbine banks, got past the first brace, and turned to attach it again. Of course it wasn't necessary, but "play it safe" was embroidered on his brain by years of maintenance experience. Back in his old maintenance squadron, he'd been called the "old lady" instead of the "old man," due to his insistence on precautions. Lewis slowed the tape suddenly, on cue, and Mac heard himself saying, "Brace back in its slot and pin it. Be careful of those linkages on the turbine pumps. Now crawl around to the next brace and unpin it." Pause, scraping noises, and muttered oath. "Pinch sticks, but it won't without a load on it." It didn't. He worked slower than he had on the ground, fumbling with the heavy gloves and cursing mightily. His voice rambled on, warning him of obstacles and reminding him about minor points that could give trouble. He listened carefully, discarding each suggestion. Floating near the 12 o'clock auxiliary, Mac peered at each tubing connection, tugging and twisting. "Wait a minute," he said. His light flashed out at the motor, riding perched on its swivel, lined against cold, hard points of light that were the stars. His heart gave a bound. "I think I've found it." His other voice droned on morbidly. "Turn that thing off a minute, Johnny. Listen, there's a lead to the 12 o'clock fuel valve solenoid that looks like... Yes, I'm sure of it. It's pulled away from a bracket and it looks like it might be charred." Mac twisted around to view the wiring better. "Can you fix it?" "Sure, if that's all there is wrong. But I'd rather do the work with the motors retracted. Tell you what, retract them about 45 degrees when I give the word." Mac judged the distance the booms would cover during semi-retraction and half floated, half crawled out of the way. He found himself breathing heavily, despite the freeload conditions. His suit was simply too cumbersome. The thought came to him that he didn't even know how long he'd been out of the dome. His breathing oxygen gauge showed half empty, so he must have been on the job for around a half hour. He rationed his supply a bit, hoping he could finish the job without a refill. "Okay, Johnny, you can run the tape again. And retract the motors while you're at it." He heard the tape start again on its course, watching the booms. They leaped inward then, and Mac felt a crushing blow across his back. He shook his head groggily and yelled. He tried to scramble from his place between motor and turbine fuel lines without success. He was trapped like a wild animal by the heavy actuator which had swung past his head. He heard himself say, "And be sure to stay clear of the actuator. It swings through a 90-degree arc when it's operated." "Oh, shut up. I know it, I just judged it wrong." The tape moved on unperturbedly, reminding him to inspect the actuator bearings and extension rods. "Mac," came Logan's voice, "you might try to hurry it. If you can't get it fixed in an hour or two, we'll have to try rolling Valier down to the donut, but it's up to you, fella. Take your time." "Well, you might help me a bit by raising this hydraulic unit off of my shoulders. Lucky you didn't squash me." The actuator stayed where it was. "Johnny? Carl? Do you read me?" No answer. Obviously, the actuator had smashed its transmitter, but left the receiver section intact. Then all he could hope for would be a suspicion from one of the others that all was not well. If they asked him any questions and he failed to reply, they'd figure something was wrong. Well, he couldn't count on that. He struggled with his vulcanized suit, trying to squeeze from under the actuator. If I'd had them retracted completely, he thought, I'd be a dead man. It was a tight squeeze, but he inched his way out of the trap by using every ounce of strength at his command. If his suit tore, he'd know it in a hurry. Gasping for breath, Mac drew himself into a crouch and regarded the offending wire. His flashlight still operated, and he could see the heavy insulation which had been scraped away. No charring. Then it must have been the extension rods that had scissored through the insulation. The wire hung together by a thread, the strands of metal severed completely. He groped for his toolkit, trying to ignore the voice in his headset. Well, that takes care of the actuators. Now for these dinky motors. The swivel mounts have to work without any lubricant, so look for indications of wear and... Mac cursed under his breath. He sounded so cocksure, so all-knowing. He felt like beating himself, his earlier self, who had blithely toured Valier trailing the microphone wires without any real premonition of trouble. It always happens to the other guy. Not this time, chum, he reminded himself. The gloves were systematically foiling his attempts to withdraw the coil of wire at his side. The toolkit was the ultimate in maintenance work. compact and complete with extension handles for the cutters and wrenches. Everything was there, but practically impossible to use. His fingers finally closed over the wire. He jerked it out, and with it the splice tool. The little pliers caromed from the brace above him and sailed out towards the motor, beyond the ship. He watched, horrified, as the tool slowly cartwheeled away into space. "All right," he muttered. "Scratch one splice tool. That's also my only pair of pliers. I'll manage." He knew he could use the wire cutters in a pinch. "In a pinch," he repeated. "Well, that's a hot one. That's about all that's happened this trip so far. Pinch me, pinch the wiring. What a pinch." Holding the roll of wire tightly in one hand, he grasped the cutters and pulled them from the kit with utmost care. He unrolled a foot-long section of wire and clipped it off, laying his flashlight in the toolkit so that it would shine out in front of him. He managed to attach the tiny splice plugs by pinching them with the cutters, then moved cautiously to the wire which still drooped from the jumble of machinery. Drooped wasn't precisely the word. Actually, the wire had been bent into its position and stayed that way. As the harried major reached for the brace on which the wire had been bracketed, his toolkit vomited flashlight, wrenches, and screwdrivers, leaving him in total darkness. His cursing was regular now, monotonous and uninspired. There was another pencil light in the kit, snapped tightly to the case, and Mac reached for the whole business. The spare light was a maintenance problem in itself. Question: how to retrieve a fountain pen-sized object when it's held by a small snap and the retriever is encumbered by 3 pairs of Arctic mittens? Mark saw his errant flashlight out of the corner of his eye. Its beam fastened on a collapsed screwdriver while both swam sluggishly toward the inspection ladder. He located the pencil light and jerked it loose, holding the short wire and cutters in his other hand. This, Mac knew, was the crucial point. If he could splice the wire hanging in front of him, Valier would once more be in perfect shape. He would have welcomed an extra hand or two as he straddled a brace and shoved the tiny flash between his headpiece and shoulder fabric. The wire should be stripped, he knew, but he didn't have the tools. They were scarcely 10 feet from him, but they could have rested atop the Kremlin for all the good they did him. He got most of the strands of one end of wire shoved into a splice lug and called it good enough. It was like trying to thread a needle whose eye was deeper than it was wide, while in a diving suit, using the business end of a paintbrush to start the thread. He withdrew one hand and searched the kit for friction tape. It might be mentioned that an insulating tape which would be adhesive at -200°C, yet keep its properties at +1000, was the near culmination of chemical science. Silicon plastic research provided the adhesive, an inert gum which changed almost none through a fantastic range of temperatures and pressures. The tape Mac used to ensure his connection had an asbestos base with adhesive gum insinuated into the tape. He wrapped the wire tightly, then bound it to the brace. He noticed his visor fogging up and felt a faint, giddy sensation. Anoxemia. He let the tape drift as he reached for his regulator dial. What a fool he was, he thought, to starve his lungs. He turned the dial to energy maximum and gulped precious liters of oxygen-helium mixture. The gauge showed a store of the gas which might possibly be enough to last him, if nothing else went wrong, perhaps 10 minutes. The pencil flash, mercifully, still rested in a fold of his shoulder joint fabric. The insulation tape floated near his waist. He grabbed it and stowed it between his knee and the brace, then reached once again for the wiring. This time the splice went on without a hitch. He pinched the splice lug and taped the whole works feverishly. It was done. He had won. The trip back should only take a couple of minutes. Replacing the wire cutters in his kit, he held the pencil flash before him and started retracing his route. He passed the 12 o'clock brace, pinned it in again, and saw one of his tools floating to the right of his head. He gathered it in and swept his tiny flash around in search of other jetsam from his toolkit. He collected a wrench and the skittish flashlight, started toward the last brace between him and the ladder, and felt his legs go limp. He wasn't particularly alarmed about it. His arms and vision failed him too, but his brain hadn't enough incoming oxygen to care much one way or the other. The few remaining feet seemed to lengthen into a sewer-like passageway that vanished, as did all else as his perceptions died. McNamara was not the sort to wonder about heaven or hell when he first awoke. He saw a faintly rounded ceiling, a soft yellow tint accentuating its featurelessness. "How the devil?" he began. His voice failed him. "Hi, Mac." Logan's beaming face loomed over him.
You rugged character, you. Cold as a pickle an hour ago, and already you're asking silly questions.
He held up his hand as Max started to speak.
I hear you thinking, how the devil did I get here? And where is here? In reverse order, this is the most comfortable berth in the Donuts facilities, and you got here courtesy of one Johnny Ruiz. Myself, I wouldn't have taken the trouble.
Mac grinned back at his pilot and cleared his throat. Well, where is he? I want to shake his hand, or give him half my kingdom or something.
You know Johnny, the shy type. He'll be along after a while. You know, I think he kind of likes you. When you quit transmitting out there, Johnny was like a cat on a hot skillet. Finally decided to go back and have a look for himself, but I told him you probably had a hot game of solitaire going. Anyway, he went back and found you asleep on the job, and lost a good 10 pounds getting your fat carcass through the airlock.
That was a job that must have taxed both Ruiz and Logan, but Mac held his silence.
And that was about the size of it. Valier's parked outside with some of the boys, good as ever. Come on, we'll sup up some coffee.
Max swung himself up to a sitting position and realized dizzily that he was mother naked. His ribs felt pulverized.
You guys sure mauled me up, he said accusingly. Unavoidable, my dear grease monkey. You needed a little artificial respiration. I never was too good at that.
Well, whoever did the job rates a prize of some sort, Mac answered. But my ribs tell me he had more enthusiasm than practice. Logan smiled his old familiar smile, relieved to find his engineer in joking spirits.
The credit again goes to Johnny, but, he added, try not to be too hard on him. Try giving artificial respiration to a big lump like yourself sometime, without any gravity.
Mac digested this tidbit as he pulled on a fresh pair of overalls. Okay, he said, standing on the Fomex floor. How did he do it?
Strapped you into your couch face down and locked his legs around it. I didn't dare apply any G's. Come on, he finished. You've managed to upset every timetable in the project. Johnny's shaking like a leaf, or was when I left him. A bowl of coffee will do us both a world of good.
I'm sold, Mac grunted, zipping up a flight boot. But there's something I'd like to do, first chance I get.
Which is?
Which is jettison every last strip of tape I have on Valier. I'll tell you, Logan, he went on as they entered the recreation bar. You'll never know how degrading it is to hear useless, insipid information offered to you when you're in a tight spot, knowing full well the voice is your own. The End. End of Tight Squeeze by Dean Charles Ng. Recording by Jerome Lawson. January 2008.
Time and time again. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by R.J. Davis. Time and Time Again by Henry Beam Piper. To upset the stable, mighty stream of time would probably take an enormous concentration of energy. But it's not to be expected that a man would get a second chance at life. But atomic might accomplish both. Blinded by the bomb flash and numbed by the narcotic injection, he could not estimate the extent of his injuries, but he knew that he was dying. Around him in the darkness, voices sounded as through a thick wall. They might have left most of those Joes where they was. Half of them won't even last till the truck comes. No matter, as long as they're alive, they must be treated, another voice, crisp and cultivated, rebuked. Better start taking names while we're waiting. Yes, sir. Fingers fumbled at his identity badge. Hartley Allen, Captain, G5. Chemical Research, AN/73/D. Serial SO-238-69403J. Alan Hartley, the medic officer, spoke in shocked surprise. Why, he's the man who wrote Children of the Mist, Rose of Death, and Conqueror's Road. He tried to speak, and must have stirred. The courser's voice sharpened. Major, I think he's part conscious. Maybe I better give him another shot. Yes, yes, by all means, Sergeant. Something jabbed Alan Hartley in the back of the neck. Soft billows of oblivion closed in upon him, and all that remained to him was a tiny spark of awareness, glowing alone and lost in a great darkness. The spark grew brighter. He was more than a something that merely knew that it existed. He was a man, and he had a name, and a military rank, and memories. Memories of the shearing blue-green flash, and of what he had been doing outside the shelter the moment before, and memories of the month-long siege, and of the retreat from the north, and memories of the days before the war, back to the time when he had been little Alan Hartley, a schoolboy, the son of a successful lawyer in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. His mother he could not remember. There was only a vague impression of the house full of people who had tried to comfort him for something he could not understand. But he remembered the old German woman who had kept house for his father afterward, and he remembered his bedroom, with its chintz-covered chairs, and the warm-colored patch quilt on the old cherry bed, and the tan curtains at the windows, edged with dusky red, and the morning sun shining through them. He could almost see them now. He blinked. He could see them. For a long time he lay staring at them unbelievingly, and then he deliberately closed his eyes and counted 10 seconds. And as he counted, terror gripped him. He was afraid to open them again, lest he find himself blind or gazing at the filth and wreckage of a blasted city. But when he reached 10, he forced himself to look, and gave a sigh of relief. The sunlit curtains and the sun-gilded mist outside were still there. He reached out to check one sense against another, feeling the rough monk's cloth and the edging of maroon silk thread. They were tangible as well as visible. Then he saw that the back of his hand was unscarred. There should have been a scar, souvenir of a rough-and-tumble brawl of his cub reporter days. He examined both hands closely. An instant later he had sat up in bed and thrown off the covers, partially removing his pajamas and expecting as much of his body as was visible. It was the smooth body of a little boy. That was ridiculous. He was a man of 43, an army officer, a chemist, once a best-selling novelist. He had been married and divorced 10 years ago. He looked again at his body. It was only 12 years old, 14 at the very oldest. His eyes swept the room wide with wonder. Every detail was familiar. The flower-splashed chair covers, the table that served as desk and catch-all for his possessions, the dresser with its mirror stuck full of pictures of aircraft. It was the bedroom of his childhood home. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed. They were 6 inches too short to reach the floor. For an instant the room spun dizzily, and he was in the grip of utter panic, all confidence in the evidence of his senses lost. Was he insane, or delirious, or had the bomb really killed him? Was this what death was like? What was that thing about ye become as little children? He started to laugh, and his juvenile larynx made giggling sounds. They seemed funny too, and aggravated his mirth. For a little while he was on the edge of hysteria, and then, when he managed to control his laughter, he felt calmer. If he were dead, then he must be a disincarnate entity, and would be able to penetrate matter. To his relief, he was unable to push his hand through the bed. So he was alive. He was also fully awake, and he hoped rational. He rose to his feet and prowled about the room, taking stock of its contents. There was no calendar in sight, and he could find no newspapers or dated periodicals, but he knew that it was prior to July 18, 1946. On that day, his 14th birthday, his father had given him a light .22 rifle, and it had been hung on a pair of rustic forks on the wall. It was not there now, nor ever had been. On the table he saw the boy's book of military aircraft, with a clean new dust jacket. The fly-leaf was inscribed, "To Alan Hartley from his father on his 13th birthday, 7/18/45. Glancing out the window at the foliage on the trees, he estimated the date at late July or early August 1945. That would make him just 13. His clothes were draped on a chair beside the bed. Stripping off his pajamas, he donned shorts, then sat down and picked up a pair of lemon-colored socks, which he regarded with disfavor. As he pulled one on, a church bell began to clang. St. Boniface up on the hill, ringing for early Mass. So this was Sunday. He paused, the second sock in his hand. There was no question that his present environment was actual. Yet, on the other hand, he possessed a set of memories completely at variance with it. Now suppose, since his environment were not an illusion, everything else were. Suppose all those troublesome memories were no more than a dream. Why, he was just little Alan Hartley, safe in his room on a Sunday morning, badly scared by a nightmare. Too much science fiction, Alan. Too many comic books. That was a wonderfully comforting thought, and he hugged it to him contentedly. It lasted all the while he was buttoning up his shirt and pulling on his pants, but when he reached for his shoes, it evaporated. Ever since he had awakened, he realized, he had been occupied with thoughts utterly incomprehensible to any 13-year-old. Even thinking in words that would have been so much Sanskrit to himself at 13. He shook his head regretfully. The just-a-dream hypothesis went by the deep six. He picked up a second shoe and glared at it, as though it were responsible for his predicament. He was going to have to be careful. An unexpected display of adult characteristics might give rise to some questions he would find hard to answer creditably. Fortunately, he was an only child. There were no brothers or sisters to trip him up. Old Mrs. Stauber, the housekeeper, wouldn't be much of a problem. Even in his normal childhood, he had bulked like an intellectual giant in comparison to her. But his father... Now there the going would be tough. He knew that shrewd attorney's mind, witted keen on a generation of lying and reluctant witnesses. Sooner or later he would forget for an instant and betray himself. Then he smiled, remembering the books he had discovered, in his late teens, on his father's shelves, and recalled the character of the open-minded agnostic lawyer. If he could only avoid the inevitable unmasking until he had a plausible explanatory theory. Blake Hartley was leaving the bathroom as Alan Hartley opened his door and stepped into the hall. The lawyer was bare-armed and in slippers. At 48, there was only a faint powdering of gray in his dark hair, and not a gray thread in his clipped mustache. The old merry widower himself, Alan thought, grinning as he remembered the white-haired but still vigorous man from whom he had parted at the outbreak of the war. "Morning, Dad," he greeted. "Morning, son. You're up early. Going to Sunday school?" Now there was the advantage of a father who had cut his first intellectual tooth on Tom Paine and Bob Ingersoll. Attendance at divine services was on a strictly voluntary basis. "Why, I don't think so. I want to do some reading this morning." "That's always a good thing to do," Blake Hartley approved. "After breakfast, suppose you take a walk down to the station and get me a Times." He dug in his trouser pocket and came out with a $50. "Get anything you want for yourself while you're at it." Alan thanked his father and pocketed the coin. "Mrs. Stauber will still be at Mass," he suggested. "Say I get the paper now. Breakfast won't be ready till she gets here." "Good idea," Blake Hartley nodded, pleased. You'll have 3/4 of an hour at least." So far he congratulated himself. Everything had gone smoothly. Finishing his toilet, he went downstairs and onto the street, turning left at Brandon to Campbell, and left again in the direction of the station. Before he reached the underpass, a dozen half-forgotten memories had revived. Here was a house that would in a few years be gutted by fire. Here were 4 dwellings standing where he had last seen a 5-story apartment building. A gasoline station with a weed-grown lot would shortly be replaced by a supermarket. The environments of the station itself were a complete puzzle to him until he orientated himself. He bought a New York Times, glancing first of all at the dateline, Sunday, August 5, 1945. He had estimated pretty closely. The Battle of Okinawa had been won. The Potsdam Conference had just ended. There were still pictures of the B-25 crash against the Empire State Building a week ago Saturday. And Japan was still being pounded by bombs from the air and shells from offshore naval guns. Why, tomorrow Hiroshima was due for the big job. It amused him to reflect that he was probably the only person in Williamsport who knew that. On the way home, a boy sitting on the top step of a front porch hailed him. Alan replied cordially, trying to remember who it was. Of course, Larry Morton. He and Alan had been buddies. They probably had been swimming or playing commandos in Germans the afternoon before. Larry had gone to Cornell the same year that Alan had gone to Penn State. They had both graduated in 1954. Larry had gotten into some government bureau, and then he had married a Pittsburgh girl, and had become 12th vice president of her father's firm. He had been killed in 1968 in a plane crash. "You go on a Sunday school?" Larry asked, mercifully unaware of the fate Alan foresaw for him. "Why, no. I have some things I want to do at home." He'd have to watch himself. Larry would spot a difference quicker than any adult. "Heck with it," he added. "Golly, I wish I could stay home from Sunday school whenever I wanted to," Larry envied. "How about us going swimming at the canoe club this after?" Alan thought fast. "Gee, I wish I could," he replied, lowering his grammatical sights. "I've got to stay home s'after. We're expecting company. Couple of aunts of mine. Dad wants me to stay home when they come." That went over all right. Everybody knew that there was no rational accounting for the vagaries of the adult mind, and no appeal from adult demands. The prospect of company at the Hartley home would keep Larry away that afternoon. He showed his disappointment. "Aw, jeepers creepers," he blasphemed euphemistically. "Maybe tomorrow," Alan said, "if I can make it. I gotta go now, ain't had breakfast yet." He scuffed his feet boyishly, exchanged so longs with his friend, and continued homeward. As he hoped, the Sunday paper kept his father occupied at breakfast to the exclusion of any dangerous table talk. Blake Hartley was still deep in the financial section when Alan left the table and went to the library. There should be 2 books there to which he wanted badly to refer. For a while he was afraid that his father had not acquired them prior to 1945, but he finally found them, and carried them onto the front porch, along with a pencil and a ruled yellow scratch pad. In his experienced future, or his past to come, Alan Hartley had been accustomed to doing his thinking with a pencil. As reporter, as novelist plotting his work, as amateur chemist in his home laboratory, as scientific warfare research officer, his ideas had always been clarified by making notes. He pushed a chair to the table and built up the seat with cushions, wondering how soon he would become used to the proportional disparity between himself and the furniture. As he opened the books and took his pencil in hand, there was one thing missing. If he could only smoke a pipe now. His father came out and stretched in a wicker chair with the Times book review section. The morning hours passed. Alan Hartley leafed through one book and then the other. His pencil moved rapidly at times, at others he doodled absently. There was no question anymore in his mind as to what or who he was. He was Alan Hartley, a man of 43, marooned in his own 13-year-old body, 30 years back in his own past. That was, of course, against all common sense, but he was easily able to ignore that objection. It had been made before, against the astronomy of Copernicus, and the geography of Columbus, and the biology of Darwin, and the industrial technology of Samuel Colt, and the military doctrines of Charles de Gaulle. Today's common sense had a habit of turning into tomorrow's utter nonsense. What he needed right now, but bad, was a theory that would explain what had happened to him. Understanding was beginning to dawn when Mrs. Stauber came out to announce midday dinner. "I hope you won't mind howling it so early," she apologized. "My sister Jenny over in Nippenose, she is sick. I want to go see her this afternoon yet." "I'll be back in plenty of time to get supper, Mr. Hartley." "Hey, Dad," Alan spoke up. "Why can't we get our own supper and have a picnic like? That'd be fun. And Mrs. Stauber could stay as long as she wanted to." His father looked at him. Such consideration for others was a most gratifying deviation from the juvenile norm. Dawn of altruism, or something. He gave hearty consent. "Why, of course, Mrs. Stauber. Alan and I can shift for ourselves this evening, can't we, Alan? You needn't come back till tomorrow morning." "Ach, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Hartley." At dinner, Alan got out from under the burden of conversation by questioning his father about the war and luring him into a lengthy dissertation on the difficulties of the forthcoming invasion of Japan. In view of what he remembered of the next 24 hours, Alan was secretly amused. His father was sure that the war would run on to mid-1946. After dinner, they returned to the porch, Hartley Pierce smoking a cigar and carrying out several law books. He only glanced at those occasionally. For the most part, he sat and blew smoke rings and watched them float away. Some trice-guilty Felton was about to be triumphantly acquitted by a weeping jury. Alan could recognize a courtroom masterpiece in the process of incubation. It was several hours later that the crunch of feet on the walk caused father and son to look up simultaneously. The approaching visitor was a tall man in a rumpled black suit. He had knobby wrists and big, awkward hands, black hair flecked with gray, and a harsh, bigoted face. Alan remembered him. Frank Gutschall, living on Campbell Street, a religious fanatic, and some sort of lay preacher. Maybe he needed legal advice. Alan could vaguely remember some incident. "Ah, good afternoon, Mr. Gutschall. Lovely day, isn't it?" Blake Hartley said. Gutschall cleared his throat. "Mr. Hartley, I wonder if you could lend me a gun and some bullets," he began embarrassedly. "My little dog's been hurt and is suffering something terrible. I want a gun to put the poor thing out of its pain." "Why, yes, of course. How would a 20-gauge shotgun do?" Blake Hartley asked. "You wouldn't want anything heavy." Gutschall fidgeted. I was hoping you'd let me have a little gun." He held his hands about 6 inches apart. "A pistol that I could put in my pocket. It wouldn't look right to carry a hunting gun on the Lord's Day. People wouldn't understand that it was for a work of mercy." The lawyer nodded. In view of Gutschall's religious beliefs, the objection made sense. "Well, I have a Colt 38 Special," he said, "but you know, I belong to this auxiliary police outfit. If I were called out for duty this evening, I'd need it. How soon could you bring it back?" Something clicked in Alan Hartley's mind. He remembered now what that incident had been. He knew, too, what he had to do. "Dad, aren't there some cartridges left for the Luger?" he asked. Blake Hartley snapped his fingers. "By George, yes. I have a German automatic I can let you have, but I wish you'd bring it back as soon as possible. I'll get it for you." Before he could rise, Allen was on his feet. "Sit still, Dad. I'll get it. I know where the cartridges are." With that, he darted into the house and upstairs. The Luger hung on a wall over his father's bed. Getting it down, he dismounted it, worked with rapid precision. He used the blade of his pocket knife to unlock the end piece of the breech lock, slipping out the firing pin and buttoning it into his shirt pocket. Then he reassembled the harmless pistol and filled the clip with 9mm cartridges from the bureau drawer. There was an extension telephone beside the bed. Finding Gutschall's address in the directory, he lifted the telephone and stretched his handkerchief over the mouthpiece. Then he dialed police headquarters. "This is Blake Hartley," he lied, deepening his voice, carrying his father's tone. "Frank Gutschall, who lives at... Take this down," he gave Gutschall's address, "had just borrowed a pistol from me, ostensibly to shoot a dog. He has no dog. He intends shooting his wife. Don't argue about how I know. There isn't time. Just take it for granted that I do. I disabled the pistol, took out the firing pin, but if he finds out what I did, he may get some other weapon. He's on his way home, but he's on foot. If you hurry, you may get a man there before he arrives and grab him before he finds out the pistol won't shoot." "Okay, Mr. Hartley, we'll take care of it, thanks. And I wish you'd get my pistol back as soon as you can. It's something I brought home from the other war, and I shouldn't like to lose it." "We'll take care of that, too. Thank you, Mr. Hartley." He hung up, carried the Luger and loaded clip down to the porch. "Look, Mr. Gutschall, here's how it works," he said, showing it to the visitor. Then he slapped in the clip, yanked on the toggle loading the chamber. "It's ready to shoot now. This is a safety." He pushed it on. "When you're ready to shoot, just shove it forward and up, and then pull the trigger. You'll have to pull the trigger each time. It's loaded for 8 shots. And be sure to put the safety back when you're through shooting." "Did you load the chamber?" Blake Hartley demanded. "Sure, it's on safe now. Let me see." His father took the pistol, being careful to keep his finger out of the trigger guard, and looked at it. "Yes, that's all right." He repeated the instructions Allen had given, stressing the importance of putting the safety on after using. "Understand how it works now?" he asked. "Yes, I understand how it works. Thank you, Mr. Hartley. Thank you too, young man." Gutschall put the Luger in his hip pocket, made sure it wouldn't fall out, and took his departure. "You shouldn't have loaded it," Hartley Pierre reproved when he was gone. Allen sighed. This was it. The masquerade was over. "I had to keep you from fooling with it," he said. "I didn't want you finding out that I'd taken out the firing pin." "You what?" "Gutschall didn't want that gun to shoot a dog. He has no dog. He meant to shoot his wife with it. He's a religious maniac. Sees visions, hears voices, receives revelations, talks with the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost probably put him up to this caper. I'll submit that any man who holds long conversations with the deity isn't to be trusted with a gun, and neither is any man who lies about why he wants one. And while I was at it, I called the police on the upstairs phone. I had to use your name. I deepened my voice and talked through a handkerchief. You... Blake Hartley jumped as though bee stung. "Why did you have to do that?" "You know why. I couldn't have told him this is little Allen Hartley, just 13 years old. Please, Mr. Policeman, go and arrest Frank Gutschall before he goes root toot toot at his wife with my papa's Luger. That would have gone over big now, wouldn't it?" And suppose he really wants to shoot a dog, what sort of mess will I be in? No mess at all. If I'm wrong, which I'm not, I'll take the thump for it myself. It'll pass for a dumb kid trick, and nothing'll be done. But if I'm right, you'll have to front for me. They'll keep your name out of it, and they'd give me a lot of cheap boy hero publicity, which I don't want. He picked up his pencil again. We should have the complete returns in about 20 minutes. That was a 10-minute understatement, and it was under a quarter hour before the detective sergeant who returned the Luger had finished congratulating Blake Hartley and giving him the thanks of the department. Before he had gone, the lawyer picked up the Luger, withdrew the clip, and ejected the round in the chamber. "Well," he told his son, "you were right. You saved that woman's life." He looked at the automatic clip and then handed it across the table. "Now let's see you put that firing pin back." Alan Hartley dismantled the weapon, inserted the missing part, and put it together again, then snapped it experimentally and returned it to his father. Blake Hartley looked at it again and laid it on the table. "Now, son, suppose we have a little talk," he said softly. "But I explained everything," Alan objected innocently. "You did not," his father retorted. "Yesterday you had never thought of a trick like this. Why, you wouldn't even have known how to take this pistol apart. And at dinner I caught you using language and expressing ideas that were entirely outside anything you've ever known before. Now, I want to know, and I mean this literally." Alan chuckled. "I hope you're not toying with the rather medieval notion of obsession," he said. Blake Hartley started. Something very like that must have been filtering through his mind. He opened his mouth to say something, then closed it abruptly. "The trouble is, I'm not sure you aren't right," his son continued. "You say you find me changed. When did you first notice a difference?" "Last night you were still my little boy. This morning," Blake Hartley was talking more to himself than Alan, "I don't know. You were unusually silent at breakfast, and come to think of it, there was something strange about you when I saw you in the hall upstairs. Alan," he burst out vehemently, "what has happened to you?" Alan Hartley felt a twinge of pain. What his father was going through was almost what he himself had endured in the first few minutes after waking. "I wish I could be sure myself, Dad," he said. "You see, when I woke this morning, I hadn't the least recollection of anything I've done yesterday. August 4th, 1945, that is," he specified. "I was positively convinced that I was a man of 43, and my last memory was lying on a stretcher, injured by a bomb explosion. And I was equally convinced that this had happened in 1975. "Huh?" His father straightened. "Did you say 1975? He thought for a moment. "That's right. In 1975, you will be 43. A bomb, you say?" Alan nodded. "During the siege of Buffalo in the Third World War," he said, "I was a captain in G5 Scientific Warfare General Staff. There'd been a transpolar air invasion of Canada, and I'd been sent to the front to check on service failures of a new lubricating oil for combat equipment. A week after I got there, Ottawa fell, and the retreat started. We made a stand at Buffalo, and that was where I copped it. I remember being picked up and getting a narcotic injection. The next thing I knew, I was in bed upstairs, and it was 1945 again, and I was back in my own little 13-year-old body." "Oh, Alan, you just had a nightmare to end nightmares," his father assured him, laughing a trifle too heartily. "That's all. That was one of the first things I thought of. I had to reject it. It just wouldn't fit the facts. Look, a normal dream is part of the dreamer's own physical brain, isn't it? Well, here is a part about 2,000% greater than the whole from which it was taken, which is absurd. You mean all this Battle of Buffalo stuff? That's easy. All the radio commentators have been harping on the horrors of World War III, and you couldn't have avoided hearing some of it. You just have an undigested chunk of H.B. Calderborn raising hell in your subconscious. It wasn't just World War III, it was everything. My 4 years at high school, my 4 years at Penn State, and my 7 years as a reporter at the Philadelphia Record, and my novels, Children of the Mist, Rose of Death, and Conqueror's Road. They were no kid stuff. Why, yesterday I'd never even have thought of some of the ideas I used in my detective stories that I published under a nom de plume. And my hobby, chemistry, I was pretty good at that. Patented a couple of processes that made me as much money as my writing. You think a 13-year-old just dreamed all that up? Or here, you speak French, don't you? He switched languages and spoke at some length in good conversational slang-spiced Parisian. Too bad you don't speak Spanish too, he added, reverting to English. Except for a Mexican accent you could cut with a machete, I'm even better there than in French, and I know some German and a little Russian. Blake Hartley stared at his son stunned. It was some time before he could make himself speak. I could barely keep up with you in French, he admitted. I can swear that in the last 13 years of your life, you had absolutely no chance to learn it. All right, you lived till 1975, you say. Then all of a sudden you found yourself back here, 13 years old, in 1945. I suppose you remember everything in between, he asked. Did you ever read James Branch Cabell? Remember Florian de Puysange in The High Place? Yes, you find the same idea in Jurgen too, Alan said. You know, I'm beginning to wonder if Cabell mightn't have known something he didn't want to write. But it's impossible. Blake Hartley hit the table with his hand so hard that the heavy pistol bounced. The loose round he had ejected from the chamber toppled over and started to roll, falling off the edge. He stooped and picked it up. How can you go back against time? And the time you claim you came from doesn't exist now. It hasn't happened yet. He reached for the pistol magazine to insert the cartridge, and as he did, he saw the books in front of his son. Dunay's Experiment with Time, he commented, and J.N.M. Tyrrell's Science and Physical Phenomena. Are you trying to work out a theory? Yes. It encouraged Alan to see that his father had unconsciously adopted an adult-to-adult manner. I think I'm getting somewhere, too. You've read these books. Well, look, Dad, what's your attitude on precognition? The ability of the human mind to exhibit real knowledge apart from logical inference, or future events. You think Dunay is telling the truth about his experiences? Or that the cases of Tyrrell's book are properly verified and can't be explained away on the basis of chance? Blake Hartley frowned. I don't know, he confessed. The evidence is the sort that any court in the world would accept if it concerned ordinary, normal events, especially the cases investigated by the Society of Physical Research. They have been verified. And how can anyone know something that hasn't happened yet? If it hasn't happened yet, it doesn't exist. And you can't have real knowledge of something that has no real existence. Tyrrell discusses that dilemma and doesn't dispose of it. I think I can. If somebody has real knowledge of the future, then the future must be available to the present mind. And if any moment other than the bare present exists, then all time must be totally present. Every moment must be perpetually coexistent with every other moment, Alan said. Yes, I think I see what you mean. That was Dunay's idea, wasn't it? No, Dunay postulated that infinite series of time dimensions, the entire extent of each being the bare existent moment of the next. What I'm postulating is the perpetual coexistence of every moment of time in this dimension, just as every graduation of a yardstick exists equally with every other graduation, but each at a different point in space. Well, as far as duration and sequence go, that's all right, the father agreed. But how about the passage of time? Well, time does appear to pass. So does the landscape you see from a moving car window. I'll suggest that both are illusions of the same kind. We imagine time to be dynamic, because we've never viewed it from a fixed point. But if it is totally present, then it must be static, and in that case we're moving through time. Well, seems all right, but what's your car window? If all time is totally present, then you must exist simultaneously at every moment along your individual lifespan, Alan said. Your physical body and your mind, and all the thoughts contained in your mind, each at its appropriate moment in sequence. But what is it that exists only at the bare moment we think of as now? Blake Hartley grinned. Already he was accepting his small son as an intellectual equal. Please, teacher, what? Your consciousness. And don't say what's that, teacher doesn't know. But we're only conscious of one moment, the illusionary now. This is now, and it was now. And when you ask that question, and it'll be now when I stop talking. But each is a different moment. We imagine that all these nows are rushing past us. Really, they're standing still, and our consciousness is whizzing past them. His father thought that over for some time. Then he sat up. Hey, he cried suddenly. If some part of our ego is time-free and passes from moment to moment, it must be extra-physical, because the physical body exists at every moment through which the consciousness passes. And if it's extra-physical, there's no reason whatever for assuming that it passes out of existence when it reaches the moment of the death of the body. Why, there's logical evidence for survival, independent of any alleged spirit communication. You can toss out Patient Worth, and Mrs. Auburn Leonard's Theta, and Sir Oliver Lodge's son, and Wilfred Brandon and all the other spirit communicators, and still have evidence. I hadn't thought of that, Alan confessed. I think you're right. Well, let's put that at the bottom of the agenda and get on with this time business. You lose consciousness as in sleep. Where does your consciousness go? I think it simply detaches from the moment at which you go to sleep and moves backward or forward along the line of moment sequence to some prior or subsequent moment, attaching there. Well, why don't we know anything about that? Blake Hartley asked. It never seems to happen. You go to sleep tonight, and it's always tomorrow morning when we wake. Never day before yesterday, or last month, or next year. It never, or almost never seems to happen. You're right there. Know why? Because if the consciousness goes forward, it attaches to a moment when the physical brain contains memories of the previous consciously unexperienced moment. You wake, remembering the evening before, because that's the memory contained in your mind at that moment. And back of it are memories of all the events in the interim, see? Yes, but how about backward movement like the experience of yours? This experience of mine may not be unique, but I never heard of another case like it. What usually happens is that the memories carried back by the consciousness are buried in the subconscious mind. You know how thick the wall between the subconscious and conscious mind is. Those dreams of Dunay's and the case of Tyrell's book are leakage. That's why precognitions are usually incomplete and distorted and generally trivial. The wonder isn't that good cases are so few, it's surprising that there are any at all. Alan looked at the papers in front of him. I haven't begun to theorize about how I managed to remember everything, It may have been the radiations from the bomb, or the effect of the narcotic, or both together, or something at this end, or a combination of all three. But the fact remains that my subconscious barrier didn't function, and everything got through. So you see, I am obsessed by my own future identity. And I'd been afraid that you'd been, well, taken over by some outsider. Blake Hartley grinned weakly. I don't mind admitting, Alan, that what's happened has been a shock. But that other, I just couldn't have taken that. No, not in stage sane, but really I am your son, the same entity I was yesterday. I've just had what you might call an educational shortcut. I'll say you have, his father laughed in real amusement. He discovered that his cigar had gone out and relit it. Here, if you can remember the next 30 years, suppose you tell me when the war's going to end. This one, I mean. The Japanese surrender will be announced at exactly 1901, 7:01 p.m. present style, on August 14, a week from Tuesday. Better make sure we have plenty of grub in the house by then. Everything will be closed up tight until Thursday morning, even the restaurants. I remember we had nothing to eat in the house but some scraps. Well, it is handy having a prophet in the family. I'll see to it that Mrs. Stauber gets plenty of groceries in. Tuesday a week. That's pretty sudden, isn't it? The Japs are going to think so, Alan replied. He went on to describe what was going to happen. His father swore softly. You know, I've heard talk about atomic energy, but I thought it was just Buck Rogers stuff. Was that the sort of bomb that got you? That was a firecracker to the bomb that got me. That thing exploded a good 10 miles away. Blake Hartley whistled softly. And that's going to happen in 30 years? You know, son, if I were you, I wouldn't like to have to know about a thing like that. He looked at Alan for a moment. Please, if you know, don't tell me when I'm going to die. Alan smiled. I can't. I got a letter from you just before I left for the front. You were 78 then, and you were still hunting and fishing and flying your own plane. But I'm not going to get killed in any Battle of Buffalo this time, and if I can prevent it, and I think I can, there won't be any World War III. But you say all time exists, perpetually coexistent and totally present, his father said? Then it's right there in front of you, and you're getting closer to it every watch tick. Alan Hartley shook his head. You know what I remembered when Frank Goodchild came to borrow a gun, he asked? Well, the other time I hadn't been home. I'd been swimming at the canoe club with Larry Morton. When I got home, about half an hour from now, I found a house full of cops. Goodchild talked a .38 officer's model out of you and gone home. He'd shot his wife 4 times through the body, finished her off with another one back of the ear, and then used his 6th shot to blast his brains out. The cops traced the gun. They took a very poor view of your lending it to him. You never got it back. Trust that gang to keep a good gun, the lawyer said. I didn't want us to lose it this time. I didn't want to see you lose face around City Hall. Goochalds, of course, are expendable, Alan said. But my main reason for fixing Frank Goodchild up with a padded cell is that I wanted to know whether or not the future could be altered. I have it on experimental authority that it can be. There must be additional dimensions of time, lines of alternate probabilities, something like William Seabrook's Witch Doctor Friend's fan-shaped destiny. When I brought memories of the future back to the present, I added certain factors to the usual chain. That set up an entirely new line of probabilities. On no notice at all, I stopped a murder and a suicide. With 30 years to work, I can stop a world war. I'll have the means to do it, too. The means? Unlimited wealth and influence. Here. Alan picked up a sheet and handed it to his father. Used properly, we can make 2 or 3 million on that alone. A list of all the Kentucky Derby, Preakness, and Belmont winners to 1970. That'll furnish us primary capital. Then, remember, I was something of a chemist. I took it up originally to get background material for one of my detective stories. It fascinated me, and I made it a hobby and then a source of income. I'm 30 years ahead of any chemist in the world now. You remember IG Farben Industry? 10 years from now, we'll make them look like pikers. His father looked at the yellow sheet. Assault at 8 to 1, he said. I can scrape up about 5,000 for that, now. In 10 years, any other little operations you have in mind, he asked? About 1950, we start building a political organization here in Pennsylvania. In 1960, I think we can elect you president. The world situation will be crucial by that time. And we had a good-natured non-entity in the White House then who let things go till war became inevitable. I think President Hartley can be trusted to take a strong line of policy. In the meantime, you can read Machiavelli. That's my little boy talking. Blake Hartley said softly, "All right, son, I'll do just what you tell me. And when you grow up, I'll be president. Let's go get supper now." That concludes the reading of Time and Time Again by Henry Beam Piper. Warning from the Stars by Ron Cocking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by R.J. Davis. Warning from the Stars by Ron Cocking. Don't believe in flying saucers? Neither do we. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there are no other way for Earth to get its last warning from the stars. By Ron Cocking. It was a beautiful machine container, shaped like a 2-pound chocolate candy box. The color and texture of lead. The cover fitted so accurately that it was difficult to see where it met the lip on the base. Yet, when Forrester lifted the container from the desk in the security guard's office, he almost hit himself in the face with it. So light was it. He read the words clumsily etched by hand into the top surface with some sharp instrument. To be opened only by Dr. Richard Forrester, Assistant Director, Air Force Spatial Research Center, Petersport, Maryland. Caution: open not later than 24 hours after receipt. Do not open in atmosphere less than equivalent of 65,000 feet above MSL. He turned the container over and over. It bore no other markings. No express label or stamps. No file or reference number. No return address. It was superbly machined, he saw. Tentatively, he pulled at the container cover. It was as firm as if it had been welded on. But then, if the cover had been closed in the thin atmosphere of 65,000 feet, it would be held on by the terrific pressure of a column of air 12 miles high. Forrester looked up at the burly guard. "Who left this here?" "Your guess is as good as mine, sir." The man's voice was as close to insolence as the difference in status would allow, and Forrester bristled. "I just clocked in an hour ago. There was a thick fog came on all of a sudden, and there was a bit of confusion when we were changing over. They didn't say anything about the bucks when I relieved." "Fog?" Forrester queried. "How could fog form on a warm morning like this?" "You're the scientist, sir. You tell me." went as fast as it came. Well, it looks like very sloppy security. The contents of this thing must most certainly be classified. Give me the book. I'll sign for it. I'll phone you the file number when I find the covering instructions. Forrester was a nervous, over-conscientious little man, and his day was already ruined, because any departure from strict administrative routine worried and upset him. Only in his field of aviation medicine did he feel confident, secure. He knew that around the center they contemptuously called him Lilliput. The younger researchers were constantly trying to think up new ways to play jokes on him and annoy him. Crawley Preston, the research center's director and his chief, had been summoned to Washington the night before. Forrester wished fervently that he was around to deal with this matter. Now that relations between East and West had reached a snapping point, the slightest deviation from security regulations usually meant a full-scale inquiry. He signed for the container and carried it out to the car, still seething impotently over the guard's insolence. He placed it beside him on the front seat of his car and drove up to the building which housed part of the labs and also his office. He climbed out. Then as he slammed the door, he happened to glance into the car again. The seat covers were made of plastic in a maroon and blue plaid pattern, but where the box had rested, there was a dirty gray rectangular patch that hadn't been there before. Forrester stared, then opened the door again. He rubbed his fingers over the discolored spot. It felt no different than the rest of the fabric. Then he placed the box over the area. It fitted perfectly. He flopped down on the seat, his legs dangling out of the car, fighting down a sudden irrational wave of panic. He pushed the container to the other end of the seat. After all, he rationalized, plastics are notoriously unstable under certain conditions. This is probably a new alloy Washington once tested for behavior under extreme conditions of temperature and pressure. What's gotten into you? He took a deep breath, picked up the box again. Where it had rested, there was another discolored patch on the car seat covers. Holding it away from him, Forrester hurried into the office, then dumped the box into a metal wastebasket. Then he went to a cabinet and pulled out a Geiger counter, carried it over to the wastebasket. As he pointed the probe at the box, the familiar slow clicking reassured him, and feeling a little foolish, he put the instrument back on its shelf. Hurriedly, he went through his mail. There was nothing in it referring to the package. When he called the classified filing section, nobody there knew anything about it either. For some reason he couldn't explain to himself, he wasn't even surprised. He stared into the wastebasket. The clumsily etched instructions glinted up at him, to be opened as soon as possible. He picked up the phone and called the decompression chamber building. There was no valid reason why he should have been self-conscious as he talked to the lab attendant in charge of the decompression tank. He used it a dozen times a month for tests and experiments, yet when he gave his instructions, his voice was labored and strained. Some genius in Washington sent this thing down without any covering instructions, but it has to be opened in a hurry in a thin atmosphere. I'd like you to stay on the intercom for a while in case it blows up in my face or something. He tried to laugh, but all that came out was a croak. The attendant nodded indifferently, then helped Forrester into the helmet of his pressure suit. He climbed up the steps into the chamber, pulling the airtight door shut behind him. He placed the box on the desk in front of the instrument panel, then turned back to push the door clamps into place. For the first time in the hundreds of hours he'd spent in the tank, he knew the meaning of claustrophobia. Mechanically, he plugged in his intercom and airlines, went through the other routine checks before ascent, tested communications with the lab attendant, then flicked the exhaust motor switch. Now there was little to do except wait. He stared at the box. In the artificial light, it seemed full of hidden menace, a knowing aliveness of its own. Forrester shrugged his shoulders impatiently, as though to throw off the vague blanket of uneasiness that was settling around him. So somebody had forgotten to send a covering message with the container. Or else it had been mislaid. That could happen. Although with security routine as strict as it was, the possibility was remote. All the same, it could happen. After all, what other explanation was there? What was it he was afraid of? There was something about it. He glanced at the altimeter. The needle showed only 10,000 feet and seemed to be crawling around the dial. He resolved not to look at it for 3 minutes by the clock on the panel. When he checked the altimeter again, it registered just over 30,000 feet. Not even halfway yet. As the pressure in the tank decreased, he began to be conscious of the need for reverse breathing, and he concentrated on using his tongue to check the flow of air into his lungs. Then used the thoracic muscles to exhale against the higher pressure inside the suit. Time seemed to be passing in microseconds. 25,000 feet, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. At 62,500, he gently tested the cover of the container again. It lifted. As the altimeter needle flickered on the 65,000 foot mark, he cut the exhaust motor and picked up the box. The cover slipped off easily. His feeling of anticlimax was almost ludicrous. As he looked in, all the box contained was a flattened roll of some grayish material. He took it out. Despite its comparative bulk, it was feather light. It had the appearance of metal, but was as porous and pliable as a good grade of bond paper. He could not feel its texture through his heavy gloves. He took a good look. It was new, all right. No doubt Worsted wanted some test run on it, although without covering instructions and data, this trip was wasted. But some heads would roll when he reported back on the way the container had been shipped in. He started to unroll the material to get a better look at it. Then he saw that it was covered with cramped, closely spaced handwriting in a purplish ink. Handwriting that was elusively familiar. Then he read the words written in neat capitals at the top. The name of the man with the familiar handwriting. And fear came back, clamped cold fingers around his throat. James Rawdon Bentley. Dear Dick, the writing went on, take a large economy-sized grip on yourself. I know this is going to sound like a voice from the dead, but I'm very much alive and kicking. In the best of health, in fact. The writing blurred, and instinctively Forrester put his fist up to rub his eyes, only to meet the hard plastic of his helmet visor. James Rawdon Bentley. It was January 18th, 1951, 3 years ago, and the jagged line of the Australian coast stretched like a small-scale map to the black curve of the horizon. From the converted bomber that was his flying lab, Forrester could see the other American observation plane cruising on a parallel course, about half a mile away, and beyond it, downwind, the fringe of the bellowing cloud dome of the super-secret British thermonuclear shop. Then suddenly Bentley's voice from the other plane was crackling over the earphones, sharp and urgent. Our Geigers and scintillometers are going crazy. We're getting out of here. There's something coming inside. A light. Silence. Forrester watched in helpless horror as the other ship dipped a silver wing, then nosed down ever so slowly. It seemed down, down, in a dive that seemed to take hours as Forrester's plane tracked it, ending in a tiny splash like a pebble being thrown into a pond. Then the grimly beautiful iridescence of oil and gasoline spreading across the glassy waters of the Timor Sea. No parachutes had opened on the long journey down. An Australian air-sea rescue launch and helicopter were at the scene of the crash in minutes. but neither bodies nor survivors had been found, then or later. "Everything okay, Dr. Forrester?" "Yes," he said hoarsely. "Yes, everything's okay, just routine." Forrester focused his eyes on the writing again. There was no doubt at all that it was Bentley's. They had roomed and studied together for 4 years at MIT. And then there had been a couple of years postgraduate work after that. During all that time, they had used each other's notes constantly. But Bentley was dead. Forrester read on, stunned. "First, you want to know what happened over the Timer Sea after the shot. Put very simply, I, the rest of the technicians and the crew of the B-29 were transshipped to another vehicle, without any damage to ourselves. How? I'm not allowed to explain at this stage. Actually, they only wanted me, but it wasn't feasible to collect me and leave the rest behind, so they're all here, safe and well. Who are they, and where am I? The second question I can't answer, not allowed to. They, roughly translated, are the Shining Ones, which doesn't tell you anything, of course. Briefly, they're a couple of light years ahead of Earth in evolution, mentally, morally, and physically, although I use the last word loosely. Too bad that English is a commercial language. It's so hard to discuss really abstract ideas. Why am I here? The whole reason for this message is wrapped up in the answer to that. As you probably know, Project Longfall, which I was heading up, was delayed about a year due to my removal. That was the sole purpose, although I and the rest of us are getting special instruction to keep us occupied. About the same time, they also took several other key people from Britain, Russia, and the United States. Others were already here. The idea then was delay. To delay more test shots of atomic weapons, in the hope that East and West would come to some agreement. Now, because of the growing volume of tests and the critical tension which prevails, delay will no longer suffice, and far more drastic steps are to be taken. I wish you could be here for only a few minutes to see what happens after a multi-megaton thermonuclear test shot is set off on Earth. I can't describe it in terms which would have any relation to your present knowledge of physics. All I can say is that life here is intimately bound up with the higher laws of electromagnetism, which at present are only being guessed at on your level. It's not the radioactivity which you know as such which causes the problem. There are neutralizing devices throughout the planetary system to take care of that. The damage is caused by an ultra-short wave radiation, which not even the most sensitive scintillometer you have can pick up. A very subtle byproduct of every chain reaction. It doesn't have too much immediate effect on the lower forms of life, including human beings, if you'll pardon the expression, but here it causes a ghastly carnage. So ghastly it sickens me even to think about it for a second. The incredible thing is that the people here could stop Earth from firing another shot if they wished to, and at 24 hours' notice. But their philosophy is totally opposed to force, even when it means their own destruction. That will give you an idea of the kind of people they are. Here, they say that Einstein was on the fringe of discovering the theory involved when he died, but was having trouble with the mathematics. Remember how Einstein always complained that he was really a poor mathematician? But with atomic warfare threatening to break out on Earth at any minute, they have got to do something. This is what they plan to do. This is what they are going to do. Starting within a few hours after you receive this message, a mass removal of key scientists will begin. They will take 20, 30, or 40, roughly equal numbers from both sides, every few hours as technical conditions allow. That will go on until East and West agree to drop this whole mad weapons race. It will be done quietly, peacefully. Nobody will be hurt except by a fluke. But if needs be, they will lift every major scientific brain off of the face of the earth to stop the present drift to disaster for everybody. There are no weapons, no devices that you have at present which can stop this plan going into effect. There it is. It's as simple as that. If you knew what you were really headed for, it would need no steps from here to make both sides on Earth stop this horrible foolishness in a moment. The lesson on Mars is part of the orientation course here. I'm not on Mars. I'm using up space, so I'll go into note form for a bit. Martians had an atomic war, forgot they had to breathe, destroyed 60% of their atmosphere. Canals on Mars aren't. They're closely spaced lines of shafts leading to underground cities. View from Earth, telescopes. Shaft mouths appear as dots which run together into lines due to eye fatigue. British Royal Astronomical Society figured that out 30 years ago at least. See papers on their proceedings. Photographs here show monsters created by wholesale mutations. Lasted about 4 generations before reproduction failed. Now only vegetation on Mars. Saw pictures of last survivors. Horrible. I was ill for days after. Imagine having to take 40 separate breaths after making a single step. Getting back to the others here. A regular UN. Remember O'Connor and Walters in our class? They're here. Check. You'll find that O'Connor is detached from Oak Ridge and Walters from Aiken for special duty. That's Central Intelligence story for their disappearance. Remember those top German boys the Russians were supposed to have gotten to before the Allies could reach them after the Nazi collapse? They're here too. And Kamalkapov and Pretchkapin of the Russian Academy. Believe me, the style and the writing was a little less urgent again now. I've had all the intellectual stuffing knocked out of me here. We all have had that for that matter. We're supposed to be the cream of the crop, but imagine sitting down to instruction from people whose IQs start where yours leaves off. But what was really made most of us here feel pretty humble is the way they have demolished Earth's so-called scientific method, and used the method itself to prove that it doesn't stand up. You know how we've always been taught to observe, collect data, then erect a theory to fit the data, a theory which has to be modified when other data came along which didn't fit into it? Here they work the opposite way, they say. Know the fundamental principles governing the operation of the universe, and then all the pieces fit together inside this final truth. I understand now why so many of the Oak Ridge boys turned to religion after they had been exposed to the electron microscope for a while. They realized they had gone as far as their scientific training would ever take them. Time and space are running out. I know all this must sound confused and incredible, Dick. I'm still confused myself. But I want you to think about what I've written, then take the action you think best. I know it won't be easy for you. If you think this is some maniac's idea of a joke, you'll have proof very soon that it isn't, because one of the people at your center is due to leave for here any time now. You're wondering why I use this weird and wonderful means of communication. The problem was to find a writing material which would stand up in Earth's atmosphere, oddly enough. It's not the oxygen which causes the trouble, but the so-called inert nitrogen. The container will probably not disintegrate for a couple of days at sea level atmospheric pressure, but this material I'm writing on would not last more than a few seconds. That's one reason they picked you. Most people just don't have a spare decompression chamber up in the attic. The other reason was that with your photographic memory, You'll know this is my handwriting beyond the shadow of a doubt, I hope. I'm sure you've sat in that pressure suit long enough, but remember, if you want to take another look at this, you'll have to put it back in the container before you go down. Wishing you all you could wish for yourself, Jim. Forster examined the signature. That was the way Bentley made the capital J. It looked almost like a T, with just a faint hook at the bottom of the downstroke. Then the way it joined the, "Hey, Doc, are you going to tie up the tank all day? I've got work to do." Foster recognized the voice on the intercom as Tom Summerford's. Summerford was one of the crop of recent graduates to join the center. Brash, noisy, irresponsible like the rest of them. He knew Forster hated being called Doc, so he never lost an opportunity to use the word. True, he was gifted and well-trained, but he was a ringleader. In playing the practical jokes on Forster which might have been funny in college, but which only wasted a research team's time in these critical days. Practical joke? Anger flooded over him. Yes, this was all a macabre game cooked up by Summerford, with the help of some of his pals. Probably they were all out there now snickering among themselves, waiting to see his face when he came out of the decompression chamber, waiting to gloat. "Hey, Doc, you still with us?" "I'll be out very shortly," Forster said grimly. "Just wait right there." He spun the air inlet controls impatiently. He watched as the altimeter needle began its anti-clockwise movement. He'd call a staff meeting right away, find the culprits and suspend them from duty. Preston would have to back him up. If Summerford proved to be the ringleader, he would insist on his dismissal, Forster decided, and he would see to it that the young punk had trouble getting another post. The fantastic waste of time involved in such an elaborate forgery. Forster trembled with indignation, and using the name of a dead man, above all a scientist who had died in the interest of research, leaving behind him a mystery which still troubled the Atomic Energy Commission, because nobody had ever been able to explain that sudden dive in a plane which was apparently functioning perfectly and flown by a veteran crew. He glanced down at the roll. Was it his imagination, or had the purplish ink begun to fade? He ran a length of it through his fingers, and then he saw that in places there were gaps where the writing had disappeared altogether. He glanced up at the altimeter needle, which was sliding by the 24,000-foot mark. He looked back at his hands again, just in time to see the roll part in two places, leaving only the narrow strip he held between his gloved fingers. He put the strip on the desk, and bent clumsily in his suit to retrieve the other pieces from the floor. But wherever he grabbed it, it fell apart. Now it seemed to be melting before his eyes. In a few seconds there was nothing. He straightened up. The strip he had left on the desk had disappeared too. No ash, no residue, nothing. His thought processes seemed to freeze. He glanced mechanically at the altimeter. It read 2,500 feet. He grabbed at the two pieces of the container. They still felt as rigid as ever. He fitted them together carefully, gaining a crumb of security from the act. He realized vaguely that the altimeter needle was resting on zero, but he had no idea how long he had been sitting there, trying to find a thread of logic in the confused welter of thoughts, when he heard the scrape of metal on metal, as somebody wrestled with the door clamps from the outside. He was certain of only one thing. His memory told him that the signature that was no longer a signature had been written by Jim Rawdon, who couldn't possibly have survived that crash into the Timor Sea. From behind, somebody was fumbling with his helmet connections. Then fresh air and familiar sounds rushed in on him as the helmet was taken away. Summerford's thin, intelligent face was opposite his. "Doc, are you all right?" he was asking sharply. For once there was no superciliousness in his voice. "I'm fine," Forrester said heavily. I've got a headache. Stayed in here too long, I suppose." "What's in the box?" Summerford asked. The way he asked told Forrester at once that the youngster knew nothing about it. Just some half-baked idea out of the Pentagon. Some colonel trying to justify his existence. He clutched the box to him as though Summerford might try to take it away. "The tank's all yours." He turned and clambered out of the chamber. He put the box down on the concrete floor and climbed out of the pressure suit, watching the box all the time. It seemed to gleam up at him as though it had eyes, full of silent menace. He realized vaguely that Summerford was standing in front of him again, looking anxious. "Are you quite sure you're okay?" "I'm fine," Forrester said, hardly recognizing his own voice. He picked up the box and stumbled out, heading for his office. When he walked in, his secretary was answering the line fitted with a scrambler, which connected directly with the Pentagon. "General Morganson," she said, handing him the receiver. Forrester took the receiver, sat down at his desk, and took a deep breath, fighting hard to regain his self-control. "Forrester," he said into the mouthpiece when the office door closed behind the girl. "Forrester, what the dickens has happened to Preston? My driver met the train here this morning, but there was no sign of him. But the Pullman porter checked him in last night, and we found all his gear and papers in his compartment." "He left here in plenty of time to catch the train, General," Forrester heard himself say. "He took the train to get a night's rest." He realized how irrelevant the last statement was only after he had made it. The general was talking again. "Important meeting with the Joint Chiefs. Whole briefing team was being held up. He'd reported it to the CIA as a precautionary measure." Forrester could see the words on the roll that wasn't, as though they were engraved on his eye retinas. "As a beginning, and to prove this isn't just a bit of hocus-pocus, one of the people at your center is due to leave for here any time now." "General," Forrester broke in hoarsely, "I've got some very important information which you must have. I'll leave by heliplane right away." He replaced the phone receiver in its cradle, wondering how convincing he would be able to make his story. At least, even if he didn't have Bentley's letter, he had the container. That should help. But when he looked across the desk, he saw that it too had disappeared without a trace. General Morganson was the newest product of the atomic age. Half soldier, half scientist, shrewd and perceptive, an intellectual giant. He listened carefully, without comment or change of expression, as Forrester doggedly went through his story in chronological order. Halfway through, he held up his hand and started pushing buttons on the console built into his desk. Within a few moments, men began filing into the room and sat down around Forrester. Then the general motioned to the clerk seated in the corner by a tape recorder. "Gentlemen, listen to this playback, and then I'll have Dr. Forrester here go on from there." What was left of Forrester's confidence leaked away as he heard his own defiant voice filling the room again. It was like being awake in the middle of a weird dream. But when the tape recorder hissed into silence, he went on, staring straight ahead of him in quiet desperation. When he ended his story, there was silence for a moment. Everyone sat motionless. Then Morganson looked up and around. "Well, gentlemen, Mr. Bates, CIA first." There was no longer a story told by one man. It had become a problem, a situation to be evaluated objectively. "Well, sir, the only part of the thing I can comment on at this point is the stuff about O'Connor and Walters. That checks. They both disappeared without a trace. It was treated as a maximum security situation, and we did give out the story that they had been assigned to special duty." He glanced briefly at Forrester. "Up until now, We assumed that only the directors at Aiken and Oak Ridge knew the real situation, outside of the Atomic Energy Commission and the CIA, of course. This represents a very serious leak, or... His voice trailed away. Colonel Barfield, Intelligence. The young colonel tried to sound flippant, unsuccessfully. General, acting on the assumption the story is true, it would answer about 200 question marks in our files, maybe more, with further study. The CIA man cleared his throat and raised a finger. For everybody's information, he said, a preliminary field check shows that Dr. Preston's train was stopped for 10 minutes by fog last night. The train's radar installation failed simultaneously. There wouldn't be anything odd about that, except the temperature at the time was about 65 degrees, and the humidity was only 55%. Consider that, gentlemen. Theoretically, fog can't form under such conditions. Similar local fog occurred on the occasions when O'Connor and Walters were reported missing. The Met people couldn't explain that either. That's all. Morganson sat up straight as though he had suddenly made a decision. I don't think there's any value in further discussion at this point. You will all have transcripts of Dr. Forster's statement within a few minutes. According to that statement, we are due to lose a number of key men in the next few hours. I'll have Code 1 emergency precautions instituted at all research establishments, and I think the chairman of the Joint Chiefs should hear from me right away. Colonel Barfield, I'd like you to ask Colonel Malenkowski, the Russian military attaché, to see me here not later than an hour from now. We'll have a full-dress conference here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, with written evaluation reports in detail from all branches. Dr. Forster, consider yourself assigned to Pentagon duty as of now and until further notice. Forster sat dazed until he realized that the others had left and the general was standing in front of him. Go get some rest, Forster, the other man said with surprising gentleness. You've had a rough day. As Forster slept that early summer night, weathermen across the world were marking their weather maps with thousands of observations. Feathery wind arrows, temperatures, barometric pressures, and relative humidities. Then, as they drew their isobars, a pattern for the northern hemisphere emerged. A giant high-pressure system with its center in northern Oklahoma promised warm, fair weather across America. Another centered east of the Ural Mountains forecast clear weather for most of Europe and northern Asia. A low-pressure trough between was dropping light, warm rain on the green fields of England. But from Seattle to Washington, D.C., from Stettin to Vostok, the sun was rising and setting in clear skies. Then, about 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a thickening mist descended over warm and drowsy southwest South Carolina. It was a fog that was not a fog, observers said yet afterwards, because there was no damp, no coldness, just a steady loss of visibility until a man couldn't see his hand held up in front of his face, even though a bright moon was shining. Most of the reporting night shift at the Aiken hydrogen bomb plant never reached the tightly guarded gates. Those who did were not allowed in. At the same hour, across the world, at the newly built underground heavy water factory at Rosoviskokorsi, west of the southern tip of Lake Baik, the late morning sun cast deep shadows into the gaping holes in the hillside, which marked the plant entrances and exits. Deep below, miles of filtration chambers hissed quietly as they prepared their daily concentrate. Then, without warning, the sun grew watery and paled, and within a few minutes a haze began to form at ground level. It grew thicker and thicker. The sun became a dim orange sphere, then was blotted out. Total darkness enveloped the area, and at the same hour the watchers manning the lonely circle of probing radar domes, facing each other across the frozen waste of the Arctic, cursed softly in Russian and English as our scope sweeping the upper air first went blank and then dark. There were shaken men at the meeting in General Morganson's office the next morning. Over 30 key men gone from Aiken, Morganson was saying. In terms of goals, it means that our 1960 program now cannot possibly be fulfilled until 1965. If the situation develops as forecast in Dr. Forrester's statement, our entire nuclear weapons program will grind to a halt within 2 weeks. If we drain men from the civilian research, it will cause a total breakdown in the civilian atomic power production program. As you all know, the nation's entire economic expansion program is based on the availability of that power. Without it, industry will be forced into a deep freeze. That in turn means we might as well run up a white flag on the White House lawn. He smiled thinly. I would be a lot more worried than I am, except we have the first indications that the other side is in the same boat. I broke every regulation in the book last night when I talked to Malachowski. I took the liberty of warning him on the basis that there was nothing to lose. His reaction then was that it was all a Wall Street capitalist plot, psychological warfare he called it. He phoned me an hour ago. Sounded as though he had just seen a ghost. He said the Russian ambassador had asked for an appointment with the Secretary of State this morning. Forrester, bewildered and out of his depth in these global problems, let the flood of words pour over him. Then he realized that Morganson was staring at him over the telephone receiver at his ear and that the room was very quiet. Then Morganson said respectfully, "Very well, Mr. President. We'll have Dr. Forster there." Forster was relegated to the sidelines after his interview with the grave-faced man in the White House. Events were moving swiftly, events which Forster could read behind the blurred black headlines of the newspapers. The Russian ambassador was closeted with the Secretary of State for a record 6-hour talk. Then the Soviet foreign minister took off for Washington at 30 minutes' notice. And another record was made when he spent all day with the President. The Washington columnists began to hint of lessening tension in the Cold War, and the wire services carried reports of Russian radio broadcasts talking of a new era of cooperation between East and West. Only fragments of the broadcast could be monitored because radio reception had suddenly deteriorated right across the world. The reports could not be confirmed because Russia had cut all phone communication with the outside world. There was no possible mode of contact. Meanwhile, in the United States, television reception was blacking out for hours at a time, with no explanation available. The Civil Aeronautics Administration and the Air Force banned all plane movements under instrument flight conditions because radar navigational equipment had become so unreliable as to be useless. Newspapers across the nation were reporting sudden fogs of short duration which baffled local weathermen. The U.S. Weather Bureau in Washington refused to comment. For the first time in the history of an East-West conference, there was no haggling, no propaganda speeches. Hour after hour, even as the talks went on, the cream of the world's scientific brains quietly continued to disappear. It was revealed later. In 3 days, the major powers accomplished what they had failed to do in the previous 15 years. Just 4 days and 21 hours after Forster had first talked to General Morganson at the Pentagon, a treaty was signed ending the world atomic weapons race. And it had all happened, was over and done, before the people of the globe could realize what was happening, before they could rise in mass panic in the face of the incredible unknown. Almost immediately after the announcement, radio and radar communications suddenly returned to normal, and reports of the mysterious fog ceased. Back at the center, as he walked down the floodlit ramp of the heliport towards his car, Forster found himself thinking of the experimental work on the dream state which he had performed as a graduate student. He knew that a dream which might take half an hour to recount took only a fraction of a second to occur in the subconscious of the sleeper as he awoke. It was the same way with the events of the last 5 days. Already details were becoming fuzzy and blurred as though they had happened 5 years ago. He opened the car door, and the soft glow of the dome light filled the interior. Then he saw again the neat rectangular discoloration on the seat covers, and the jolt back to reality was almost a physical thing. Relief, overwhelming, flooded over him. He looked up into the indigo velvet sky. Above him was the enormous triangle formed by Deneb, Vega, and Altar. Framed within it were 1,000 other dimmer stars, but all he knew, far, far bigger than the speck of solidified gases called Earth. Somewhere out there, living, thinking, breathing, was Bentley. "Good night," Forrester said out loud, and somehow he was sure he wasn't talking into thin air. This concludes the reading of Warning from the Stars by Ron Cocking.
White Feather Hex. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karen Wolfer. The White Feather Hex by Don Peterson. It all started with a Dutchman, a Pennsylvania Dutchman named Peter Scheinberger, who tilled a weather-beaten farm back in the hills. A strong, wiry man he was. His arms were knotted sections of solid hickory, forming themselves into gnarled hands and twisted stubs of fingers. His furrowed brow, dried by the sun and cracked in a million places by the wind, was well irrigated by long rivulets of sweat. When he went forth in the fields behind his horse and plow, it wasn't long before his hair was plastered down firmly to his scalp. The salty water poured out of the deep rings in his ruddy neck and ran down his dark brown back. As he grew older, the skin peeled and grew loose. It hung on him in folds like the brittle hide of a rhino. It seemed that the more years he spent in his fields behind the plow horse, the more he slipped back into the timeless tradition of his forefathers. He was a proud descendant of a long line of staunch German settlers, commonly known as the Pennsylvania Dutch. He grew up in his fundamental religious sect, having never known any other environment. He was exposed to the sun, soil, and wind from the early days of his childhood, and along with the elements, he also was exposed to the evils of the hexery. The hexery, or witchcraft, was something that was never doubted or scoffed at by his people. Then why should he, a good Pennsylvania Dutchman, doubt or scoff at such tradition? Perhaps, had he moved away from his ancestral lands and had been cultured in modern communities, been educated and raised in other schools, he might have matured. But having no time for any other diversions than might be found on his rustic homestead, he grew up behind the plow horse, tramping in the dark, stony pasture land, eking out his meager existence from the black fields of Pennsylvania. Now, Peter's life could have gone unnoticed among these forgotten hills, except for the strange visit of Martin G. Mirestone, student of German history. It was a cold night when Peter met Mirestone. Peter had been sitting up rather late, pondering over an old, yellowed book by the light of a kerosene lamp. The pale flame flickered about the walls, sending shadows scurrying back and forth, creating all types of weird shapes and designs. Peter huddled over the withered pages, every now and then glancing up at the walls to watch the fantastic games that light and dark were playing. Then, putting his book aside for the night, he prepared to go to bed. He went over to the window to draw the shutters, stopping for an instant to peer out into the gloom along the stony path that ran from his house to an old footbridge about 50 feet away. Curling up from the gorge, mist seemed to play among the rotted planks. It rose and fell in great billowing blankets, sometimes concealing the structure from view. Peter was about to latch the shutter and leave when his attention was focused upon a figure that seemed to emerge from the fog, sort of fading in from nowhere. It made its way across the narrow span like some ghostly apparition. The mist enveloped his legs and clouded his features. Peter drew back in terror, for the mere appearance of the man coming out of the darkness was enough to fill his infant brain with the visions of death and hexery. As the figure drew closer, Peter saw that it was wearing a cloak. All the more ghostly it appeared, with the cloak sailing behind him in the wind, like some devil's banner. Peter just stood transfixed as he watched the stranger come up the winding road to his house. Slamming the shutter, he hurriedly fastened it, and then turned to the door to bolt that also. Too late. The door was thrown open, revealing a tall man clothed in black. His face was wreathed in a wide grin, a grin that seemed to make fun of the grayish pallor of his face and the ominous appearance of his wild garb. Before the man stepped inside, Peter made a mental image of the scene, for it was to be firmly embedded in his mind so that he would never forget the slightest detail for the rest of his life. The wind blowing about the fierce visage, tossing up the long strands of hair, the massive, veined hand that clutched the wrought iron thumb latch, and the way that the lamp struck his face, highlighting the thin, ridged nose and high cheekbones. "Peter Scheinberger, eh?" The man spoke in perfect German. "Peter Scheinberger, the last of your clan here in America?" It was several seconds before Peter could muster up enough courage to answer him. Drawing back slowly, he braced himself against the table, and in a thick, guttural German asked, "Who are you?" The stranger shut the door and drew the bolt. He crossed the room, and with an air of one who was accustomed to having his own way wherever he went, scanned the shelves of Peter's larder with a practiced eye. Peter watched him closely as he drew down a bottle of wine, broke the neck against a beam above him, and settled down in Peter's easy chair. He poured a glass full and shoved it across the table toward the anxious Peter, and then poured another glass for himself. "Mirestone," the stranger finally answered. "Martin G. Mirestone." Then, draining his glass, he added, "Student of German history." All this was beyond Peter's comprehension. No one ever had the audacity to walk into his house and help himself to whatever he wanted. It was indeed unheard of in his tiny social world. "Well, what are you staring at?" Mirestone boomed out. "Take my cloak, please. Then be seated. We'll talk." Taking the cloak and draping it over a wooden peg in the wall, Peter moved cautiously around the foreboding character that monopolized his small house. Carefully seating himself opposite the man, he moved the table so that it set between them as a protective barrier. "I'll make myself clear to you," Mirestone explained, "for I want my stay to be as brief as possible." He poured himself another glass of wine, then settled back in the chair, half closing his eyes. "You see, you might say, of German history or folklore. I am in the process of writing a collective history of the Pennsylvania Dutch folk, their habits, beliefs, and—" He broke off for an instant as he leaned forward across the table, staring into the frightened eyes of Peter. "And their superstitions." Shifting his chair around in order to get benefit from the heat of the fireplace, Mirestone went on. "Now I want facts, Scheinberger. Authentic facts. I am prepared to pay you well for your trouble, but I insist on information that is backed up with sound, accurate truth." Peter became more relaxed, but still slightly uneasy. He didn't like the attitude of this man, Mirestone. He was too sure of himself, altogether too cocky. But then, on the other hand, he had said there would be a financial gain from any business that he could transact with him. Money was something that Peter knew he needed in order to keep his farm going, and any income, however small it may be, would be welcomed gratefully. Yes, he decided that he had better endure the rudeness of this man. For a few seconds, however, the tall stranger seemed to lose all of his cockiness, and a somber look crept over his jovial features. "Have you ever heard of the Hex of the White Feather?" Peter thought a moment before he replied, "Yes, I have heard of it." Then nervously he fingered his glass of wine that he had not as yet touched. Raising it up to his lips, he sipped it slowly as he stared at Mirestone over the rim of the glass. "Yes, I have heard of it," he repeated. "Good, good. You have heard of it. Now, you will tell me about it, of course. I want to know all about it. How it is practiced, the results, and so forth. Is that why you came here? Only to learn of the White Feather Hex?" Mirestone climbed to his feet and paced the room. "Yes," he said. Peter noted a sad tone in his voice, and he waited for him to say more. "Yes," Mirestone continued, "I have, like you, heard of the Hex of the White Feather. I have traced it down to several families, but none could tell me anything about it that was factual. Half of the stupid fools made up stories as they went along, some concocting the biggest bunch of asinine tales that I've ever heard. But you, Peter, are a descendant of the Scheinbergers. I know for a fact that Otto Scheinberger practiced the White Feather Hex and passed the power on down to your father. From there, it stopped. However, there must be some record of it in your family. You are in possession of the books of your grandfather, aren't you?" "I have several of his books. Some of them I have read." "Well," Mirestone waited, "did you come across anything about the hex?" "Yes," answered Peter. "I read about that which you mention." "Splendid! Now we are getting somewhere. Can you find me the book that tells of it?" Peter finished drinking his wine, and setting the glass upon the table, he slowly rose and faced Mirestone with a look of superiority playing about his rustic features. "No, I am afraid not. You see, I have burned the book." Mirestone's face went white. "You burned it?" "Yes," said Peter. "I don't wish to have anything to do with such black magic. It is better burned." "But you must remember the hex. Although the book is destroyed, you still have the information in your head, nein?" "I could never forget it if I wanted to," replied Peter reluctantly. "If I could burn my memory also, it would be better." Mirestone went back to the fireplace and placed several chunks of wood on the blaze. A bright orange glow leaped out from the hearth and danced mockingly over his pallid brow, hiding his lank jowls in the shadows cast by the cheekbones. Like some grim spectre he rose up, towering above the little Dutchman. Peter had only to look into his eyes to see the imperative request that lingered behind the hollowed sockets. Throughout the remainder of the night, Peter, almost in spite of himself, racked his brain to bring back to mind everything that was mentioned in the book about the Hex of the White Feather. The idea was clear enough, but the minute details, the infinite possibilities for mistake, and the exacting specifications concerning the experiment were blurred in his memory. He knew that with time he could bring back everything that he had read, but it would take deep concentration and perhaps many days of trial and error to determine the right path that they must follow in order to have success. Mirestone, realizing that any distraction would break Peter's train of thought, sat quietly in the corner, finishing off the Dutchman's supply of wine. He watched Peter closely through his slitted eyes, and it seemed that his compelling stare was the only force that could drive the frightened Peter on. Every so often, Peter would glance up and see Mirestone leaning back in the corner, half concealed by the deep shadows. Only his partially opened eyes could be seen flickering in the fiery glow of the hearth. Then he would cover his face with his large, knotted hands, work the twisted fingers through his hair, and try to bring back to mind the evil recipe. The glow from the fireplace gradually died down to make room for the streams of morning dawn. Peter blinked sleepily and got up to stretch a bit. Outside, the dull morning light worked its way over Peter's farm. Clouds of mist still poured up from the gorge, circling the bridge and creeping up the bank across the fields. Peter unlatched the heavy oaken door and went outside to the outbuildings. Meanwhile, Mirestone had started a fire in the stove and was placing slabs of bacon in the pan. "Nothing like a good old-fashioned peasant's breakfast," he laughed as Peter came in the door several minutes later. "So, you brought a goat, eh?" he noticed. "Are you figuring on starting in soon?" Peter set a small kid on the floor and watched it scamper about the room, looking for an exit. "Yes, we might as well. I don't like this business at all. I wish to get it over with as soon as possible, and—" Peter eyed Mirestone squarely. "I expect to be paid well for my trouble." He was trying to make himself believe that that was his only reason for complying with Mirestone's demands. Actually, he was not so sure. As the heat of the noonday sun blasted down on their backs, Mirestone watched Peter pass a feather, freshly plucked from a white leghorn, under the nose of the bleeding kid. Mirestone listened carefully to what Peter was telling him. The breath of the victim had to be spread over the feather before anything further could be done. "Tie him," commanded Peter. Mirestone held the goat by the scruff of his neck and fastened a halter about him. The other end was secured to a stake, allowing the kid to run about in a circle of 10 feet or so in diameter. "We will leave him for a while," said Peter as he walked back to the kitchen. Mirestone followed in the Dutchman's footsteps, and when they were inside, he listened intently as Peter recited a monosyllabic chant over the feather. "The chant is easy enough to learn," Peter assured him. "You will master it quickly." "I understand so far," Mirestone said. "Then that is all," Peter finished, "except that you can hang the feather up and watch it grow red." "Red?" "Yes," Peter explained. "That is the only way you can tell if the hex has worked." Peter went to a chest at the foot of his bed and drew out a small box of sewing utensils. He broke off a piece of black thread and replaced the box in the chest. "Now I'll show you what I mean," Peter spoke wearily as he tied the feather with the thread and suspended it from one of the rafters in the room. "Just sit and watch." It was not many minutes before a light red tint crept up the feather's quill, spreading slowly outwards toward the fringed edges. Deeper and deeper grew the intensity of the color until it reached a pure blood red. "Hurry outside!" cried Peter. "You can see the goat in its last seconds of life." Mirestone hurried after the Dutchman. Jerking at the halter, the goat bleated in agony, prancing up and down frantically. Its eyes grew horribly bloodshot and finally closed. With a feeble, choking sigh, the animal dropped over on its side, its legs still twitching spasmodically. Mirestone bent over the hairy form and examined the head, now wet with perspiration. "Nothing can be done for the beast?" "No." Peter looked on with a touch of pity in his eyes. "Nothing can be done once the feather has turned red." As if the death of the kid was their cue, masses of thick thunderheads turned over with a deep rumbling thunder. The sky became crystal clear, and a greenish glow could be seen working its way across the horizon. The sky darkened as the glistening thunderheads, now taking on an ominous coloring, warned the farmers of the impending storm. It was later that evening, Rain drummed against the slate roof of Peter's house and reverberated through the rooms to where Mirestone and the Dutchman sat by the fire in silence. Mirestone broke the still atmosphere by putting forth a question that Peter somehow knew would be coming sooner or later. I wonder how the Hex would react on a human being. Peter hoped to end the topic by answering him quickly and not beating around the bush trying to evade the question. It would kill him eventually. Maybe not so quick as a goat, but it would kill him. What do you mean, not as quickly as a goat? Do you think it would take more time on a human? Perhaps. I have heard of cases in which the Hex, once it was started, dragged on for many days. I see. Mirestone sat back again, thinking to himself. Peter didn't like this. He wanted to get rid of Mirestone. Well, you have your information. I showed you how the Hex works. So why not pay me and leave? Mirestone got up and laughed in the Dutchman's face. Crossing to the larder, he brought down a bottle, cracking the neck on the beam above, just as he had done the night before. A wave of apprehension overcame Peter as he realized the old flip attitude of Mirestone's was coming back. That meant definite trouble, and Peter began to fear the consequences. So, why not pay me and leave? He again ventured. Or do you want something else? Peter knew that he didn't need to ask that last question, for already he realized the grim experiment that was playing about in Mirestone's head. Yes, I just told you what I wanted. I want to see the Hex on a human before I go. Why? You have your information. Why do you want to see it work on a man? My stupid little peasant friend, do I look like a student of history? For the first time, Peter actually looked at Mirestone and saw him for what he was. Of course he couldn't be a student. No student would act as he did, or even look as he did. The words jammed in his throat as he was about to voice a reply. Ha! Martin G. Mirestone, student of history, student of German history. No, my little oxen friend, I am no more a student of history than you are, but I need the Hex for other reasons which do not concern you. Then, as if he were contemplating a great new joke, he continued, but on the other hand, maybe the future of the White Feather Hex does concern you. Mirestone's voice was drowned out by a heavy rumbling of thunder and the increased splashing of rain on the windows, but somehow Peter seemed not to notice. Somewhat later, Mirestone stepped quietly over to the sleeping form of his host. Peter had been over 24 hours now without sleep, and although the old Dutchman had tried desperately to fight off the drowsiness that overcame him, the recent excitement of the day had finally taken its toll. Lightning struck nearby, followed with an ear-splitting blast that shook the house to its rocky foundations. Pieces of slate flew off the roof and were carried away into the night. The rain poured down in a great deluge, blurring the window, making it impossible to see in or out. Mirestone held out a glistening white feather in his long, spidery fingers. He placed it within a few inches of Peter's nose and watched the delicate edges riffle in the Dutchman's breath. Crossing to the table, he leaned over the white fluff and breathed the short German incantation over it. How it glistened in the firelight! He bent closer and closer as he whispered the magic words that Peter had taught him, his breath ruffling the feather, playing about in the fringe softness. He hung up the feather by a thread and watched it hop back and forth in the center of the room. Peter awakened and saw Mirestone sitting by the fire, noting every movement of the feather. "What are you doing, eh?" Mirestone swung around and glared at the bleary-eyed Dutchman. "Sit down," he commanded. "Sit down and watch the feather turn red." Peter didn't need to be told that it was his feather. He knew by the merciless eyes of Mirestone that everything was over. So, you were determined to find out what would happen if the Hex were tried on a man? Peter was surprised at how easily he took his fate. There was no need of excitement. This was his end, and there was no changing it. Yes, I had to know, for I can't leave until I have a complete record of all the results. Mirestone certainly was not cocky now. He looked almost ashamed of himself as he sat there nervously watching a man's fate swing by a silken thread. I'm sorry, Peter, my friend, but that is how it must be. You are a stepping stone to a glorious reckoning that will soon take place. The hex of the White Feather. I can hardly believe that I have at last tracked it down. And you, Peter, are the last witness, the last link in the chain of those who know the secret. And how can it better end than by your becoming a part of the secret? Peter realized he had not much longer to live, and nothing he could do to Mirestone would change his fate. Perhaps he could save others, though. What is this glorious reckoning you were speaking about? As soon as I see how your case ends, I'll be able to go ahead and release my vengeance on those stupid, bungling fools who have thwarted my progress in the black arts. They claim to speak in the name of humanity, no less. In that case, exclaimed Peter, I won't let myself be a foothold for your damned work. It is of the devil, and I'll have no part of it. Shut up, fool. You are a part of it already. Not if my body is destroyed before you can get hold of it. Peter played his trump card. He quickly sprang back and slipped out the door into the storm. Mirestone jumped up after him, but it was too late. He peered out into the raging tempest, making out the figure of Peter struggling with the hatch on the horse barn. He pulled his cloak about him and started towards Peter to stop him. The rain beat his face, blinding him momentarily, and before he could see clearly, a dark mass pounded by, swift hooves spattering mud all over him. Down the road sped Peter on the horse, down the road and towards the footbridge. Mirestone ran a few steps and halted. He heard the hollow staccato of horses' hooves on the planks for an instant, followed by a splintering crash that rumbled up from the gorge. A long, guttural cry pierced the black gloom as man and horse plunged down to the seething death awaiting them. Cursing savagely, Mirestone trudged back through the rain to the house. He slammed the door shut and threw his cloak on Peter's bed. There was one more bottle on the shelf. He smashed the neck and poured a glass. If one could see him bent over the table, sending silent curses into his wine, he could readily imagine the feeling of defeat that had spread over Mirestone's countenance. The idiot of a Dutchman, who had to play the hero's part and save other lives by ending his own, made Mirestone fairly sick. However, all was not over. So the Dutchman had died. The hex had worked. A lot sooner than he had expected, though. Now he certainly would be delayed in his progress, for he had counted on examining the body for any traces left that would suggest something out of the ordinary. One thing, however, he had learned was that the hex at least worked on humans. The mangled body that was being washed over the rocks would be enough proof on that score. Mirestone poured another drink. He leaned back in the chair and placed the glass to his lips. He was tilted so far back that as he raised the wine to a drinking position, it blocked his view of the room. As he slowly sipped it, however, the room began to come into view, the ceiling first and slowly the wall. His eyes focused on a piece of thread hanging from the ceiling, and as the wine sank lower and lower in the glass, the thread grew longer and longer, until in one last swallow he was able to see the end of the line. Mirestone's hand went stiff as he looked at the thread, for on the end of it was a pure white feather. In an instant, Mirestone realized that the hex had not worked. Peter's death at the bridge had been a grotesque coincidence. Had the untimely plunge in the rapids been the result of the hex, the feather would have long since been red. Therefore, the tragedy was no more than an accident, and Mirestone's hands were innocent of the Dutchman's blood. That realization, of course, didn't bother him, for he was not concerned whether or not he was responsible for Peter's death, but he was genuinely worried in the failure of the hex. He wondered if he had done something wrong. If he had, the last link that could have corrected him was broken. From here on in, he was on his own. He calmed himself and began to think. He retraced everything that he had done to see if he couldn't have found some margin in which error could have crept in. He remembered how carefully he had bent over the feather, reciting the exact words taught him by Peter. He especially remembered that part of the hex, for hadn't the feather been ruffled by his breath when he spoke? Gradually, the truth began to dawn on Mirestone. His own breath must have released Peter from the hex. The last person's breath that touched the feather would feel the sting of the power. Mirestone sat back dumbfounded. He was to be his own guinea pig. What ghastly horror was he in for? Would he die quickly like the goat, or would his death be prolonged over a period of days like Peter had suggested? He gripped himself. It wouldn't do to lose control of his senses. There must be a way out of the predicament. But Peter said that as soon as the feather turned red, there was no turning back. Ah, there's the answer. The feather is still white. There's still a chance. Mirestone grabbed his cloak and raced for the door. He must get an animal, another goat perhaps, and expose the feather to its breath. He must hurry, lest the spell will start working. The slippery mud dragged him back and impeded his progress, but he struggled on through the blinding storm towards the barn. It was so black outside that he could hardly make out the buildings. All at once he saw the barn looming ahead of him. Which door? Every second counted. He would try the first one he came to. Wait, what's this holding his cloak? Mirestone turned and fumbled with some barbed wire fencing. It had snagged him in the dark, and he soon became hopelessly entangled in it. Crying and shrieking, he tore the cloak from his shoulders and ran on in his shirt sleeves. He wrenched open a door and sprawled in the barn head first. On his hands and knees, he scurried across the mealy floor to the goat stall. The kids sprang in terror as he lurched in drunkenly, grabbing about in the dark for one of them. Catching one by the hind leg, he groped his way out again. Thrusting his shoulders forward, he slid through the gripping mud, tearing his way through the engulfing rain with his free hand. His leg left numb from the wound inflicted by the barbed wire, and a trickle of blood was running down his shins. Without thinking, he reached down to rub the wound, but quickly yanked his hand up again. What was that horrible sensation he felt as he passed his hand over the fleshy sore? He couldn't see in the rain, but his leg told him that it was something hairy, almost bristly. He ran on towards the house, stumbling in the treacherous mud. Once he fell completely down in the slime. Wiping the dripping earth from his face, he was told again that something was wrong. His cheeks verified his shin's story of a rough, jagged caress. Holding his hand in front of his face, he saw, amidst a flash of lightning, a curling black claw, bristling with long, ragged hairs. Screaming hysterically, he dropped the kid and fell forward into the door of the house. The latch gave way with his weight, and he tumbled into the cottage. Dancing madly on the end of a thread was a blood-red feather. End of The White Feather Hex, recorded by Karen Wolfer, January 24th, 2008.